Imagine knowing a programming language using which you can build any type of application. Web application, front-end, back-end both, mobile application, desktop application, and even for machine learning. And that language I'm talking about is JavaScript. So using JavaScript, you can build all these applications. Welcome back, aliens. My name is Navin Reddy, and let's get started. So we are talking about JavaScript, and finally I'm starting a series on JavaScript. So first of all, what is JavaScript? Now JavaScript is a programming language which you can use to develop any kind of application which we named before. But then it didn't start in that way. In 1995, when JavaScript was released, it was for a different purpose. It has a different history. Again, we'll talk about the history of JavaScript so that we can predict the future, and we'll discuss that in a separate video. But let's talk about 1995. When JavaScript came into existence, it was mainly for the web front end. Example, in 1993, when websites were getting famous, everyone wanted to have their own website. But the only way you can interact with a website is one way. So basically, you request for a page and what you get a static content. Of course, you can design it, but then you can't interact with that application. Every time, if you want to move between pages, you have to use hyperlinks. So basically, that website was not interactive. And if you want to keep your audience engaged, you have to make it interactive. So Netscape came up with this programming language called JavaScript with the help of Sun Microsystem, and they released JavaScript in their Netscape Navigator 2. So that's awesome, right? We got a programming language, but that was only for the web front end, just to make your web application interactive. And for many years, it was that way. I mean, the moment you think about JavaScript, the only use case you can find is building the front end of the web application. But then things got changed. Now you can use JavaScript anywhere. The reason is JavaScript was easy, and we have so many people working on this language. So they thought, hey, instead of using JavaScript only for web application, can we use it for building the backend of web as well? Maybe we can use it for mobile application, maybe we can use it for desktop application, or maybe we can use it for machine learning. And that's where they started using JavaScript everywhere. They were able to do it because of the engine. So every browser will be having a JavaScript engine. So the reason you are able to run the application, of course, we'll see that in the practical, but you can run any JavaScript code on the browsers because it has an engine. Just take that engine, make sure that engine runs on the hardware or the OS which you have. Basically, you can run JavaScript on your OS now or on your machine, right? So just to give you a hint, that is possible with the help of NodeJS. So NodeJS is a runtime environment. Imagine a place where you can run JavaScript. Basically, if you have that stuff anywhere, maybe a mobile application, desktop application, machine learning, you can run it. That's the power of JavaScript. Now this course is not designed in a normal fashion or the traditional fashion. So the moment you talk about JavaScript, everyone wants to learn about the HTML DOM elements and how do you change the data on the HTML page, because that's how JavaScript came into existence, right? Now that's not the reason why I'm making this playlist. For me, I want to treat JavaScript as a programming language, not only for the web front end. Okay, so there's no harm in learning JavaScript for the web and then move towards other aspects, but it's tricky, right? Once you move from front end to back end, you may not be comfortable. So I will start this series running JavaScript directly on the machine, okay, so that we will not learn JavaScript only for web, but in a proper way, so that you will understand JavaScript from start to end. Of course, we will be using that for front end. In between, we will be using for, let's say, we will talk about how can we use it for other purposes as well. But the idea is to learn JavaScript from start to end. Okay, now coming back to JavaScript, JavaScript is actually one of the most famous programming language nowadays. And now if you go to Google and search for top 5 programming language, doesn't matter which article I'm talking about, check the first 10 links, they will mention JavaScript in top 5. Someone might say 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. You will see JavaScript there. Okay, I've not done that research, but I'm quite sure JavaScript is that famous. Why? Is because you can make applications on any platform, right? And most of the websites, in fact, as for Wikipedia, 97% of the websites are using JavaScript for their client side. So you don't have an option, right? So we have a different history. We have some awesome facts. Okay, so in this series, we also talk about some facts. Example, let me give you one fact. If you know JavaScript and if you have been working on JavaScript, so I want to know in the comment section, who owns the trademark for JavaScript? Okay, pause the video, comment your answer. So let me give you the answer. It's Oracle. Okay, so there is a huge history behind JavaScript and it's interesting. So we'll talk about that as well. I hope you are excited for this series. I want to make sure that you learn from start to end, but you have to make sure that you also practice. It's a programming language, right? You can't just look at the video and you will remember everything. You have to practice. Practice makes you perfect. Okay? So every time you watch a video, do it on your machine. I would also suggest that you change the code, do some experiments, and that's how you go. Now in the first video, we have talked about some great things about JavaScript, right? It's one of the best language available. It can be used to make any kind of application. Doesn't matter, is it web application, mobile application, or desktop application. And you can also use this for machine learning. So awesome, right? And you are waiting to write your first code. And so we don't want to wait, right? I don't want to waste your time. We just want to write our first code here. But the problem is, which code to write? And why do we even write a code? See, the ultimate aim here is to automate things. The ultimate aim here is to solve the real world issues with the help of virtual world solutions. You wanted to text someone, so we got a WhatsApp. You wanted to make a video which will be seen by everyone in the world. We got YouTube, right? So you can use software to build solutions. And the first step to do that is to write a code, right? You need to write some lines of code. And we will start with one of the most basic and most important line of code for any programming language. So it doesn't matter which language you start with, JavaScript, Python, Java, C, C++, the first thing you do is you print hello world. Because if that works, most of the code should work. That's the idea behind running hello world. Now the question arises, where you will write this code, where you will run this code. So basically your computer understands only one language, which is binary. Right? So whatever you write has to be converted into binary, and someone will do that. It might be a compiler, it might be an interpreter. So these two words are very famous in the world of programming, where you have a compiler or you have an interpreter. Now some languages are compiled language, some languages are interpreted, of course. Again, we'll talk about those two words in detail later. As of now, remember, whatever you write need to be converted into a machine code. And for that, we need some software. Let's generalize it as a software. In the world of JavaScript, we can call it as JavaScript engine, right? So if your machine has a JavaScript engine, it will convert your JavaScript code into a machine code. So we can use that. Now the question arises, where you will type your code. So we will be using one of the world's best editor. Not exactly, but let's try Notepad. So let's use Notepad here and let's write our code. So what we want to achieve is to print hello world, right? The way you can do that is by simply saying hello world. That's it, right? So we are writing this code. Let me just save that on a desktop itself. I will name this as, you can name anything. I will just say first.js. Now .js is an extension which is used for JavaScript files. As you change your language, in Java we say .java, in C we say .c, in C++ we say .cpp. So every language have their own extensions. In the same way, for JavaScript we have .js. That's it. We have saved this file, right? But then where you will run this? Now that's tricky. And will this work? See, let's start with the second problem. It will not work actually. If you want to print something with the help of engine, you have to instruct it to print, okay? And the way you can do that is by using a thing called as console.log. Now what exactly console.log is and why there are two words, why there's a dot in between, we'll talk about that later, okay? Something we'll see later, okay? That's something you will hear a lot in this series, but that's how the thing works, right? You can't learn each and every word in the first video, so we'll go step by step. And then you have to put that in double quotes. Again, why, we'll discuss that later. Here just want to see the output and we are trying to understand how can you run this. Okay, we'll talk about these things in detail later. So as of now, I have a statement which I want to execute and I want to see the output. So this thing here will print hello world. But again, the problem is, how do you run this? So let me save this. Now in this machine, do I have a JavaScript engine? So maybe in this machine I have used it, but do you have a JavaScript engine in your machine? What if I say yes? What if I say your machine has a JavaScript engine, but then you have not installed it, right? See, if you have a browser, example, Chrome browser, Microsoft Edge, or Opera, doesn't matter which famous browser I'm talking about, most of the browser has an inbuilt JavaScript engine. Okay, there are some browsers which don't have, and nobody uses those browsers. Okay, so we will be using a browser to run this code. So maybe I will not run the entire file, I just want to execute this statement, right? So what we can do is we can open any browser which you like. So let me open Chrome here. Now in Chrome, I don't know if you have observed it. So if you right click and if you go to inspect, you will get multiple developer options. So you can see there are so many options here. This is specifically developers, web designers, they use this a lot for seeing the output, to debug the application, to understand what is happening behind the scenes. So we will be using the same thing. And we will be jumping to console. Can you see that? In the code also we have mentioned console.log. So we are logging. So we are writing here on this console. Let me increase the font size so that you can see what is happening. So every browser by default has an engine, right? So we can simply say what we want to do. We want to say console.log. So it will also give you some hints because it is advanced. Since you are learning this in 2021 or later, we have so many options, we have so many IntelliSense in browsers or in most of these softwares. So it will help you to code. So in this log, I will say, I'm writing the same code, okay, which we have done in the notepad. And then once you write a code, you just have to say enter and you can see we got the output. So what you see on the next line is an output. Okay, what else we can do here? We can also add two numbers. We can say 2 plus 2, enter, we got 4. So basically this is a place where you can write the entire application. So whatever you want to do, you want to do some complex things, you want to do some simple things, everything can be done here. Okay, but that's the thing. Whenever you make application, irrespective is it web front end, is it a mobile application or desktop application, it will not be done with only one line of code, right? So here we're writing one line of code and you're getting the output. It's not that we can't reuse those code. We can reuse the data, we can reuse the statement by copy pasting it, but this is not the best place to write a code. One of the places where JavaScript is getting used a lot is to make a web front end. Okay, so maybe if you have done some other course on JavaScript, you might have seen that you can write a JavaScript code inside HTML, and I hope you know HTML, CSS. That's a prerequisite for this course. Not initially, but later once we start with making web pages, it will be important. As of now, it's okay even if you don't know HTML and CSS. So the important thing is we are writing a code here, right? But this is not the best place to write a code. So what we can do is we can create an HTML file and we can write a code there. But if you remember the first video I have mentioned, I'm not going away where I will be teaching you JavaScript for web pages. It's a good thing, but not my way of learning a programming language, right? So we'll learn this language on a console, writing the JavaScript as it is, without HTML and CSS. So basically, we don't want to run this on the browser because browser needs, so we have a console here, then otherwise we have to use HTML to see the output and those stuff. I don't even want to touch browser basically. So what if I can run this on a console, on a terminal, example command prompt. So I will open command prompt, I want to see the output here. How will you do that? Can you run JavaScript on your machine? See, JavaScript has a different history, right? JavaScript was initially built for web. So, few years back or 10 years back, they were only running JavaScript on browsers. But then something changed, right? We got a new thing where you can run JavaScript on your OS, right? And that is possible with the help of a software called NodeJS. So there's a software. So in this machine, I already have NodeJS. So I will simply type node-version. So let me just check, do I have Node on this machine? And the answer is yes. So using this software, I can run the code. So I will say cd desktop. Now on desktop, I have this file, right? So let me just say dir. Do I have this file? Yes, I have first.js. Let me run this. I will say node and I will say first.js. And if I say enter, Oh, we got hello world. Now we don't have to depend upon one line of code. You have a notepad here. You can write any number of lines and it will work. Okay, and it will execute in sequence and you will see the output. Doesn't matter, is it 1 line output, 10 line output, or even errors, right? So you will see everything here. But the problem is, on your machine, you don't have Node. Also, we don't want to use Notepad. We want to use some advanced editors where you can actually see colors, you can actually understand what is happening. Editor should have option to debug the application and those stuff. And which editor we are going to use? We are going to use one of the best editors of now, which is VS Code. You can use any IDE which you prefer. Maybe you can use Atom, Sublime, those are editors actually. You can also use advanced software like IntelliJ. We will be using VS Code, which works perfectly and it's one of the most famous editors as of now. So we'll use that. Okay, so it's time to get those two softwares. So we need VS Code and we also need Node. So Node is a runtime environment. So basically it's an environment where you can run your code and you also need VS Code where you will type your code, right? So what we will do is first let's download Node here. So we'll say NodeJS download and you can go to the official website where you can get this set up, and it's always better to get it from the official website. Okay, now you can see we have two different versions. We can go for LTS, which is long-term support. We can also go for the current one. Now the only drawback of current one is there might be some bugs and the version which you are using here might not be getting the long-term support. So it's good for development purpose, it's good for your own machine, but if you want to use it for the production, don't use that. So here we will be using this LTS version. So let's download the Windows one because this is a Windows machine. Now if you're using Mac or Linux, based on that you can select your versions. For Windows as well, you can go for 32-bit or 64-bit. Now this is a 64-bit machine, so I'll be going for 64. Now it might take some time to download. So by the time it gets downloaded, we also need one more software, which is the VS Code. So I will search for VS Code and again, official website, let's go there. Now based on your system, it will automatically detect your OS versions. So since we are working on Windows, you can select that. If it is not selecting by default, then you have to choose. But then we know it's Windows, so let's download this stable version. Click on that and you can download this stable one. Okay, so if I go to my downloads, you can see we have both this software downloaded. It's time to install them. And let's start with Node.js. So even before installing Node.js, let me just verify from my command prompt. Do I have Node.js here? So I will say Node version. You can see we don't find anything. So what I will do here is I will go back to my Node and downloads. I will install Node now. So as I mentioned, Node is a runtime environment. So if you don't have it, you can't run JavaScript on your machine. So we'll say next. You don't have a choice, right? You have to accept the agreement. Okay, click on next, install, not difficult step. You just have to say next, next, next. Okay, done. So you can see Node.js got installed. Click on finish. Now how do you verify if it is working? So again, we'll open command prompt and in this we'll type node version, typo there. Node version, and you can see we got the Node version installed. So we are going for Node 14 because it's a LTS version. You can also go for the current one, which should work. Let me just go also install VS Code. So I will double click here. Again, steps are not difficult. You just have to say, I accept the agreement, say next, next, next. Do I want a desktop icon? Yes. Click next, install. It might take some time. Okay, when you open VS Code for the first time, there's not a screen you will see. What you will see here is a welcome page, because earlier also I did that and I removed the welcome page. And then you will get an option of opening a folder. So what we'll be doing here is we'll open our desktop, and on this desktop, let's create a folder and let's name that folder as JavaScript. So we'll put all our Java files here. Okay, so we got a folder. Let's open that folder. So we'll say open folder and we'll navigate to desktop and let's select JS folder, click on select folder. Okay, so you got a folder, right? Now where you will write a code. So on the left hand side, you will see this is a place where you will have all the files. This is a place, a center page where you can type your code. And if you want to see the output, you can arrange that on the right hand side or at the bottom. That's your choice. But since we want to have a bigger vertical space, we can have an output on the right hand side. Okay, but as of now, I just want to create a simple file because I just want to print hello world. The way you can do that is by creating a new file, and we'll name this file as first.js. To do that, you just have to click this file plus button and it will give you a file, and this is where you will write your first code. So we'll say console.log and in bracket you say hello world. That's it. So once you write this code, where do we run this? So basically we'll run this on a terminal. In fact, you can also do that on the command prompt, which we did earlier in the last video. This time what we'll do is we'll click on this terminal and say new terminal. Imagine this as a command prompt, but this is actually a PowerShell. So what we will do here is we'll say node. We'll also check, do we have node available here? Okay, node is available here. So what I will do is I will say node, and you have to mention the file name, which is first.js. So node space your file name, and you will get the output as hello world. Is that simple, right? Let's say you have already learned Java, C, C++, any of the language. You can see an option of run button, right? What if you want to run that with a button here? So VS Code is actually a very awesome IDE which provides you so many things. It's not like a normal notepad where you just try to type a code. It provides you everything. You can write a code, you can run your code, you can debug your code, you can add extensions which will help you in the coding, debugging and all the aspects. So you can see on the left hand side, if you come here, there is option of extensions. So here we'll search for code runner. This will help you to run your code. There are tons of extensions available to make it work. You can just install code runner, click on install and done. Close this and you can see we will get this simple button which is play button here. And let's run this. How do you run this? So go back here and click on run. But this time it will go into output tab, not on the terminal tab. And in the output you can see we got hello world. And every time you make a change now, so let's say I just want to add 2 exclamation mark there, you just have to click on this play button, you will get the output. And you can also get this screen on the right hand side. So we can simply say right click and you can say move panel to right. And now you can have this output on the right hand side so that you will get a bigger space for the code. So in your machine, you will be having VS Code and Node.js. So we need VS Code where you will write a code, where you also want to see the output, and it will be helpful for debug as well. We will be using Node.js to run the code, right? We need some environment. So Node.js has a JavaScript engine using which you can run the code. See, we'll talk more about that JavaScript engine later. As of now, we just want to get started with the code, right? See, we have also done the hello world, but not on VS Code, I guess. So what we will do in this video is we'll start with the first and most important concept in any programming language actually, which is variables. See, first of all, why do we need variables? If you think about this world, if you think about the information world or internet world, everything is about information, right? In fact, we also say this is an information age. So the most important thing in IT or the computers is information. So whatever we do it for the information. You want to get the input, you want to show the output, you want to process data. It's all about data, right? Now the question arises, where you will store data? Of course, with the help of programming, you can process data. But even for processing, first you have to store your data somewhere. And after processing, you will store your data somewhere. So we need to store our data somewhere. And that somewhere is variables. The only tricky point is, when you want to store your data for a temporary purpose, we will be using variables. If you want to store your data for a permanent use, we have different options for it. Currently, we are focusing how do you store your data in a code. So we can do that with the help of variables. So example, let's say I have a data here. So let's say I want to perform some operations before doing that. So we'll add 2 numbers here first. So I also want to print them. So what I will do is I will say console.log. The same thing we done for hello world. Here what we'll do is we'll say 2 plus 2. Now, of course, if you run this code, you will get the output, right? So let's save this file as well. So we are doing in the same file which we started, which is first.js, which is available on desktop. Okay, so let me just run this. Of course, you have 2 options of running this. We can write a node command, or we have installed this extension called code runner. Let's use that. So when you click on run, you can see we got the output as 4. Okay, this looks cool, right? But then I want to store this data somewhere so that I can use it. Example, where I want to use it. Again, I will do a calculation here. And here I want to add 2 numbers. One is a new value. Of course, let's say I want to add 3, but I want to add this 3 with the previous operation. Maybe you have a choice. Let's say the previous operation is 2 plus 2, and then you will say 3. But don't you think you are doing the same thing again? Example, when you run this code, Of course, you will get 4, you will get 7, 4 because of the first operation, 7 because of the second operation. But don't you think we are doing it again? So basically, if this takes some time, even this will take some time. So what if you do this addition and you store it somewhere? So let's do that. What I will do here is, before console.log, I want to achieve this operation. I also want to store it somewhere. Now where to store it? So we have a concept of variables, and variables has a name. So let's use a variable name. I will store this number in num. So let's say num equal to 2 plus 2. So whatever you add here, which is 2 plus 2, will be stored on this variable or inside this variable. So this looks cool, right? And then I can just use, instead of printing 2 plus 2, I can print num here. So imagine this num as a box, and inside that box you have a value now which is 4. So this is an expression which will evaluate, and the value which is 4 will be stored inside num. And then when you print num, it will print the value of that box. So box is num, and what you get out is the value which is 4. Okay, so now we can use the same 4 here, right? But before that, let me just run this to check if everything is running. So whenever you do small changes, make sure you run it to check what is happening. So let's run this code. Okay, at least we have not got the error. We got the same output because we have not changed the operation yet. The only change is this time you are fetching the value from a variable. So the first 4 which you got here is coming from this num. Okay, now I can actually reuse, and that's the power, right? So once you have a data in the variable, you can use the same data multiple times. We are doing it here, we are doing it here, and you can use it again. Not just for printing the value, you can also use it for addition, which we are doing here. You can do all the operations. The data will be there. Okay, how long the data will be there? Is it the right way of creating a variable? I will talk about that as well. But as of now, it's running, right? See, the most important thing is when you learn things for the first time. So first let's understand what it is, and then we'll see how we can use it, and then we'll understand what is happening behind the scene. This is not a time to understand what is happening behind the scene, right? So let's go with the flow. We have a variable, imagine a box, you have a value, you're printing it here, and you're adding it here. But is it the right way of creating a variable? See, if you want to create a variable, in JavaScript, you have an option of just by saying a variable name, you can use it. By chance, if you're coming from other language, let's say C, C++, Java, or any language which needs you to declare variables. That's right. In some languages, we have to declare them first. Here, we're not doing that. We are simply saying num. But this is not a right way of defining a variable. It is allowed here, but then with every new version, you get new features, right? So this was an old feature. So if you want to get a variable, say let. So it's a let num equal to whatever value you want to assign. So basically, this let is a keyword using which you can create a variable. There's other option as well, but we'll see that later. So we have let and then variable name, value assignment. And you don't have to always create an operation or create an expression to assign the value. You can also directly assign the value if you want. So you can directly say if you have a value with you, you can directly assign. Okay, so this makes sense, right? You can actually assign a number. So this here is a number, right? What if you want to store something else? Maybe you want to store a name. So what I will do here is, let me just remove this part and let me just go with a name here. So I will say let. So every time you create a variable, you have to say let. I will say let, and here I will say name is equal to. Okay, now the problem is name is an inbuilt keyword. So let's use something else. Let's say user. And this is important. Make sure that you always name your variable properly. Maybe you can also use A, B, C. For a smaller code, it works, but then the moment you have lengthy code, it will be difficult to guess what you're trying to do. So don't use A, B, C, something like that. Always use proper names. Maybe you can also say username, right? So let's say in this username, I want to store my name. So the way you can do that is by saying, you can mention a name here. So my name is Naveen, so I will simply say let username is equal to Naveen. And let's try to print this. I will come back here. I will say console.log and I will say username. What do you think? Will it work? It should, right? I mean, so everything is working as of now. So let's run this code and let's see what happens. And the moment you run this code, oh, this is your first error. Congratulations. This is something, if you're doing programming for the first time, this is something you'll be doing in your lifetime, right? So as a programmer, you write code and you face errors. Okay, I don't want to scare you here, but we have a variable username and then we are trying to assign a name and we got an error. See what this error says. It says Naveen is not defined. That's where I am defined here. See, the problem is, if you remember, we have talked about this. Whenever you write a code, that code has to be converted into a machine code because your computer understands only one language, which is machine language. So your engine, which we are talking about, will try to convert this code into machine code, right? So it will start in this way. So it will say, okay, let is what? It's a keyword, right? So it knows what that let means. Num, okay, it knows. Whenever you have a let keyword, after that, when you have num, it's a variable name. So JavaScript knows about these things. Equal to is inbuilt. 4 is a number, right? So of course we have finite numbers. Then we have console, again, this is inbuilt. Log is inbuilt. So everything which you can see on the screen. So even this let is known to the JavaScript. This username is a variable name, so it will accept it. The moment you say Naveen, it got confused. It is confused. Is it a variable name? Is it something which a user has defined? There are so many things which is defined by the JavaScript, and there are so many things which you can define. Example, num is my creation. Username is my creation. What about console log? It is already defined inside your JavaScript engine. The moment you assign Naveen, it got confused. Is it a variable name? So we have to say, hey, don't treat this as a variable name. Treat it as a string. Something which I want to assign. Example 4 is well defined, right? We have a finite number, but strings, it can be anything, right? It can be a lengthy name. Example, my full name, Tadipalli Naveen Kumar Bapreddy. Okay, I will not repeat that, but it can be anything. So when you want to assign a string, always use double quotes. So text string, it should be inside a double quote. Now you have an option, you can use double quote or you can use single quote, okay? It's your choice. JavaScript says you can use both, and that's why JavaScript is a flexible language in that case. But yeah, if you are using a double quote at the start, don't use single quote at the end. Okay, so either use single quote or double quote on both the side. And now it should run because I'm expecting it should be giving an output now. So if I scroll down, you can see it worked. We got 4 and we got Naveen. So that's how you store a string or a text. Use single quote or double quote. Now, why we have two options? Example, let's say I want to store Naveen's phone or Naveen's account. So in that case, I will say, so let's say I will not put any single quote or double quote as of now. Let's just write. I will say Naveen's phone or Naveen's account. So I want this to be treated as a text or a string, right? So what do you think? What should I do? Should I use single quote or double quote here? See, the problem is if I use single quote, we already have single quote inside a text, okay? So if I put single quote, there will be a confusion. This single quote means opening a string. This single quote was supposed to be printed as it is, Naveen's phone, right? Or Naveen's account. I don't want this to be treated as the string context or string thing. So what we can do is in this case, we can use double quotes because I just want to avoid that confusion. So we can use double quote. When do you use single quote now? Let's say you have double quote inside your text. We will be using single quote. Or in general, whenever you get a chance, use single quote. It makes much more sense. Okay, and there's one more thing. If you work with different languages, example C, C++, Java, they have double quotes. So if you know multiple languages, you might have a tendency to write double quotes, and that is completely fine. Okay, so now we know how to work with two different types. We have used numbers, we have used a string. Now likewise, we have multiple type of data. Of course, we'll talk about that in the next video, or different type of data. But we can create any variable and we can assign any type of values there. Now, why they are called as variables is because we can change the value, right? So when you talk about variables, what's something you can imagine? Variable means it can change. In the same way, if you have a num here, we can change the value of it. So let's say I don't want num to be 4 anymore, I want it to be 9. We can do that. So let's say I will print console. So let me print num and let's see what the output is. So if you run this code, you can see we got 4 because of the first line or the first console. Then we got 9 because of this string or this thing. And then we got Naveen because of the last code here. But the question arises, why we are not using let second time? It's because this time when you use num for the first time, you are defining or you're declaring num, you're declaring a variable. Second time, you're just using it. So you don't have to declare variable multiple times. If you do that, it will give you some bad words. So I will say let num equal to 9, and if you run this code, okay, and that's bad words. So you can say it says identifier num has already been declared, and this is very important. Okay, if you're starting your programming journey, you will be facing a lot of errors, as I mentioned before. That should be a part of your life. Write a code, get errors, solve them, which is very important. And the first step to solve an error is to read the error properly. I have seen people, okay, so in fact, when I started coding, I used to write a code, I used to get errors, and the moment you get errors, you directly jump to the code, see what is happening. Don't jump towards code, jump to the error message and see what's going wrong. So when you read the error, it will specifically mention identifier num has already been declared. Okay, so that means you're declaring multiple times, and that's what we're doing here. Very important. Now let's talk about how can you name your variable. As I mentioned before, your name should be logical. Okay, don't use A, B, and C. I might be using it somewhere because I'm just teaching you, but then when you write up code for a project or for assignment, never use a variable name which is not defining itself. Example, when I say num, it means something. When I say username, it means something. Okay, but then are there any rules? Example, I can still use A, right? But are there any rules that this is how your variable name should be? Let's say this is username. What if I put a dot here? Not allowed. You can see we got an error there. In fact, not just here, if I run this code, it will give you error. The error says unexpected token. So dot is not allowed here. It has a special meaning, which we'll talk about that later. So dot is not allowed. What about round bracket? Not allowed. So what is allowed? A variable name can have characters, which is there, numbers as well. Example, I will say username 1. We can do that. Okay, numbers are allowed. And you can put numbers anywhere, not the first value. The first letter should not be a number. Okay, that will not work. In fact, you can also use some special symbol. One of them is underscore. Okay, this is something you can do, and there's one more. You can also use dollar symbol. So you can use dollar symbol and underscore. Those are the only special symbols allowed. Other than that, you cannot use any other special symbol for the variable name. And numbers are allowed, but not as a first character. There are certain standards you can follow to name your variable. So whenever you have variable which has two words, example, if you look at this username here, you can see there are two words, right? User and name. And what happens is, the moment you start reading something, when you read a code, it should be readable, right? Now, if you have these two words, there are two ways you can differentiate between these two words. Because in English, we use spaces, right? And spaces are not allowed here. So either you can use underscore. This is called a snake casing rule. So you can use cases with the help of underscore. Otherwise, you can use camel casing rule. So you can say username, where the second word first letter is capital. Okay, so it makes your code more readable, and that's very important. Okay, so in this series, we'll not just talk about how to do something, we'll also see how do you write clean code, what are the best practices, and those things are important. So that's how you create a variable. So just to reiterate, what is camel casing is whenever you declare variable name and when you have multiple words in one name, doesn't matter is it for variable or something which we'll see later, you will be converting all the new words first letter with capital case. So in the earlier video, we have talked about variables, right? And then we wanted to look at data types, but there's something important we have to look, and that is constants. See, what I will do in this code is we have a variable, right? Now we know how to get a variable. And the idea behind a variable is to store your data. It can be in a format of numbers, text, or anything you want to store. And then the important thing is the value of a variable can change. And that's why we say it's a variable, right? So what I will do is I will just change this code for, let's say, finding an area of a circle, right? So let's say we have radius as our first variable. Of course, radius will have, let's say the value of radius is 5. I want one more variable. What's the area of a circle formula? It's pi r square, right? We also need pi. So I will go for a short of pi number, which is 3.14. And then I also want to create a variable which is area. Now, as of now, I'm not saving in any value inside the area, okay? We will see that later. Radius has a value which is 5. Pi has a value which is 3.4. Area is empty as of now. So basically, we will be finding the area of a circle. So for that, we'll say area is equal to, and you tell me the formula. It's pi, okay, that's simple. Then you have to multiply this with radius squared. How do you find a square of a number here? Maybe you can, if you do a multiplication among themselves, that's a square, right? Okay, so pi r squared. Will this work? Let's try. So I will just go back, and this is the magic of programming, right? You can save data, you can perform operations, and you can print it. So I will say console.log and we'll print area. That's it, simple stuff, right? Let me just run this code here itself. So I will say run. Oh, we got an error. R is not defined. Oh, my bad, my bad. This is what happens when you're more focused on the output. So the variable name is actually radius, my bad. Sometimes it's good to get errors right. So let me just run this code now, and yes, we got the output. So you can see we got 78.5. See, we are not actually concerned about the output, right? We are concerned about the code here. The output is right, you can verify that on your calculator. But what's important is we are trying to find the area of a circle. Now this radius might change in future. Example, let's say initial value of radius was 5. And before doing the calculation, I thought, hey, I just want to increase the radius size to 6. Can we do this? Of course, right? That's the idea behind variable. We can change the value of a variable. True. How about pi value? What if before the operation I thought, hey, the pi value should be 3.22? Will this work? And if I run this code, there is no error. At least your computer is not giving you any error because of that 3.22. But the thing is, the value of pi never changes. It's a constant, right? The value of pi is a constant. That means if you try to change this, it should not allow it. So in your code, when you know that something is constant which will not change, instead of using let, we will be using const. And we are saying, hey, the value of pi is constant. No one can change it. So if you run this code, you can see we got the same output, right? We are not changing pi anywhere. But yeah, if you're thinking it will automatically give the value of 3.14, no, that's not the case. Once you initialize the value, then you cannot change it. And now if I go back and if I try to change the value of pi to 5, and if I try to run this code, it will give you bad words. It will say assigning to a constant variable. And this is important when you want to debug. As I mentioned before, always look for the errors and read them. So it says there's an error on line number 7. Okay, so you can see there's also a line number here, which is 7. It mentions what's the problem and then the text as well. As a beginner in programming, this is something you have to observe, you have to learn how to read errors. And after some time, after a few videos, we'll also see how do you solve errors if you don't know how to solve them. We will use Google and we will go to Stack Overflow, one of the best websites available to solve bugs. Okay, so that's how you create a constant. You mention a const keyword. And sometimes you refer it as a constant variable. It's an oxymoron because we have two opposite words. So yeah, but we do that. So this is a variable, a normal variable. This is a constant variable. In short, we say constant. So we have talked about variables, we have talked about constants. So in the earlier videos, we have talked about how to write a JavaScript code. We have seen how to write variables, how to work with constants. It's time to understand one of the most important concepts in a language, which is data types. Now, why it is important? As I mentioned before, the most important thing in any software is data, right? Because most of the application we build it for the data, to store it, to process it, to make something meaningful out of it. Maybe if you want to create a graph, if you want to make a game as well, it's all about data, right? Now, when you're talking about data, it's also important to understand the type of it. Now, what I mean by type, if you remember in the earlier videos, we have talked about we can add two numbers, right? And then we can do those things, we can add them, we can find something specific about the data based on their type. Example, let me take a variable here and we'll name that variable as data. And let's say the value of data is 8, okay? Now, this is a variable, right? We know about it. And this is our value. Now, this value will have a type. Now, if you are coming from other language where you define variables and you also mention the type of it. Here in this case, we assign the type to a value. Now, this value here is of type number, right? Okay, so that means we can have a number type. What about, let's say I want to store my name here. So in this case, I can say let user equal to, I can even have my name here. Now this thing is a string. So let's say if you talk about text, we can call it as string type. So this is what we call as types. So this data here represents a type. Now in JavaScript, basically you can divide this type into two categories. So you can divide data types into two parts. First is primitive and second is object. We will not be talking about everything in this video. There is something which we'll see later, of course, because we have not seen the advanced part yet. And if I talk about those things now, you might get confused. So we'll go step by step. So basically, the type is divided into two parts. One is primitive and one is object. So in primitive, we have number, string, boolean, null, undefined, and symbol. Now symbol is something which came recently, so we'll not be talking about much about that in this video. We'll talk about the numbers, we'll talk about string, boolean, null and undefined. Now whatever is not primitive, so example, if you have a value which is not a number, which is not a string, which is not a null or undefined, it's an object. Okay, so it's a very complex topic to understand the object part. Complex at this point. Once you go ahead, once you understand the basics, it's very easy, trust me. You know, I always follow this line said by someone very famous, I don't recall, but the statement is, nothing is difficult, it's just unfamiliar. So you just have to get familiar with the language and it's very easy. Okay, so let's start with numbers. Now numbers are numbers, right? So whenever you have a number, let's say 8, 5, 15, any big number doesn't matter, it's a number. So in this case, I will go for a bigger number now. So I will say num1 equal to a very big number. Let's say this is a very big number. Now with this big number, you can perform any operation. And that's the logic behind numbers, right? We calculate, we perform operations. Maybe you want to multiply, subtract, you want to find the percentage. Whatever operation you want to achieve, you can achieve that with the help of a number type. So what operation I'm talking about? So I will simply say num1 into, so whatever variable you have, I can perform operation. Let's say I want to multiply that number with 25. Now the only problem is, how do you verify if this is correct? Okay, let's try this. Let's see what happens. So I will go to my terminal and here I will say, first of all, I will say cls so that I will get empty. And I will run this. So I will say node first.js, and when you say enter, you can see we got the output. The only problem is difficult to verify, but then it says 25 into 25, it's 125 at the end. We can trust that number. So you can use calculator as well, but this works. But then how long this number can be? There should be a range, right? Now on this screen, this is a range with a number. You can have any big number of this range, right? And mind you, it's a power of 10. So this is a length you can work with. But the only problem is if you have a bigger number, a very big number, it might have some inconsistency with the numbers. So the safe integer range or safe number range is this. If you have your number between these numbers, then you will not be having any issues of data consistency or number consistencies. But then you will be thinking, hey, what about if you have a number bigger than that? In that case, we have a very special subtype of number which is called big int. Big int was not there in JavaScript from earlier stage, it came later. And that's why in most of the project you still work with normal numbers. But yeah, we'll talk about big int as well. Okay, so you got this number, right? And we are able to work with it. But what if you have a decimal point here? So what if I say a big number .8, will this work? Now this type of numbers in number system is called floating point representation. So when you have a decimal number, we say floating point. So let's say 7.8 just to make it simple. And if I go back here, and if I run this code, you can see we got 7.8. Now, is it a normal number? Yes. So this is a number. So by default, all the numbers are represented in floating point. So even if you say 7, it's 7.0, you can imagine. So 7.8 also works. There's one more operator which we're going to talk about. So what if you want to know the type of value? So example, when I said this is a number, this is a string. What if I want to know the type in the output? So there is a special operator called type of. So let's use type of here. So we'll say type of, it's an operator and you just have to pass a number. So mention the operator name and the variable name. So type of, the variable name num1, and let's see what happens. So if you run this code, you can see it says number. The same thing you can do with user. Now if you look at user here, it's a string, right? And now, I hope I have saved it. So if you run this code now, you can see we got string. Same thing can be done with any other type which you have. Even floating point representation is a number. Now in this number, you can also store some other type of data. I'm not sure if you know about this. There are different base number system. We have base 10. So whatever number we use is a base 10 number system. We can also go for binary. We can go for octal number system, or we can even go for hexadecimal. So let me show you hexadecimal, how that works. So let's say I have number. Now where can you find hexadecimal? So if you have done work on HTML, CSS, we specify the color code, right? And we specify that with the help of hexadecimal. FFFF, or maybe 0000 or 0AOF. So we do that, right? Example here, I want to represent the number with the help of hexadecimal. The way you can represent that is by specifying 0 first. So say 0 and say X. Now whatever you mention after this will be a hexadecimal number. Example, I want to say F. So F is actually 15, the last number in hexadecimal. And let me just print the number as it is. So I will print num1 and let's see what the output you are getting. So we got 15. This is working. What if you say FF? Now this is 255. So you can see the calculation. So this is 255. In fact, there's one more thing with the number system. You can actually represent floating point with the help of e exponential. Example, when I say 1.5 e, let's say 12. Now this is actually exponential. You can also represent this and you can print and you can say we got the value. So this is the exponential. So it is 1.5 into 10 raised to 12. And there's the output you got. Simple. We can actually have one more fun here. You know, I have this problem. I don't know if you have this issue. So whenever I type amount, so let's say if I want to transfer 1,000 rupees. So 1,000 is easy because we have only 3 zeros. What if you want to transfer 1 lakh rupees? In that case, you mention 5 zeros, right? And you verify it 10 times. Do I exactly have 5 zeros, or what if you have a very big number? So let's say you have 7 zeros or 8 zeros. I'm not even sure how many zeros we have on the screen now. So do one thing, pause the video and comment how many zeros you can see. I don't think only I have that issue, and that's why we got a new feature. Not a new feature, but you can put underscores in between numbers so that you can differentiate it and easy to read, right? So now it says 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, 7. There are 7 numbers, 7 zeros there. Only underscore, yes. You can't use comma there, okay? The way you do it in real world, you can't use comma because comma has a special meaning in JavaScript. Okay, this is working. The other thing you can also do is you can work with infinity, right? It's a type of number again. See, number is actually a very big topic, so we are focusing more on that. So let's say 5 divided by, and we all know whenever you divide a number by 0, what you get is infinity. But do you really get infinity, or do you get some weird answer in JavaScript? Let's see. So if you run this code, we literally got a type which is infinity. So infinity is a type of number. You can use a subtype. Okay. What do you think if I divide a negative number by 0? What do you think what will happen? So basically we have a range of positive infinity and negative infinity. So you can see if you divide negative number by 0, it will give you negative infinity. I mean, not just this. You actually have a maximum value in the number system, right? So I can say number. So we have a special interface called number. We'll talk about that in detail later, what this number means. But imagine this represents a number. So when you say number dot max value, so this is a maximum value you have, which you can use. And let's print this and let's see what happens. So when you run this code, this is a big number. Remember, this is something we have seen earlier, bigger range. Now, if you have a bigger number and if you say plus 10, let's see what happens. Plus 10 should work, I guess. Let's say multiply by 10. So the maximum value multiply by 10, and if you run this code, you can see we got infinity. So whenever you go beyond a maximum value, you get infinity. Same thing can be done for the negative infinity if you want to go with. Maybe you can try min value and divide by 10, so that should work. Okay, enough of fun with numbers. There is one last. What if you have a very big number you want to represent? Example here, I have a very big number. I'm not sure if this is a really big number, which will not be supported by JavaScript. I don't even know how many 5 zeros I'm typing there. I just want to print 1. And sometimes you learn by doing stuff, right? So let's do it. Let's try. And oh, it's working. So it does support this big number. Anyway, so you can try bigger numbers here. What's important is if you have a bigger integer and if you don't want to lose any precision. Example, I guess I'm losing precision here. If I say 1 at the end, I run. Can you see that we are actually losing data? It says a number and then 10 raised to 24. We don't want that. What we want is we want 1 as well. So you can also represent this number with the help of big int. So just give a n at the end and this will represent it as it is. So this is big int, a special type where you can have a bigger number. So just say n at the end. The only caveat here is if you add this number by any other number, let's say 2, what do you think? What will happen? This will give you an error. Why is because it says, okay, as I mentioned before, it's very important to understand the errors, right? So it says cannot mix big int and other types. Oh, this is big integer, now 1, and this is a normal number. So in this case, if you want to perform the operation, you can simply say 2n. Again, we'll talk about how do you convert this. Maybe you can convert this 2 into a big integer, or maybe you can convert this number into normal number. So there's the option of type conversion. We will talk about that in a separate video. Okay, as of now, this is working. So you can see we got 53 at the end. So that's how you can work with big int. Okay, this is working properly. Now, I know there are some curious minds. They want to know what is happening behind the scene, how everything is working behind the scene. We'll talk about that in a separate video. As I mentioned before, we are here to learn JavaScript from start to end. So somewhere in between, once you know the basics, we'll go with the advanced part where we'll know how things are happening behind the scene. Very important, right? So basically we have talked about the data type. So we have two categories. We have primitive and we have object, out of which in primitive we have talked only about numbers. Now in the earlier video we have talked about data types, right? And then the entire video we have spent on numbers. This time let's go with the other primitive types. So let's talk about string first. Now what is string? So whenever you want to store a text, we will use string, right? Example, if you want to store your name. So what I will do here is I will say let, and I just want to store a message. Now let's say what message? Maybe I will go with my name. So I will say Navin Reddy, that's it. I know that's not a message, but or maybe you can go with a username. That should work. And then at the end here, I will print the user. Now this is called a string, this part. Okay, so you are storing a data in a variable. So the type of the data here is a string. Or you can say string literal because you're literally representing a string there. I will just go back here and run. So you can see we got Navin Reddy as it is. Now, of course, you can perform some operations on it. Maybe you can get the value, you can get one character. But again, we'll talk about those in a separate video. How can you fetch one character of a string? Let's say I want to fetch this V. Is it possible? So we'll see that later. As of now, this is how you represent a string. But can we mix two strings? Maybe let's say I have a last name and a first name. So let's say I will say first name is equal to Naveen. And let's say my last name here is Reddy. Now in this case, I can simply create a user by mixing these two words. Let's try. So I will say first name. Oh, how do I merge my two names? Maybe I can use first name, last name. That's how you do in real world, right? You give a space. But since we want to merge them, we want to concatenate these two strings, I can use a plus operator. I know, you might be thinking, hey, plus is used for addition, right? That's the issue here. The plus operator is actually very smart. It checks what is surrounding it. Is it numbers or is it string? If it is string, I will concatenate them. If they are numbers, I will add them. Smart, right? So I will just go back here and let's see what happens. And if I run this code, oh, we got the output. Okay, but the only problem is we don't have a space in between. Okay, this is something we can solve this issue with the help of a plus sign. So what we can do is we can have two plus. So we can have first name, concatenate with a space, then concatenate with a last name. And now let's try this. So we got Navin Reddy with a space in between. So we'll perform some more operation on string later. As of now, we just want to understand how string works, right? In fact, here, I just want one more thing. We can actually perform some operations. So let me just go back to the earlier username. So here we can use some escape characters. Now, why do we need them? So let's say I also want to add a Telusko at the end. Okay, so Navin Reddy, Telusko. Now I want to have Telusko in double quotes. So can we do that? I guess we have discussed that before. If you want to use double quotes in your text, because I want double quotes in the output as well. In this case, you can use a single quote at the start. So you can use a single quote here, and at the end as well, you can use a single quote. So that double quotes will have an impact in the output. Let's try, and you can see we got Navin Reddy, Telusko. Okay, but the problem is, what if I have double quotes here at the start? Because maybe I also have a single quote in between. So in that case, you can't use any of it, right? So if you want to use double quotes, and even if you have double quotes at the start and the end, you can actually cancel the special meaning of these double quotes. Because see, double quotes, single quotes, they have a special meaning. We can cancel that with the help of a slash. So just give a backslash and done. So whichever double quote you want as an output, just say backslash and it should work. Let's try. So yeah, it is working. So you just have to say backslash and it will cancel the special meaning of it. Now this is called a escape character. Now this is not the only one we have so many characters available. Example, let's say I want to print Reddy on a new line. So I want to print Naveen and then I want to print Reddy on the new line. So let me just remove this Telusko for time being, but that job is done. So I can simply say /n. Now /n has a special meaning which is of new line. So if I run this code, you can see we got new line. We can also use /t for a tab. So let's say I want to give a tab after NA. So NA, tab and then win. So in this case I can say /t which is for tab, and you can see we got NA, then space, then win. What if you want to have a vertical thing? So I will say /v which will give you a vertical tab. So on a new line basically. Let's try. Oh, it's not working here. Is it saved? This is not working. Let me just try with some other character here. Okay, so this thing is not working on Windows terminal. So try this on your machine. This is actually a vertical tab. I'm not sure why it is not giving us a vertical tab. So let me just use that here. It's still not working. So try this on your machine if you are using Mac or Linux. It does behave properly, I'm not sure. Maybe it's a PowerShell issue. So try that with your bash shell or command shell or your terminal. Then we also have, let's say I type extra D here. You can give a /b to delete that extra character. So let me run this code and you can see we got only one D. Okay, because it will give a backspace when you say /b. Okay, this is how string works. The next thing we can look at is Boolean. Now Boolean is either true or false. Example, your computer can make proper decisions because of true and false, right? So let's say we have a Boolean type, let's say bool equal to. So let's say I want to perform some operation here. I just want to check if 5 is greater than 6. Is it true? Of course not. This is false, right? So how do we get the output? What we can do is we can print bool and let's say enter, and you can say we got false. You can also try with less than symbol and you can say we got true. So this is how you perform the condition, and it will only result in either true or false. That's a Boolean values. In fact, you can also check the type of it. So you can say type of bool and it should print Boolean. That's right, we got Boolean type, right? So we have seen numbers, we have seen string, and we have seen Boolean. Again, we'll talk more about how do we compare stuff, how do you perform operations. Maybe you want to do some other operations, maybe you want to compare two numbers, two strings. We'll say that later. Or maybe a string and a number. Okay, as of now, we just want to focus on true or false. So apart from this, we have null and undefined, right? Now, by chance, if you're coming from some other programming language, let's say Java, C, C++, we have a concept of null there, right? Which simply means it does not exist, right? Example, let's say if I have a name here, or maybe a user, and if I say user equal to null, you can see it's a keyword basically. So null is a type. So basically, you know, when you talk about null, it represents something called empty or does not exist. But if you print user, see logically it should print null, right? And it is printing null. We don't have any value there. But if you print the type of it, we got object, and that's weird, okay? You can call it as a bug or a feature which no one wants to remove, but yeah, we got null. So if you want to convey that we don't have the object or we don't have a value, you can say null. But then to do that, especially in JavaScript, we have something called undefined. Example, if I don't define here, so if I say let user and let me only print user here, so what it will do is it will print undefined. And this makes much more sense, right? The variable is not defined. And the amazing part is the type is also, so if you print the type of undefined, it is undefined. So this makes much more sense to use. That depends which one you want to go for. Mostly we will be using undefined, but yeah, if you have an object and if you say don't use this object anymore, or clean this object, you can use null there. But the only thing is null represents an object. It says it is not an object, it doesn't represent an object, but it's an object. Okay, so once we start with comparing, we'll understand true difference between null and undefined. But as of now, we got this. There's one more thing I forgot to mention about numbers. What if I have a num here, and let's say 5. I want to say console.log, and I want to perform some operation on 5. So I'll say 5 divided by a string, let's say Naveen. What will happen? So if I run this code, you can see we got NaN, which is not a number. So NaN is not a number. But NaN type itself, for example, if I print type of this operation, so I want to know what this operation returns. If I run this code, we can see you got number. This is actually not a number, but the type is number. This is something which is confusing, but understand this. The output is NaN, which is not a number, but the type is a number. Okay, so there's something you have to remember. Mostly for the interview purpose, but for programming we don't actually focus much on this. It's not a number, you solve that and issue resolved. Now this video is important, but not just that, it's also interesting. And the topic is the history of JavaScript. See, every language, doesn't matter is it C, C++, Java, PHP, Ruby, every language has a history. Some histories are interesting, some are not, but JavaScript has a very interesting history. And the history is important because whatever you do, whenever you work on a new feature, you should know in which version it came and will it work on the browser which you are working with. That's very important, right? So let's talk about the history. Now to understand that, let's go back to 1990. Of course, that's way back, right? That's even before JavaScript was launched. Now in 1990, one thing got famous, which is the internet. Of course, no one was knowing about it. Everyone just heard about the concept like internet, the way you know about blockchain now. You just know the word, right? You don't know the technology. In the same way, internet was new. Not everyone knew about it. And even if you ask someone what is internet, they will be saying, hey, somewhere you're connecting multiple machines or you're sharing information. And that's the idea, right? Internet was all about sharing information. But who will use it? And that's where we thought, hey, you know, we have a lot of companies and they want to share their information. Instead of using templates, the way you use those yellow papers on the public places, you know, you distribute the templates. In the same way, you can share your company information online. and anyone can see it. So if you have a computer, just go to that website and you can see the information. And that's why everyone wanted to have their own website, provided they have enough money, right? So let's say if I'm the company, I want to have my own website, I will ask someone to make a website for me. And that someone will be called as a HTML author. I know that sounds weird, but that's what they used to call them, the HTML authors, because they used to create web pages. They used to design pages with the help of content. And to do that, we just need two things: HTML, CSS, design a page, you're done. And those pages were static pages. Every time someone goes there, they can see a simple page. Yes, there were hyperlinks, you can jump to one page and from the other page. But then it was not interactive. And so in 1993, when they wanted to have a good browser, of course, right, to view a web page, you need a good browser. So we got Mosaic. So Mosaic was one of the best browsers available at that time. So it got famous, right? And everyone wanted to have their own browsers now. So most of the tech companies, they thought, hey, that's a good business. Let's have our own browser. And that's where the founders or the developers of Mosaic thought, hey, why don't we create a company and we'll commercialize this? And then they founded a company called as Netscape. Now Netscape created their own browser called Netscape Navigator. Now it was awesome, right? But since we got Netscape Navigator, there are other companies as well who thought, hey, we got a new company who are able to create their own browser. We are tech giants. Can we have our own browser? I'm talking about Microsoft. So Microsoft thought, hey, we have a lot of money, we have a lot of developers, they can build a browser for us, and that is Internet Explorer. But the problem was, in the case of Netscape, you have to buy Netscape Navigator. There was a time where people used to buy browsers, right? But it was worth, right? When you are able to access the internet, that means you are rich, that means you have money at that time, right? So people were buying Netscape Navigator. The entire business model of Netscape was based on the browser. They were making money because of Netscape Navigator. But Microsoft came into picture and say, hey, you don't have to pay for Internet Explorer. In the Windows OS, they added a component and then you got a free browser, right? And Netscape here thought, hey, we need to do something. We need to do something so that for two reasons. One, they want to stay in the market, and second, they want to give awesome experience to the users. No one wants to see a blank page or a page with just content, no interactivity. And that's why they thought, can we create some components which will be displayed on the page? So they wanted to have that, and they approached Sun Microsystems. Now at that time in 1993 or 4, Java was getting very famous. It was not publicly launched, but then it was getting used in the enterprise, and they thought, can we use this language on the browser? Maybe for the interactivity, let's say someone wants to give some information, if they want to see some animations on the web page, can we do that? Because Java was having applets, can we use applets on the screen? That was the idea. But then it didn't work that way. They wanted to go for Sun Microsystems Java, but they thought, can we create a new language? And that's where they hired Brendan H. Brendan H was a developer who was working on Scheme language. So he knew Scheme. So he thought, can we just build a new language? So Netscape said, hey Brendan, you have to make a new language using which user will be able to interact with the website. Just make a language using which you can make beautiful pages, not just the way they look, but the way they interact. And the deadline given, as soon as possible. Maybe if they might have said today itself they want a new language. But Brendan took 10 days to make a language. Maybe this is the first language which was developed in 10 days, right? So we got a new language in 10 days. And of course, right, whenever you have something that quick, imagine you're building a language, a programming language in 10 days. It will have some bugs. It will have some issues. It will have some awesome features. The only caveat is the language which was developed then is very different from what you're using now. It was a small language with less features. Now you have so many features available, right? But still it has bugs, and the same bugs are still there in the language because the language is backward compatible. So enough about the issues. Let's talk about the language. And the name of the language was Mocha. Awesome name, right? So initially they went with Mocha name, but while launching, they changed the name to LiveScript. So that was a good name. But the only problem is, in the internet market, it was new. Not everyone wanted to have their own website. So can we just market this language as an awesome language? And of course, Netscape wanted to market it in such a way that this language will be used only in the Netscape Navigator. And if you want to access the pages, you have to buy Netscape Navigator. That was a strategy. They renamed the language from LiveScript to JavaScript because Java was famous, right? And then can we use the same name? So maybe they wanted to show it's a cousin of Java. Technically, they have some similarities because Netscape approached Sun for the language. They copied some of the concepts from the C family, right? C, C++, Java. So it has curly brackets. So they thought, hey, that makes sense, right? Let's have a name as JavaScript. So somewhere in 1995, they released their own language called JavaScript in the new browser called Netscape Navigator 2, and everything was good, right? So somewhere Netscape was actually winning the competition, right? Because all the other companies don't have a language. Now in this case, Microsoft says, okay, you got your language. So now that's 1-0, you are winning, but don't worry. What Microsoft did is, in fact, they have a lot of resources, they have people, they have money. So they reverse engineered JavaScript and they created their own language. Okay, now this is a tricky part. First of all, they reverse engineered the language JavaScript. So of course, the new language will be similar to JavaScript. Now the second question was, what should be the name of a new language? They did some research, they worked very hard. They thought about this for 2 minutes and they thought, hey, let's go with a new language called JavaScript. Okay, so that's how we got a new language called JavaScript. So now we have two languages, JavaScript and JavaScript. The thing is, JavaScript only works on Netscape Navigator. JavaScript only works on IE. Now as a developer, when you are making a website, or as a designer, when you are making a website, which one you will choose? So if you are making a website only using JavaScript, it will only work on Netscape Navigator. If you're making a website using JavaScript, it will only work on IE. And that's why, in fact, that was a big diversion. And that's why most of the websites, they were mentioning at the bottom, best viewed in IE or best viewed in Netscape Navigator. So that was a big issue, right? So first of all, they copied the language, they copied the name, plus they made Internet Explorer free. Now, when you get the same feature of a browser, so let's say if I give you two applications, one you have to buy it, one is free, both are same. Of course, you will go for the free version, right? And everyone went for IE for two reasons. It was free and everyone was using Windows. That was the only major OS available, right? So Windows was having the maximum market share. IE was getting a lot of market share. And at this point, Netscape thought, okay, now that's tricky. IE is again winning the competition. Microsoft is winning the competition now. So that's 1-1. Or that's actually 2-1 because Microsoft has market share. It has a free IE. Now in this case, Netscape went to ECMA. Basically, it's a ECMA International, which stands for European Computer Manufacturers Association. So they are responsible to create standards. So basically, we have two languages doing the same thing, and they don't have anything in common. So can we create a standard so that JavaScript will become a standard language which will be used by everyone? And that's what happened. So ECMA used JavaScript. They created a new standard called ECMAScript. Now, ECMAScript is a standard with definitions and the protocols. So whenever you have a new language, it should follow that ECMAScript. The advantage would be, in future, if you are using a language, irrespective of JavaScript or some other language, but if that is following ECMAScript, that means you have something in common. You don't have to write best viewed in IE anymore. So that was the idea. The amazing part is ECMA is not just giving standards to JavaScript. They have multiple technology to give standards to, like C# and C++, CLI, JSON. So the first part of ECMAScript, which is ECMAScript 1, was launched in 1997. So somewhere, everyone thought now JavaScript is a main language, right? It's a primary language. So people were moving towards JavaScript. Everything was going good. But then in 3 years, of course, in 3 years, we got 3 ECMAScript, and somewhere Microsoft thought, that's the future, right? We have to follow ECMAScript. But then they had two mindsets here. First, they don't actually wanted to go for ECMAScript because it's a representation of JavaScript. But then they were not having any choice, right? So there was a confusion here. But in 1999, something happened. In fact, in 2000, something happened. The .com bubble burst. Because at that point, as I mentioned before, everyone wanted to have their own website, right? And then if you have your own website, you need someone to build it. So as a company, if you are responsible to build websites, you will be getting good amount of investors, and the value of your company was high, very high. It was a bubble actually, the way the things are going for Dogecoin, right? So it was a bubble and which got burst in year 2000. The entire tech market was going down. Not all companies, some companies survived, and they are the leaders now, the company who survived the dot-com bubble. The moment you have a dot-com bubble, everyone lost hope from the tech world, at least from the internet world. They thought it's not going anywhere, but internet is still there, websites are still there, but it took some time to come into that picture again. Until that point, in fact in 1999, Netscape was so much in loss, so Netscape got sold, and the company who bought Netscape was AOL. So that was the end of Netscape, but before selling the company, what they did, they took the source code of Netscape Navigator and they made it open source. Any guess? The reincarnation of Netscape Navigator? Firefox. So the Firefox browser which you use now is actually the reincarnation of Netscape Navigator. Now coming back to ECMAScript. What happened after 1999? Because we got ECMAScript 3. What about the next version? So we got 3 versions in 3 years. The next version was on waiting. Because the next version was ECMAScript 4. The problem is in that 2 years or 3 years gap, they thought we can include a lot of new features. Looking at other languages, we have so many features, right? We don't have them in JavaScript. Can we just use those features? This is good, this is good, this is good, and they have their own ideas. But the problem is whenever you have this bunch of concepts coming together, it's difficult to implement those things in one language in the next version. And plus, they were not having enough motivation to do that. So it was getting delayed and delayed and delayed because no one was able to implement the concept properly, and then it was not able to release. So they had those concepts and they kept it aside. And then they launched ECMAScript 3.1, which was having some minor updates, but not anything major. What happened to ECMAScript 4? It was not implemented in JavaScript, but then there was a company called Macromedia. Now Macromedia said, okay, this is our awesome specification. Let's have our own scripting language, which is ActionScript. So Macromedia went with ActionScript, right, which is ECMAScript 4. So things were not going anywhere for JavaScript. It was still called as a client-side language, and it was there, but nothing major was happening. Something happened in 2005. In 2005, we got Ajax. So someone wrote an article, someone wrote a paper by saying, hey, now we can actually change the data in the page itself. So example, in those days, if you want to change the data of a page, you have to go to the next page. So even if you want to do a small change in a page, you have to call the next page. But nowadays we have a concept of single page application, and that is possible with the help of Ajax. So it was very famous, right? So Ajax is something which has given the boost JavaScript needed. So again in 2008, when we got some new features in JavaScript, it was getting used, Ajax was getting famous, jQuery was getting famous. Someone thought, hey, can we use these features? Because see, to run a JavaScript language, you need an engine. Because JavaScript being a interpreted language, that's right, it's an interpreted language. So what is interpreted language means? So whenever you have a source code, doesn't matter which language it is, if it is an interpreted language, the execution will be done line by line. So let's say we have 10 lines of code, it will execute line by line. The only problem is it is slow because at the time of execution, you are passing the lines. On the other hand, when you say compiled languages, the entire code get compiled, right? You find errors, if there's any errors or not. If it is getting successfully compiled, that means there is no syntactical errors. You just have to create a file, and that file will be executed on the machine, which is a bit faster. And JavaScript was slow because it was interpreted. Something happened in 2008. Google came up with their own browser, and every browser have their own engine. Example, in IE, we had a different engine. For Mozilla Firefox, we had a different engine. Chrome says, hey, we will give you a different engine, a V8 engine. What's so amazing about it? The amazing thing is now your JavaScript files will be both compiled and interpreted. And that's amazing, right? It introduced something called just-in-time compiler. And that was amazing. So now since it is fast, can we use JavaScript on a machine? So now it's an easy language and it is fast. So they wanted to write JavaScript application which will run directly on the OS. And that's where we got a new environment called NodeJS. So what's a NodeJS? NodeJS is an engine, or it's an environment which has a JavaScript engine. So basically using NodeJS, you can build application not just as a browser front end, but the backend application, the desktop application, anything which you want. And that's where JavaScript got the boost which you can see now. And in the same year, you got ECMAScript 5. So in 2009, we got ECMAScript 5. Can you see that? The gap of 10 years. In 1999, we got ECMAScript 3. 4 was scrapped. So we got 5 in 2009. That's amazing. And you can imagine how many features we got. And someone called it as a modern JavaScript because it has so many features, amazing features. And then it was getting famous. You can write applications on the desktop, you can write applications for the websites, for the backend servers, everything with the help of NodeJS. And then they thought, okay, now we got some new features. In 2015, we got ECMAScript 6. Now that's a new benchmark. So every time you have amazing features, you say that's a new benchmark, right? ECMAScript 5 was a benchmark. ECMAScript 6 was our next benchmark. Now, after that, in 2015 as well, we got so many new ECMAScript versions, but still we talk about ECMAScript 6 because it introduced new concepts which is getting used by everyone. Now, the current version of ECMAScript is ECMAScript 12. Now, can you imagine that in 6 years, we got 6 new versions? It's because after ES7, they decided to go for yearly versions. So every year you will get new version. So we got ES7 in 2016, we got ES8 in 2017. Now instead of calling as ES7 or ES8, they changed their nomenclature. So they said, okay, enough of ES5, ES6, let's go for the year number now, because the updates will be coming every year. So officially we can call it as ES 2015, ES 2016, ES 2017. So the current version is not ES12, we will not call that. We'll say it is 2021, right? So it is coming in June, I guess. So that's the latest version which you can use. Now the question arises, if you want to learn JavaScript, which version you will be using? You will be using 6 or 10 or 11 or 12. That depends upon the browser compatibility. The moment you use new features, it will not work on the old browser. So the language is backward compatible. That means you can still use old features, but it's not forward compatible. So you can't use new features in the old browsers. And that's why we need transcompiling, where you need certain libraries which will help you to do that. Now what happened to JScript? What happened to ActionScript? Everything got scrapped. So no one is using JScript now, no one using ActionScript. The only language is JavaScript. So what happened to Macromedia? Adobe acquired Macromedia. What happened to Sun Microsystems? Oracle acquired Sun Microsystems. Who owns the trademark of JavaScript? It's Oracle. Why? It's because, remember, Sun was involved when they wanted to have a language, JavaScript. So the trademark was registered by Sun, Oracle bought Sun, so now trademark belongs to Oracle. You can still use it. They're not claiming any trademark there, but it's worth mentioning. Now in this video, we'll talk about type conversion and type coercion. Now why do we have two different words? Let's understand that. Now first of all, it doesn't matter which language you work with. You have something in common, right? You actually work with data. But sometimes you want to convert your data in specific format. Example, we have talked about data types, right? We have numbers, string, boolean, and there might be an option or there might be a requirement where you have to convert your data from number to string, or from string to number, or from number to boolean. How do we do that? Now let me create a variable here. So I will say num. This time I'm using a dark theme, basically a high contrast. So let me know your feedback in the comment section. So finally we are on the dark theme. Yeah, let me create a number here, right? So this is a number. Now we have seen how do you print the type of data. Of course, when you want to print the data as it is, we can simply print num, right? Now this will print data. Example, if I run this code, you got 6. But what if you want to print a type of it? In that case, you can use a very special operator which we have seen earlier, which is type of, and you can print the type of num. So basically we are printing two things here. We are printing num and we are printing type of num. And let's see what happens. And you can see we got 6 and we got number. That means the type of this num is number. This is working, right? But what if I want to store this num in a different format? I want this to be in string format. Can we do this? Now you will think, hey, why do we do that? So example, let's say if you want to store a pin code or a zip code of area, which is the best format? Should you store the zip code in number or in a string format? See, whenever you don't want to perform any operation, it's better to store that in a string format. Example, telephone number, zip code, or whatever big number you have. When you want to perform calculation, that's where number makes sense, right? So here, I want to store this 6 in a string format. In that case, you have to convert that, right? You have to perform some operation. So we have a specific thing called a string. So we'll pass string here. When you pass this number 6 inside a string, it will give you a string format. So this number is getting stored in a string format now. Will it work? Let's try. So let me just run this code once again, and you can see we got 6. No change in data. Of course, you have not got SIX. What you got is number 6, and you got a string. Okay, so this is working, right? And you can also do reverse. If you have a number in a string format, let's say 1, 2, 3. So now if you run this code, of course, the data is in string format. 1, 2, 3 is in string format. And if you want to perform operation, you have to convert that into number. In order to do that, we can simply say number, and you can give a bracket, and this will work, right? So if you run this code, you got number. The same thing you can do with Boolean. Okay, so you can convert a number with Boolean, but that's a different thing. We'll do that later. The interesting thing is, this is type conversion, right? You are able to convert a number in different format. This is explicit conversion because basically you as a developer, you are trying to convert a data from one format to other format. It's working, right? But then JavaScript went ahead. JavaScript says, hey, you have type conversions, that's great. Let me give you something called type coercion. Now what it means. So let's say I have a number here. I will say num, or maybe I will not go for any specific name because num represents a name, right? So I will go with, let's say x. I know it's not a good variable name, but just for the example here, we can go with it. So let's say I have a variable x and I want to print x here and I want to print the type of it. Of course, we are printing the data, we are printing the type of this data, and the output we are getting is undefined. Of course, that makes sense, right? Now what I will do here is I will assign data to it. So when you assign the data, it will change the type of it. Now what data I want to assign, let me just do that here. So I will say x is equal to 6, or maybe a different number this time. So let's go for x equal to 8. Now if we do the same thing, I just want to copy and paste. Actually, I'm just reusing the code. Right, so after changing the value of x, now let's try. So you can see we got undefined because that was the first time, and then we got 8 number because this is the number. If I change the same thing again, let's say I want to perform some operation. So I can simply say x is equal to, I want to add x with a string. What do you think? What will happen? And what type of string I want to add? Maybe I just want to add empty string. I don't even have some specific type of string here. Right, it's an empty string. Now what will happen? Of course, I should also print the console here. Okay, now let me try, and you can see this time we got string. So basically, whenever you have a number and you have a string, this plus operator here, it got confused. The idea behind a plus operator is to add two numbers, right? But this time we have a number and a string. Confusion, right? So coercion comes into picture. So JavaScript says, okay, in this case, every time you have two different data and you want to perform some operation, you have to come to some consensus, right? Either both has to be same type. Either it should be both string or both number. So in this case, it goes for the string because we have string at one end. Now, whenever you have string and when you use plus operator, it is actually concatenation. So basically we are joining two strings. So example, let's say you have Naveen, you have Reddy, two different strings. You use a plus operator, basically you are concatenating it. In this case as well, even if you have x, which is a number, and you have a string, it will convert that into string. But not always. Not always when you use a string and a number, it will give the same results. Example, let's say at this point, if you see this is a type of string, right? This x is a type of string. What if I do x equal to x minus 2? Now you tell me what will happen. Of course, I have to print it as well. So pause this video and let me know what will happen. Because x is a string now, 2 is a number. So how it should behave? Should we get 8 minus 2, 6, or should we get some weird answer, or maybe it should be NAND, right? Which is because you are subtracting a number from a string, and that is weird. So let's see what happens. So if you run this code, I hope you have answered that in the comment section. You got number. So this is what happens when you have a subtraction operator with a string, it will convert that into number. So this is type coercion. So based on what type of operator you're using, based on what's the requirement, JavaScript engine will change that for you. In fact, we can also do with Boolean. So we know, right, Boolean is true or false. Now the way you can manipulate Boolean is with the help of some operators. One of them is exclamation. Exclamation will simply replace, or it will do the opposite. So if it is true, it will give you false. If it is false, it will give you true, right? So exclamation actually means not. So there's a not operator with Boolean, which will change the type. So from true to false, false to true. Now let me just do that. So I will say x equal to not x. So even if it is a number format, so you can see x in this case is number, right? So you are applying a not operator on number because the not will only work with Boolean, right? And you are giving a number. So in this case, it will convert that into Boolean and then it will perform the not operation. And let's see what happens. But the question is, will you get true or false? So even if I say it converts this from number to Boolean, What happens? Is it true or false? Let's try. Let's run this code. Oh, I'm not printing it. My bad. Let me print this, and you can see we got false boolean. So boolean makes sense, but why false? That means you are performing an operation. The output of that operation is false. That means initially the value of x was true. That means if you try to convert a number into boolean, if that number is 6, it will give you true. Only 6? It's actually any number. Example, let me just do that. So what I will do is I will just go to console and console.log and let me convert a number. Let's say I have a number 7 and I want to convert this into boolean. How do we convert a number into boolean? The same way we did it for the number and string with the help of that keyword, number string. Here, let me use boolean. So I'm passing 7 to a boolean, right? So it will convert this 7 into a boolean format. But what you will get? Will you get true or false? Let's try. So when I run this code, you can see we got true. Okay, so for 6, it is giving you true. For 7, it is giving you true. I thought it will be even odd. So even numbers will get true, odd number will get false, but that's not the case. Every number is giving you true. Let me try negative number. So if I say -7, let's see, still true. Okay, now after trying out all the different combinations, let's try 0. And the moment you try 0, and if you run this code, you can see we got false. That means all the numbers are true, only 0 is false. Why? It's because the actual implementation of boolean happens in that way. 0 is false, 1 is true, right? If it is not 0, everything is true. You can actually calculate with each number. So they simply go with simple formula. If it is 0, it's false. If it is all the other numbers, it is true. And this is called a truthy and a falsy values. I know that's tricky. It's not just with numbers, it's also with other types. Example, let me convert into boolean of type null. Now what will happen? If you try to convert null into boolean, and if you run this code, you can see we got false. So even null is a falsy value. So whenever you try to convert something into boolean, and if that gives you false, it is falsy value. If you pass something and if you're trying to convert that into boolean, if it is giving you true, that's called a truthy value. Example, after some time, we'll start working with functions, objects, whatever you data you pass. So if you try to convert object into boolean, it will give you true. If you try to pass a function into and convert it into boolean, it will give you true. Cool. What about undefined? Let me just try that. So when you try it with undefined, also it will give you false. So these are all falsy values. Okay, apart from this, everything is truthy value. So you can see the list. If you have something like this, and if you try to convert these things into boolean, you will get false, and all the other thing will give you true. Let me just try with string, and we have not tried with string yet. So what I will do is, I'll pass a string like Naveen. Now what happens? Naveen is true or false? Of course, Naveen is true. Let's try. And you can see we got true. Now since it's not a part of the falsy values, it's true. So just to reiterate, whenever you have a number and a string, it will convert that into string when you apply the addition operator. But when you perform the subtraction operator, it will convert it into number. So JavaScript is smart enough to know what should be done. And that's one thing I love and hate about JavaScript. We love this thing because it helps you. It actually understands what you need and it will give the output. The reason I also hate it is because it tries to convert things the way it wants. Sometimes you don't intend to do that and you want errors, but JavaScript says, okay, you're doing this, I will allow you and I will help you here. We don't want your help, we want errors because this will eventually lead to bugs. Okay, and that's why you have to be very alert when you're doing these operations. In fact, we have some more ways. Example, let's say I want to do plus operator here, right? So we have X in string format here and you want to, okay, let me just remove this part just to make it simple. Yeah, so we have X, which is string format, right? So if you run this code, so you can see we got 82 because you have 8 here, which is X, and then you got 2, so you got 82. But in this case, I want to convert this into a number. In that case, you can use unary operators. Of course, we'll talk about operators later in detail, but so whenever you add a plus here, it tries to convert this string into number. Let's try that. And you can see we got number. So we got 10, which is the addition of 8 and 2, and you got a number. Okay, there are more ways actually to convert this string into integer or the other format. So let me just try that. So let's say we have X and the value of X is 1, 2, 3, Naveen. Okay, now in this case, I want to convert this into a number format. But of course, you can't convert that into number format, right? Because we have Naveen there. So if you try to do that with the help of a number function, so let's say if I do, let me just print that first as it is. Let's see what happens if you print this. And you can see we got 1, 2, 3, Naveen. Okay, that works. But if you try to convert that into number, because we did that before, let's see what happens. So if you try to do that and if you run this code, you can see we got nan, which is not number. So we don't want this. What we want is it should be able to convert that and at least fetch these first integer values. So in this case, you can actually use parseInt. So parseInt is a special function which will accept a string it will try to convert that into number. Okay, it will do its hard work to convert a string into number, and you can see we got 123. But what happens if you have a character at the start? In this case, it will not work. So you have to make sure that you have numbers at the start, so it will try to convert that into numbers, right? So that's how you can do it. So to have different functions, you can go to Google and search for different type conversions functions, and you will get those. Now in this video, we'll talk about arithmetic operators. Now see, when you talk about a language or you talk about software, you perform some operations, right? Now it can be calculations, it can be logical operations, but here let's focus on calculations. And we do that a lot on computers as well, right? So let's say if you want to add two numbers, you want to subtract two numbers, you want to find a division of a number, you can do that. And for it, you need to use certain operators. And the thing is, in the earlier videos, we have talked about most of them, but still, just to complete that topic, let's talk about. In fact, once we reach to the end of the video, we'll talk about some important operators and some tricky parts. So let's get started. So what I will do is I will create a variable here num, and initially the value of number will be, let's say, 1. And I want to perform some addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, just to show you that. So what I will do here is I will take another number here, which is result, and with this number I will perform that operation. Maybe just to make it more effective, let's take some other number so that we can perform all the required operations, let's say 4 and 2. And we know, because what happens when you use these simple numbers, easy to calculate, at least in our mind. So what I will do is I will say num1 plus num2, and we know it, right? This is addition operator. So we'll print it and we'll print result. Okay, this is the addition of two numbers, and then we'll print, let's run this code and let's see what happens. So if you run this code, you got 6. That is good. And now I want to find the subtraction. It's very simple. So we are trying to complete that as soon as possible because it's very simple. In fact, in the earlier video, we have also talked about what happens when you have different types of data and when you apply these operators. But as of now, just to keep it simple, we are going for numbers, right? We can actually also perform the division operator. When you say divide, you can say we got 2. In fact, you can also divide a number by 0, which will give you infinity. You can also divide a number by a string, it will give you nan. You can try those things, right? But then we know what is addition, subtraction, division. Can you multiply? Yes, with the help of this asterisk symbol. And if you run this code, we got 8. So basic operation is very easy, right? What about if you want to find a remainder? So in this case, we'll use a percentage operator. So let's try, and we should get 0, right? So 4 divided by 2 and the remainder is 0. So we can try with other numbers as well. Let's say if you have a number as 5, and then if you find a remainder by doing that with 2, you will get 1. Okay, this is working. So no issues with this thing, right? And then if you have two strings, string and a string, it will give you concatenation, right? But what happens, example, let's say the num1 is not actually a number, but it's a boolean value true, and num2 is also true, and the operation you want to perform here is addition. Now what will happen? Pause this video, go to comment section and type the answer. What do you think? What is the answer here? Now logically it can be true, because if you know the concept of complex logical operations, so when you have two trues, it might be something like that, or it might be nan, because you can't add boolean values. Let's try what happens. I hope you have answered that in the comment section. We got 2. Why we got 2 here? That's weird. See, it's actually very simple. Remember when we talked about truthy value and falsy values? Whenever you have a true, and if you try to convert that, because we are using a plus operator here, right? Now type coercion, it says, okay, when you have a plus operator and on both sides you have boolean values, let me convert them for you. So this number will be converted into numbers. And the first number, so 0 is false, so 1 is true. And that's why we got 2, right? So 1 plus 1 is 2. Very simple. Okay, this works. Now what I want to do is, let me just remove result for time being, and let me also remove num2. Let's only focus on num1 here. And when you have only one num, let's go with num. And here, let me print num. Okay, so let's go with number 4 again. And let me run this code, and you can see we got 4. Let me just clear the screen. Now what I will do is I will just add this number by itself. So what I will do is I will say num is equal to num plus 2. So what I'm doing is I'm taking that number 4, I'm adding 2. So this makes sense, right? So it should give you 6, because here what we are doing is we are taking the value of num, which is 4. 4 plus 2 is 6, then it will assign. That's how it goes. So first it will try to solve this expression. Okay, this is the expression. What is expression? Whenever you have something which will be getting resolved to a value, it is expression. Example, num plus 2 is expression, 5 plus 2 is expression, high is an expression, 5 is an expression, because I can assign 5 to a number. So here we are saying num plus 2 is an expression which will be assigned to num, which is 6 in this case, and you got the answer. Now when you want to add a number by itself, example, we are adding num by 2, right? So we can use a shorthand. So instead of using this syntax, let me just comment this here. So we can use double slash to comment a code, and then we can use shortcut. So we can say we want to add num itself, right? So we can say num plus. So we want to add num itself with 2. Okay, this is called shorthand operators. So instead of using this syntax, we can use this. So we are saying we want to add num by itself plus 2. Let's try, and it worked, right? It worked. So we can also do that with the number 1. So let's say if you want to do this operation, which is num equal to num plus 1. In this case, we can say num plus equal to 1. So this should also work. We should get 5. But specifically, when you have only 1, you can actually use a special operator which is called num plus plus operator. So it also means increment. So if num is 5, it will give you 6. If num is 6, it will give you 7. So num plus plus is an increment. And that's why, if you know, there's a language called C and C++. C was the initial version. C++ is the next increment of C, right? So that's why they went with C++ name. Oh, we have not seen the output yet. It still works, right? So instead of using num equal to num plus 1, we can say num plus plus. Okay, so this is how you can increment. What about if you want to do this? Num equal to num minus 1. Any guess? You guessed it right. We can use num minus minus, right? And this works. So plus plus will increment, minus minus will decrement. In fact, the fun part is you can actually use plus plus at the start. So you can either say num plus plus or you can say plus plus num. Both will give you the same answer in this case. Okay, why I said in this case? Actually, the thing is they both have different names. This syntax which we are using here is called pre-increment. And when you say num plus plus, this is called post-increment. In fact, there should be a separate video talking about these things, but let's try to do that here itself. So we got num plus plus and we got plus plus num. One is pre-increment and one is post-increment. What's the difference? See, in both this case, example, even if you try this syntax or this syntax, it will ultimately give you the next iteration, right? So what I'm doing is I will run this code. What is your guess? What will be the output? It should be 6, right? Because here we are saying plus plus num, which will make this number 4 to 5. So this is 5 here. And at this point, we are saying num plus plus, it will make it 6. So if I run this code, we got 6. So this is working, right? But we still don't know the difference between pre-increment and post-increment. Let me do that. Oh, even before going ahead, what if you have minus minus num and num minus minus? What it will be called? Pre-decrement, post-decrement. Right, so the name changes. But just to understand the difference between these two, let's go with this example here. So what I will do now is let me create another variable which is x equal to, and I will say x equal to num plus plus. Okay. So now what we are doing is we are incrementing num, that makes sense, and then we are assigning the value to x. So this is an expression which will give you a value, and that value we are assigning to x. And then let me print x here. Actually, let me print both. Let me print x and then let me also print num. And let's see what's the difference between these two numbers. So what do you think? Even before running this code, what is your guess? And please also mention the timeline, okay? Because the problem is in this video, I have asked you for so many questions to answer that in the comment section. So what you can do is for different answer, you can give a timeline. At this point, this is the answer, so that it will be helpful for others to actually know what you're thinking. So what happens, when you are learning something new, and then if everyone is getting the right answer, you're getting the wrong answer, you feel bad. But what if everyone is getting the wrong answer and you're getting the right answer? You feel good. What if everyone is getting the wrong answer? You feel way better because not everyone knows about it. Right? So it's a good feeling. Okay, so come back. So here we are doing that, and let me see what happens. Before that, I will clear this screen and run. And you can see we got 4 and 5. So we got here 4. Oh, that's weird. Why we got 4? See, num 5 makes sense because we are incrementing it. Why we got 4 here? It's because this num plus plus is called post increment. Now what this post increment means? So post increment just means that it will first fetch the value, then it will assign the value. So basically we have two options here, increment and assignment. So we are assigning the value to x, right? And then we are also incrementing it. Which will happen first? Since this is post increment, it will first assign the value, then it will increment. So before increment, what's the value of num? It's 4. So 4 will be assigned to x and then it will increment, okay? And that's why we got 4 for x and 5 for num. What will happen when you do this? Now this time we are not doing post increment, we are doing pre-increment. Now you should be able to guess it, right? It should be 5 and 5. Now why 5 is because we are first incrementing it. Pre-increment, right? So it is first incrementing it, making it the value of 5, and then assigning to x, which is 5 in this case. So that's the difference between pre-increment and post-increment. Okay, so before ending the video, we have something more. Let's say I have this number 4 and I want to find a cube of this number. How do you find a cube of a number? It's very simple. Let me say let result equal to, you can say num into num into num. So that's how you can find a cube of a number, right? The other way you can do is, let me just run this code first. Let me just print the value in the console and let's see what happens. You can see we got 64. But what if I want to do something else? So we got a math class, math interface. Like, of course, we'll talk about class interface later. But as of now, we got something inbuilt. So let's say imagine we have inbuilt function called math.pow. And in this, you can pass two parameters, 4, 3. Now, what is 4? The actual value. And then 3 is cube, or if you want to find a square, you will say 2. So this is actually a power. So when you say 3, you are finding 4 raised to 3, which is 4 power 3. And that's why it says power. Right? So if you go over it, it will say it's a function or a method returns a value of a base expression. X is the base value and Y is the exponent value, right? So this, you can use this and it will give the same answer, right? But then in new version, which is ES6, we got something new, and that is using double star or double asterisk. So when you use single asterisk, it is multiplication. Double asterisk means power, and you can see we got the same answer. If you want to find a square, you can do that. If you want to find 4 raised to 4, you can do that. So that's with the help of the asterisk symbol, double asterisk symbol. In this video, we'll talk about relational operators. Now, what are those? So in the last video, we have talked about arithmetic operators, right? Where you have two operands and then you use an operator in between. So let's say now we have two values and you want to compare them. Maybe you can use a less than symbol, greater than symbol. You want to compare two numbers. Or maybe you want to compare two numbers if they're equal or not. Let's do that in this video. Now, this video is interesting because you can compare different values, right? But there's a twist in this topic. So this is not like all the other languages which you have gone through. Maybe if you have learned other languages like C, C++, Java, it's a bit different in here. So we'll see that at the end of this video. So now let's start with the concept. So let's say let's say we have two variables here, or maybe we can directly go for console.log and let me just print what exactly we are trying to compare here. So let's say I want to compare two values here. Now, when you say you are comparing, what's the output? So when you compare and when you get the output will be in a Boolean format. Now this Boolean can be true or false, right? So ultimately it comes down to that Boolean value. Either you will get true or you will get false, right? Okay, so when I say 5 is greater than 6. Now in this case, what do you think will be the output? Now we are comparing two numbers and then we are saying 5 is greater than 6. Now that's not true, right? So it should give you false. So if you save this and if you run this code, and let's see what the output is. And if you enter this, you can see we got false. Of course, right? It's a false value. Okay, so what I will do now is let me just increase this value. So let me say 7. Now let's compare and you can see we got true. So that's how you can compare two numbers, right? But this time what I will do is, so now we know ultimately it's all about true and false, right? So what I will do, let me create a variable and I will say this is bool, so a Boolean value. And the operation which we are doing here, or maybe I can say this is data just to keep it simple, right? So now I will say 7 is greater than 6 and instead of printing the comparison here, we are printing data. So it will print either true or false. Okay, we got true. Because we have not changing data here, we just changed the way we process this. So we have a variable now. It is quite simple when it comes to numbers, right? So let's say if you have two variables and if you want to compare which is greater, so you can do this now. Okay, but let me just make it a bit complex. Can I use less than operator? Of course we can. It will be giving you false, of course, right? 7 is not less than 6. Okay, but what if I have two values which are same? I want to compare if they are equal or less than. So I want the first value to be less than or equal to the second value. In this case, you can use a combination of less than and equal to. If you remember in maths, we do that, right? We say less than and on top of that, draw a line. So the same thing we can do with less than equal to. Of course, we don't have that symbol on the keyboard, right? So we have to use this. Will this work? Let's try, and it works. You can see we got true. Now the best thing would be you can save this data in a variable. Let's do that quickly. So let's say x is equal to 6. Of course, this is not a best way to write your variable names, but since we are learning, that should work. And now instead of using this 6 and 6, we'll use x and y. So that's how you can perform the operation. You can compare two values. The same thing can be done for greater than equal to. So since they are equal, so it should give you true, right? So you can compare this way. So you can say less than, greater than, equal to. Okay, can we do this for string? Now this is integers, so this is numbers, it makes sense, right? You can actually compare numbers. What about if I have a value which is, let's say, pen, and then the second one is book. Now, can you technically compare two string? And how will that work? So let's say I want to compare if the first string is greater than the second string. Can we really do that? And even if you compare them, it is based on what? So think about it, okay? So if you compare two string, what will happen? Think about it, pause the video, comment your answer, and then we'll see what is happening. So let me run this code and let's see what happens. So if you run this code, you can see we got true. Now that's tricky. Why we got true? So it says the first value, which is x, is greater than y, which is pen is greater than book. Might be, but how it is comparing? Is it the philosophical way or it is just a comparing of values? So what is it is doing? So it is comparing each character from start, like dictionary comparisons. So it will start with the first letter. So is it P? Okay, it is B. So P is greater than B in terms of the alphabet number. So what happens is every letter or every character which you use here has a unique number. So we can call them as ASCII values. So let's say capital A is 65, capital Z is some value 91, I guess. So that goes in that number stream. In the same way, here we are comparing those two values. So yes, capital P comes later than capital B, so it is greater. Okay, so if it is that case, can I use a pencil? Now what do you think which is greater here? Of course, pen should be greater than pencil, or let's see, philosophical way, of course, because you can't erase what something you write from pen. But here, if you compare them, you will get false. Why false? Is because, see, it will go for the comparison, right? P, okay, same, E, same, N, same. But it will go ahead, it has a greater length, right? C, okay, so it says pen is over, right? So we still have some characters here, so it is greater. So if you do this, pen is less than pencil, yes, and that's true. Okay, that means we can compare a number and a number. We can compare a string and a string. What happens when you have a number and a string? Let's see what happens. What I will do is, here, the first value we have is, let's say, 2. Simple. The second value is 1. So what happens when you have a comparison like this? One is string, of course that's a number, but it's a format in string, right? And the second one is 1. What will happen now? Is it the first one greater than second one? Of course it is, because that's 2 is greater than 1. But we have two different formats here, right? So in this case it will convert, and you can see we got true. So it will convert this 2 into number. The same thing can be done for the second one. Example, let's have one more. Let's try 3. And this time it should give false because 2 is not greater than 3. And we got false. That means it is getting converted, right? So 2 is getting converted into a number here. So this is working. Okay, so now we know how to compare number string and string number with each other. So now let's try with a equal to operator. I want to check if two numbers are equal. Let's try. So I have 3 and 3 and I'm comparing them. So what operator should I use? See, if you want to check if two numbers are equal, we have equal to symbol, right? So we can simply say equal. But unfortunately, equal to has a different behavior. Right, so we use equal to for assignment operator. That example, the x is getting assigned with 3, so that's assignment operator. For comparing, we have to use something else. We have to use double equal to. So we got double equal to, and let's compare what happens. And when you compare them, we got true. Simple, right? Okay, what happens when you have this in a string format? So let's say the first letter, the number 3 is in string format, and the second one is integer or number. And we know this, right? It will try to convert this into a number. And let's try. So if you run this code, you can see we got true. But don't you think that should be false? When you try to compare two things and we say it is equal, it means it should have the same data, of course. It should have the same format or type. If it is there, it should be numbers, it should be string, both should be string, then we say it is equal. Now this thing is actually coming from the start of JavaScript, and it is very common, right? So double equal to is very common in all the languages, and they also check the type because all the other languages or most of the languages are strictly typed language, and JavaScript is loosely typed, which means it gets converted. Remember type conversion? It gets converted into the other formats, and we don't want that. When I say two numbers are equal, they has to be equal, not just value but the type as well, and that's why JavaScript says use triple equal to. I know that's tricky for some people, but this is how we do comparison. Never use double equal to, always use triple equal to. Now you will say, why do I have even showed you double equal to? Because Even if you come across that thing, you have to ignore that. That's the reason I've shown you, but always use triple equal to. Now, if you do that, it should give you false. That's what expected, okay? See, whenever you write a code, it's not important if you're getting the output. What's important is don't write bugs. Remember, if debugging is removing bugs, then coding is adding bugs. Okay, so every time you write a new line of code, you may be adding bugs in your code. So things like this has to be considered. Okay, this works, right? So we have to use triple equal to. Now let me show you something more about double equal to and why it is risky. So let's say I have an empty string here, and then this is false. Now if you can see, we have two different type of data. We have empty string and we have false. And then when you compare them with double equal to, and if you run this, you can see we got true. Now that's tricky. Now this is happening because if you remember, we have talked about coercion and we have talked about truthy value, falsy value. So this is actually false, right? So empty string is false. So the best way to avoid that is with the help of triple equal to. So when you do triple equal to now, it will give you false. This is what we want. Okay, so just to reiterate, when we use double equal to, it is only checking the value, not the type. If you are using triple equal to, it will check the type and data as well. So imagine comparing type of and then comparing the value. Now in this video, we'll talk about logical operators. Now why do we need them? So let's say we have, again, let's go with the variables. Let's say we have x equal to 7, we have y. In fact, we can also use commas here. So if you want to define multiple variables, we can do that. So we can have, let's say, y equal to 8 and let's say z is equal to 9. So we have these three values, right? And then I want to perform some comparisons. We have seen them, right? We can use less than, greater than, equal to. Here, I want to perform this operation. So let's say I have a data. Again, we can go with a data variable, or what makes sense is also use a variable name as result, right? So I want to compare two values here. So let's say I want to compare if x is greater than y. Now see the resultant of this. So if you perform this operation, the result would be true or false, right? It will be false in this case. Oh, we are not printing it. So yes, it will be false in this case, and you can see we got false because this is smaller, right? Okay, let's say this is small, we should be getting true, okay? Now let's say I want to perform two operations. I want to compare two values, and then I want to print true. What I'm saying is, I want this x to be less than y, and I also want x to be less than z. Can we do this? Can I perform these two comparisons in one line? So that's my first comparison, which I want it to be true. And second one is also I want to be true. How can we do that? It's very simple. Just say x less than z. So we have x less than y and then x less than z. But you can see it is giving you actually errors. What is that? It is giving you some equal to symbol. Maybe it is saying you should use equal to symbol here. But we don't want to do that. So basically we have two comparisons here and I want to combine them. And that's why we have option of logical operators. Now before going ahead, we have to first understand the truth table. So whenever you want to combine two comparisons and then based on those two comparisons, you want to find the final value. So of course, right, this will give you a different Boolean value. So this will give you one Boolean value, and then this second one will give you second Boolean value. So if both are giving you true or false or true or false, I want to combine them. Now based on that, we can use certain operators here. We can use AND operator. In mathematical terms, we use a dot operator there. We can also use OR operator. So this is referred as plus. So you can use plus. And then we can use NOT operator. And this can be used with exclamation. So we have dot, plus, or not. So this is in mathematical forms. So yeah, so in mathematical we use tilde sign if I'm not wrong. So basically we use those symbols there, right? Now what's important is in programming, specifically in JavaScript, we use ampersand symbol here, and then for OR we use a pipe symbol, and for NOT we use exclamation. So these are the symbols we have to use. But what is AND, OR, and NOT? So let's talk about them. So if you look at this table now, so let's say we have two comparisons and each will give its own value. So instead of going for comparisons, let's go focus on the values. So let's say we have two things. We have true and true. Now when you want to combine them, based on certain conditions you want to combine them. Example, let's say I want to go live. Okay, so I want to go live on YouTube. What are the conditions to go live on YouTube? The first condition is it should be Sunday. Okay, and the second condition is I have my camera charged. Okay, so I have these two conditions. It should be Sunday and I should have my camera charged. If it is not Sunday and even if my camera is charged, I will not be going live. Second one, it is Sunday but my camera is not charged. I cannot go actually live on Sunday because I don't have my camera charged, my battery is not charged. Third situation, it is Sunday and my camera battery is charged. The fourth condition, it's not Sunday and not even my camera battery is charged, right? So I will not be going live. So I will go live if the output is true. So how it will be true? If both are true, right? So that is the AND condition. So it should be Sunday and my camera battery should be charged. So that's the AND operator, right? So we use AND operator there. How about OR operator? So let's say this Sunday, I know about it. I just have two other comparisons now. What if my camera is not charged? Maybe I have a phone which is charged, right? So I can go live using phone as well, right? So either my camera has to be charged or my mobile phone has to be charged. So we are using OR operator, right? So let's say in the first condition, both are charged. Awesome, I can use anything. I should go live on Sunday. And we know it is Sunday today, right? Next, my camera is charged, my phone is not charged. I can still go live. My camera is not charged, my phone is charged. I can still go live. Both are not charged. I cannot go live. That is OR operator. Either of one has to be charged. So what is NOT operator here? So NOT operator will simply take the input and it will reverse it. If it is true, it will give you false, right? So that's how we can use it. In fact, you will understand the actual use of it in the upcoming videos, right? But as of now, remember this. Okay, so we do this with the help of truth table, which you just saw on the screen. So in this case, I want this both to be true if you want the result to be true. In that case, you will be using AND operator. But which AND? So basically, AND will also work with bitwise. Again, we have not talked about bitwise, so we'll talk about that later. As of now, if you want to use AND, we have to use 2 ampersand because 1 ampersand is dedicated for the bitwise operators. So to differentiate between bitwise and comparisons, we use double ampersand here. Okay, so now if you run this code, you can see both has to be true, then it will give you true. And if you run this code, you can see we got true. But what if the first condition is true, the second one is false? I will make it 5. So 7 is not less than 5. In this case, it will give you false because 1 is true, second is false, the last result is false. But what if I use a OR operator here? Now OR says even if 1 is true, it's true. So the first condition is true, the second one is false, ultimately you will get true, right? But yeah, what if both are false? Example, I will make this as true. Now if you can see y is smaller, z is smaller, so it will be false because both are false. Right, so this is how you can use it. Okay, so result is printing true and false, right? Okay, what I will do now is I will just go back here and I will say data is equal to, and I will say n, and this n I want to store the reverse of result. So if the result is true, I will say false. If the result is false, I will say true. How can we do that? We can use a NOT operator. So we can say NOT result. So result is true, it will give you false. If result is false, it will give you true. And let's also print n here. So we are printing result and as well as n, and if you can see the output, the result is false, the output is true, the n is true, right? So that's how we can use logical operators. So just remember this, we have AND, OR and NOT. We will use that in upcoming videos. So once we talk about if conditions or for loop, we can use this way. And in this video, we'll talk about conditional statement. Now see, if we talk about the world of programming, if we talk about the world of computer, everything is based on data and the decisions we take based on that data, right? So when you say you want to take a decision, it's simply based on true or false. And we have talked about it, right? We have talked about the Boolean values, the true and false. And when you compare two values, it results in a Boolean value. Okay, so that makes sense, right? But then how can we use that Boolean value to take some decisions? Example, if we talk about a flow chart, if we talk about the flow of execution, it is based on the conditions. Example, if this condition is satisfied, I will go on this way. If this is false, I will go other way around. So this is possible with the help of conditional statement. So let's get started. Now, whenever you talk about this concept, conditional statement, this is possible with the help of a concept called if-else, okay? Okay, so there are other varieties as well. We'll talk about those things later. But as of now, let's focus on if and else. Now, how can we focus on that? It's very simple. Let's take an example. And doesn't matter which language you learn, if you want to learn if-else, we normally go with simple examples. See, there is one reason why I'm sticking to very simple examples is because we are not here to learn complicated examples. We are here to learn a language, right? So it is easier to learn a language with easier examples. So let's get started. So what we want to do is we want to find a given number is even or odd. Okay, that's the thing we do. Or maybe we can go with even simpler. So let's compare two values and we'll print the greater one just to keep it very simple. So what I will do is let me take two variables here. So I will say num1 is equal to, and the value of num1 is, let's say, 6, and we got num2 and the value of num2 is 4. So we got two variables here. I want to compare these two values and print which is the greatest. Okay, so in this case I know it is num1, but let's do that programmatically. So what we will do here is, how will you compare them? It's very simple, right? We have done that before. So we'll simply say num1 is greater than num2, okay? And we can save this in a result. So we can say let result is equal to num1 is greater than num2. If this is true, of course it will give you true because 6 is greater than 4 here in this case. Of course 6 is always greater than 4, but in this case num1 is greater than num2. So that result is getting stored in a result variable. And then based on what's the value of a result, if it is true, I will print num1 is greater. Okay, it's very simple. So how do we do that? So we have to use a statement called if. Now if is a statement, basically you have to pass a parameter which is result. So if result is true, that's how it works, okay? It works with true or false. So it will check if result is true, then execute a statement, okay? So I want to write a statement inside if condition. So let's give a space, let's give a tab, a proper indentation, just to show that whatever I'm mentioning now is a part of if block. Not a compulsion, but a convention, good to follow. Okay, so if it is true, I will print num1 is greater. Simple stuff, right? Otherwise it will not print anything. And at the end I will print by. Okay, again a semicolon is not compulsory, but it's a good habit to have semicolon. So what we'll do from now is, let's get this habit of putting semicolon. Now if you watched the earlier videos, there was an intention of not putting semicolon just to show you there's no need to put semicolons in JavaScript. So it's optional. Now if you're coming from other language, let's say C, C++, Java, it's compulsion to have a semicolon. JavaScript says it's your choice. So from now let's put semicolon. It's a good practice. Okay, and at the end we'll print by. That's it. Okay, and now let's run this code and see what happens. So if you run this code, we can see we got num1 is greater and we also got by. Okay, so how this is working? So basically you got initial two values. It is checking for the result. So num1 is greater than num2. Yes, result is true. So of course, remember, it will give you a value which is boolean, which is true or false. And then we are checking if it is true, execute this statement. Okay, now let's do some twist. Let's say this is 3. Now we are doing is 3 is less than 4. So 3 is less than 4. Now we are comparing the first value and the second value. Of course this will be false because 3 is not greater than 4. So result would be false. So if false, so what happens is, if the value here is false, it will not get executed. So the block inside if will not get executed. Okay, so let's see what the output is. So if you can see, the output is simply by. Now why we got by? It's because it is outside if condition. This is outside the if block. So that's very important. Simple, right? So the if block, so this is the block here. If this will get executed only when, if this is true. Okay. In fact, what you can also do is you can write, okay, we'll do that later. What if I want to print num2 is greater when num2 is greater? In this case, num2 is not greater, right? Or it is greater. So I want to print num2 is greater. In that case, we can also apply if condition. And we can check result. So in this case, we can again apply a if condition, but that doesn't make sense, right? Why to check 2 times? We know if num1 is not greater, it is num2. So in that case, we can say else. So else is another block here. And here we are printing the num2 is greater. Simple. And let's see if this works. Let's run this code and you can see we got num2 is greater. See, it doesn't matter what's the result, the by will get printed because it is outside the condition. So these two statements are depend on the condition, right? So if it is true, it will print the first block. If it is false, it will execute the second block. So else will get executed only when the result is false. Okay, makes sense, right? Okay, this is cool. But can we write this condition inside? See, ultimately, if only checks for true and false, right? So why to create a new variable and why to do those things? We can simply cut this part and put it here. So we can actually perform the operation, or we can evaluate the expression inside the condition itself. That's what we're doing here. So we are solving this expression here, which will give you true or false. If it is true, it will execute the if block. If it is false, it will execute the else block. That makes sense? Let's go forward. Now, what if I have 2 statements here? Example, here I will say I want to print yay. Okay, so the moment you get num2 is greater, I also want to print yay. I know that doesn't make any sense, but let's say you have a thing where you want to execute multiple statements in the if block or else block. Will it work? Let's try. Now if you can see, I am following indentation here. So what is indentation is giving a space or a tab after in every block. Okay, it makes your code look good. Okay, so here what I will do is I will just run this code, and you can see we got num2 is greater, yay, and by. That makes sense, right? Because 4 is greater. But what if I will just make this 6? Now in this case, 6 is greater. So what it should print? It should print num1 is greater. That's it. It should not print yay, it should not print num2 is greater, because that's a part of else block. Let's see if this behaves the same way we are expecting. So if you run this code, oh, that's weird. If we got num1 is greater, that makes sense. But why we got yay? Yay should be a part of the else block, right? Now what is happening is, by default, every condition, let's say if or else, every block will have only one statement. Oh, that's tricky. That means else will also have this one statement. The yay part belongs to the outer block, not the else block. How do we put that into else block? So we have to mention, hey, both the statements belongs to else block. In that case, you can use curly brackets open and curly brackets close. So now what we are saying is this bunch of statements here belongs to else block. The same thing can be done for the if condition. And so that's the if block. So this is the if block and this is the else block. So the curly brackets is optional when you only have one statement. So if you have multiple statements, that's where you have to use the curly brackets. Now let's try, and you can see we got num1 is greater. We don't have yay because that's a part of else block. Make sense? Cool. So that's how we can use if-else conditions. Now let me add a twist here. The twist is, now instead of having two values, let's say we have three values. We have done that before, okay, but let's do that. So we'll say num3 as well. So we got num3 is equal to, let's say 7. And I want to check which of this, or I want to find the greatest number of these three values. So when you want to compare these three values, what we will do here is we'll compare the first two values here, which is num1 and num2. And then we have to also compare the num1 with num3, right? That's where we will know that num1 is a greatest number. So basically here in this if condition, we will not just compare num1 and num2, let's also compare num1 and num3. But the thing is, when you have two conditions and we want both to be true, which logical operator we are going to use? So pause this video, in the comment section let me know which operator do you think is logical, or logical operator which is logical here. Okay, so I hope you have answered. Let's go with the AND, because we want both this expression to be true. So we'll say num1 is greater than num3. So we have to compare both. If that is the case, we'll print num1 is greater. That makes sense, right? Okay, but what if for the second condition? So let's say num1 is not greater. What next? Then we have to compare num2 if num2 is greater. But then how do we compare that? So in that case, we can use something called else if. Okay, so when you again want to compare, after the first if condition, you have to use else if, and this is where you will put the condition. So what condition you have to put? You have to say num2 is greater than num1 and num2 is greater than num3. Cool. Now once you check that, so now if after this, of course we know that num2 is greater, so it will print num2 is greater. I don't want to print yay anymore. It was just for the experiment. And once we do that, what about num3? Because what if num3 is greater? So in that case, you have to put else block here, where you will mention log num3 is greatest. In fact, it should be greatest, right? We are comparing multiple values. Okay, so that's how it works, right? So first we are comparing if num1 is greatest. Second, then we are comparing if num2 is greatest. See, if now we know that num1 and num2 both are not greatest, so of course it is num3. And that's why we are printing num3 is greatest here. Let's try if this works. Let's run this, and you can see num3 is greatest. That is right. What if I make num2 as 9? In this case, num2 is greatest. What if I make num1 as 10? Num1 is greatest. So this works. There is one more thing I want to mention is when you have, so see, in the first if, we are checking if num1 is greatest, right? If this is false, that simply means num1 is not greatest. Then the only competition remains between num2 and num3. Then why to even compare num1 and num2 again? So the first condition is actually not required. We can directly compare num2 and num3, and then in the else block we know it is num3. So that's how we can use if else. So first we talked about if, then we talked about if else, and then we talked about if else. So I hope that makes sense. If you have any more questions, let me know in the comment section. And let me give you an assignment. The assignment is, you have to use if else, of course, but then for a given value, you have to find if the number is even or odd. Try that and answer that in the comment section. In the earlier video, we have talked about if else, right? So we have seen if else, and then we have seen if else, if else. Now in this video, let's go beyond if else and let's talk about another way of checking for the conditions and assigning value. Okay, so what I'm saying is, let's say I have a different way. So this is our last example. Let's remove this and let's have a different scenario this time. So what we will do is, I will find a number is even or odd. I guess that was your assignment question, right? Let's try that here. So let's say we have a number, you have to find if it's even or odd, and the result has to be stored in a variable and you can print it later. Okay, so what I'm saying is, let's say we have a variable which is num, and the value for num is 5, and we know 5 is an odd number. But then there's a way you can find that, right? There's a formula which you have to run. So normally in your brain you do that by default, but here also we have to run a formula, or you have to run a calculation to find. Okay, now if it is even, I will save that in a string called, let's say, result. So initial result will be undefined, of course, right? If you don't assign a value, it is undefined. So here, if you try to print result, it will be undefined. Okay, so based on the value of num, I want to assign is it even or odd. Now the way you can do that, we have done that before, right? So first of all, how do you find even odd number? So if you divide a number by 2 and if you get the remainder as 0, it's an even number. If you divide a number by 2 and if you get 1, it's an odd number. Now in this case, let's try that. So we'll say if, and we can write the statement in the if condition itself. So we'll say if num mod 2, that's how you do it, right? When you want to find a remainder, you say mod 2. And now you want to compare this with a number, 0 or 1. So I will start with 0, I will say equal to equal to. So remember, we have to use 3 equal to's if you want to compare. So we'll say equal to 0. If that is the scenario, you will assign the value to result, right? So you will say result is equal to, and you will say even, right? So that's a string you want to assign to. But what if it is false? In this case, you will say else, and you will say result is equal to odd. So if it is true, you will say even. If it is false, you will say odd. That's the only thing you want to do, right? Now, once you have assigned the value, at the end, you can come back here and say log, and you can simply print result. That's the simplest thing you want to do. In fact, you can have returned the log inside if else, but this is one of the way you can do it, right? Now, once you got your code, let's run this. So if you run this code, you can see we got odd. That makes sense, right? Because 5 is an odd number. But what if you get a number, let's say 8? Now in this case, it should print even. So this is working. Now if you want to achieve the same thing, there's a shortcut to it. So if you know that you just want to compare a condition, and based on that, you want to assign either even or odd. So not just for even or odd, but if any scenario where you have a condition and you have two options, either you can go with this or that. In that case, we can also use a ternary operator. This looks like this, question mark and colon. Okay, so how do we use this? So what I'm saying is, instead of using the entire stuff, so I don't want to use this, so I will use a comment. So using double slash, you can give a comment. Okay, so instead of using this, I just want to use a special operator, or ternary operator, which you can call is question mark and a colon. Now how do we use this? See, ultimately, I want to assign a value to a result, right? So if you look at this if else, the idea is to assign even or odd to result. Okay, so I will do that. I will say result is equal to. Okay, so I want to assign either even or odd. So how do we define that? It is even or odd. So I want to assign result. It should be even or odd based on a condition. And you can assign the condition here. So you can put a question mark before it. And before the question mark, you have to assign your condition. So this is num mod 2 is equal to 0. That's it. So we are checking for the condition. If this is true, it will execute the block after this question mark. So this will be executed. If this is false, the condition is false, in that case, it will print the thing after the colon, which is the odd. Okay. And let's try. So you can see that how many lines we have saved. If I remove the entire comments. Okay, let me just use 7. And you can see we got odd. So you can see the code here. So we got a if else which takes 4 lines, and you are doing that on 1 line. That's the power of a ternary operator. So that's it from this video. I hope you enjoyed. That's how ternary operator works. In the next video, we'll see something else. Till then, hit that like button and do subscribe for further videos. Bye bye. Now in this video, we'll talk about a switch case. Now what is switch here? So let's say an example here. So I want to print at what time, or maybe I want to set an alarm. So based on a day, example, on Monday I want to wake up at 7 a.m. On Tuesday I want to wake up at 4 a.m. So as a trainer, I have a contract with different companies, and based on that, I have to take a training for different countries, and we have to get up at different times. So when I'm taking training for a company in UK, I have a different time zone, right? I have to wake up at different time. So when I take a training for Singapore batch, I have to wake up at different time. So the alarm changes per day, right? So that's tricky, I know. But I want to create an example here where based on the day, I want to set an alarm. Example, on Monday, I want to wake up at, let's say, 7 a.m. Then on Tuesday, because my batch starts from Tuesday to, let's say, Thursday. It depends actually, but let's say till Thursday I want to wake up at 4 a.m. because my batch starts at 5. And let's say on Friday I want to wake up because Friday I don't have any work, so I will get up at, let's say, 9 a.m. and that extreme. And on Sunday I have YouTube work, so I will, let's say, I wake up at 8 a.m. It's not a hardcore day, so I get up at 8 anytime on weekends. So this is my schedule, right? So I just want to wake up based on this. Okay, so how do I do that? Of course, we will not be building an app for alarm here, which is a very big application. Here, we just want to print at what time I should get up based on a day you pass. Example, if I pass a day here, and if I, let's say the day is, if I pass a Monday, it should print 7 a.m. If I pass, let's say, Friday, it should print 9 a.m. Okay, that's the only thing I want to do. So what do you think? What should be done here? Now, one thing we know, we can use an option of if-else, right? So we can check for each condition. So we'll check if the day is Monday, we'll simply print 7 a.m. But do we have a better option from that? In fact, what I would suggest is pause this video, complete this example with the help of if-else, comment your answer, and then we'll move towards the alternate. Even if you don't know how to solve this, scroll through the comments. Someone would have commented the right answer using if-else. Refer that, and then we'll see the solution. So the solution is not to use if-else. Of course, that can be done, but we will be using a special thing. Because in if-else, you have to apply multiple conditions, right? Because if you observe, we have to compare each day, then you have to print. Instead of that, we can simply use a thing called switch. Now in switch, it's again a new keyword. In this switch, you have to pass a variable. In this case, the variable for us is day. So we are passing day, and we'll open this block. Now, based on what day you have passed, you have to print it, right? So it will check for multiple cases, okay, comparisons. So we'll write the first case here. The first case is, let's say, Monday. Of course, I'm interchanging double quotes, single quote, but that perfectly works. If the day is Monday, in this case, I will print 7 a.m. As simple as that, okay? And then what if the case is, let's say, Tuesday? In this case, I will simply say Tuesday, and then we'll print. I know it will take a lot of time to type this. So let me just complete the entire stuff and let me just fast forward that. Okay, so let's say this is the entire schedule, right? So based on the day, I have entered all the options here, right? So if it is Friday, it will print 9 a.m. So I just want to check if this is working. So how it works is whatever day you pass, it will simply take that day in this variable, and then it will try to match. So whatever you have passed will match with the case, okay? Will this work? So what we'll do is instead of starting with Monday, let's start with Sunday, because that's how we start our week, right? Okay, I know that's weird, but let's do that. So let me just print this code and let's see if this works. If I run this code, that perfectly works. You can see on Sunday, I'll be getting at 8 a.m. That is working. But how about if I make it Monday? Now that's tricky. It's because if you see the output, it is showing all the alarms here. 7 a.m., 4 a.m., 9 a.m., 8 a.m. Why? It's because that's how switch case works. The moment it tries to match, in the earlier case, it was trying to match with Saturday, right? So when you say Saturday, it will check for the first case. Is it Saturday? Of course not. Is it matching with Tuesday? No. Is it matching with Wednesday? No. It will go ahead, and at the end, when you say Sunday, oh, it was Sunday, right? So it will match with Sunday, and it will print 8 a.m. Now, since none of the cases matches at the top, it will go till the end, it will print 8 a.m. But in this case, we are saying Monday, right? So it is matching at the start itself. Once you match the case, it will simply fall through. It will print all the consoles. It will simply say, hey, I got my match. Let me print everything which I can see on the screen or in the block. In this case, you have to mention, hey, once your case matching is done, and once you feel, hey, you got Monday, that's great. Just get out of this case. Okay, that's you have to mention. Just get out. So after everything, you have to mention that. We'll do that after some time. So what I will do here is I will simply print, and you can see we got 7 a.m. So what is this break? So break means jump out of the block. So you can see we have switch, and when you say match, once it is matching, it will go to break, and break will say, hey, get out of this block. And directly you're jumping outside the switch case. But yes, if you print something here, and we can say bye, or we can say get lost, just for fun. And if I run this code, you can see we got 7 a.m. get lost. Instead of this, we should say bye. So bye will get printed because it is outside the switch block. So just printing 7 a.m. it will print bye, and you can see we got it. But now let's move towards Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. If you can observe, the block inside each case is same, right? So when you have the same block, what you can actually do is you can skip this part. Technically, we should write break in each one as well. But since we have the same thing, we can just mention once, and that is in Thursday. So what it will do is it will simply take for Tuesday, if it is matching, it will fall through, it will reach till Thursday. Now in Thursday, we can put a break so that it will not fall through for Friday. For Friday also, we can mention break because Saturday is different. And for Saturday, Sunday, we have same. So we can just remove this, and we can just get this for, in fact, we don't have to mention break at the end because we know it's the end. Let's try, we got 7 a.m. Let's try it for, let's say Wednesday, and you can see we got 4 a.m. right? So Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, it's 4 a.m. So that's how we can use a switch block. Now there is one more. What if I entered a day which is wrong? What if I say holiday? Now in this case, you can see it is not matching with any of the day here. So we can write a case which is a default case. So default simply means if none of this matching, then you can go for default. And default you can say sleep, or we can say 7 a.m. and watch Telusko videos. I know that's weird. Who will watch the videos on holidays? But if you want to improve yourself, that's what you have to do. And then we have to also put break on Sunday because we have another case after Sunday. So let's run this code, and you can see we got, so when you say it is holiday, it will print 7 a.m. watch Telusko videos. Cool. So that's how we can use a switch case. Now in this video, we'll talk about a concept called template literal. So we'll talk about what is template literal later. As of now, let's focus why do we need it. So let's say we have two variables here, which is num1 is equal to 7 and we got num2 is equal to 4. Now in this case, I have two variables and I want to perform a very basic operation, which is addition, and we have talked about it, so I don't want to spend much time here. So I will say result is equal to num1 plus num2. So once we got these two values and once we got a result, I just want to print a very simple statement, and I want to print the addition. First of all, let's print the result here. So just to understand if things are working. So let me print result, and if I go back here, so let's run this code and let's say app.js, and you can see we got 11. So this is working, okay? But the output I'm expecting here is the addition of 7 and 4 is 11, okay? So basically the statement I'm looking for is, so let me remove result from here. So I just want to print the addition of num1, the addition of 7 and 4 is 11. So this is what I want in output. So what I will do is I will just reduce the size. Okay, so if you run this code, you can see we got the output. The addition of 7 and 4 is 11. But the problem is I am using this value as it is, right? What if in future I'm changing the value from 7 to 9, in that case it will still print 7 and 4. We don't want that. We want this value to be coming from the variables. So can we just simply use this variable name here? So can I say num1 and num2, and here instead of using 11 we should be saying result, right? But will this work? Let's try. So if I run this code, for this example what I will do is I will just keep this at the bottom. Okay, so let's run this again just to show you what is happening. So you can see we got the addition of num1 and num2 is result. We don't want this. We want the values. How do we do this? There is one way you can use concatenation, but the best way to achieve this is with the help of a template literal. But let me show you how concatenation works with. So basically, you have to make sure that you don't write num1 and num2 inside the double quotes. That's the main issue. It is printing num1, num2 as it is. Okay, what we can do is after this off, we can use a plus operator. So we have to combine multiple strings. We got num1, again we'll give a plus just to separate it. And we'll say and, we'll give a space, and we have to say again double quotes, and then num2, and then double quotes, and then is double quotes plus result. So whatever I did now, I did it intentionally. I know you might have missed some double quotes and plus. It's very tricky actually. And after doing all this trick, if you run this code, we got the output, right? This is what we are expecting. But don't you think it is a bit complicated? So we have a simple solution to it. The solution is template literal. The way you can do that is with the help of, so instead of using this statement, we'll use a log and we'll write. So whatever you mention now will not be in double quotes a single quote, but what you will have is in backtick. Now this backtick is a symbol which you can find above your tab button or below your escape button. So we got backtick. In this backtick you have to mention the addition of num1 and num2 is result. And that's it. It will give you the output which you want. Let's try. Oh, it's not working. So the problem is how it will know that num1 is not a name or it's not a string, it's a variable. To mention that, we don't want num1, right? We want the value of num1. To achieve that, we have to use a dollar symbol and a curly bracket. And you can see the color has changed. So this is different, this is different. The same thing can be done with this, a dollar symbol and a curly bracket. The same thing for result, a dollar symbol and the curly bracket. And that's it. So now what you're doing is you're saying the addition of, then the value of num1 and the value of num2 is the result. Let's try, and we got it. It's working, right? So that's how you use a template literal. Okay, there's one more advantage. Now, since it is template literal, it will literally print whatever you mention. Example, let's say I will say log and I will print my name is Naveen Reddy, but I want to print Naveen Reddy on a new line. So what you do normally is you say /n, right, which is new line. And you can see we got the earlier output and we also got my name is Naveen Reddy on new line. Now, instead of using /n, what you can actually do is you can use a backtick here and don't even have to mention /n. It's just that write Naveen Reddy on new line. Okay, so it will print as it is, the way you want. And you can see we got my name is Naveen Reddy. In this video, we'll talk about loops. Now see, we'll divide this into two parts. In the first video, we'll talk about what is loop and what are different types of loops available. And in the next video, we'll see which loop to use at what situation. Okay, because that's a tricky part. We have 3 different loops to work with. Okay, so again, we'll talk about what is loop first, but then we have 3 different loops and people do get confused between which one to use when. And that we'll see in the next video. So if you know loops and you just want to know which one to use, you can directly jump to the next video. But if you want to understand how loop works, let's get started. So basically, in JavaScript, we have 3 different types of loops. We have a while loop, we have a do while loop, and then we have a for loop. Again, what is loop? We'll talk about it. As of now, let's start with what is loop. So let's say I want to do something repeatedly, and that's what loop means, right? You have to do something repeatedly. Example, every day you take a bath, every day you work, every day you eat, twice in a day, but you do that repeatedly, right? Every day. That is what we call as a loop, right? So let's say I have a log statement here, and in this log statement, I'm printing hi. Now, if I want to print hi only once, I can simply write it once, right? And then when you run this code, of course, you will get hi once. What if I want to execute this statement 3 times or 5 times? Okay, 3 times is easy. You can simply copy paste this. You can say copy, paste and paste. Of course, you will get this 3 times. Okay, so we got 3 times, right? What if you want to do this 5 times? Of course, you will say, hey, copy paste 2 more times. What if I want to do this 100 times, 200 times, 1000 times? Of course, this doesn't make any sense, right? And then we have a very famous principle called as DRY, which is do not repeat yourself. Don't write the same statement multiple times. Can we just use one statement and run it multiple times? We can simply say, hey, we can just say, let's keep that in a block. Okay, so that's how you get a block, right? So let's put that in a block and say, hey, repeat this statement 5 times. That's it. If you do this and if you run this code, you got hi only once. What happened is because we have created a block, but then we have written a comment here. JavaScript will not even execute this comment. But if you write it without comment, of course, this is not a logical statement or a syntactically correct statement, right? You have to write the same thing, but in a proper format which your JavaScript understands. So to write this, we have to use a type of loop. So the first type of loop we are going to use is a while loop. Now see, when you say repeat this statement 5 times, you need certain things here. First, how do you know how many times you have done that? So first we need a counter. right? So once, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, right? We need a counter here. And every time you have to increment this counter, you have to say 1, 2, 3, so you have to go ahead, right? And then you have to also check what is the current value, because you don't want to go beyond 5. You don't want to go to 6 or 7, 8 times. You want it only 5 times. So we need 3 things. The counter, we have to check for the condition, and we have to also increment it, right? Okay, so 3 steps. So we call that as initialize, and then the next step would be condition, and the third step would be increment, right? So we have these 3 steps. So the first step is you have to first create a variable which will act as a counter. So we'll say, we can use any variable name, doesn't matter actually, but logically let's go with I, because I means increment. Okay, so we'll say I equal to initially 1, that's how we start, okay? And then if you remember last time we mentioned, we'll use semicolon at the end now. And then we also need to check for the condition. Now, can we use condition like if? Yes, we can do that, right? Because we want to just for the check for the condition, so we can use if. But then if will execute only once, right? That block executes only once. So if you say if I should be less than equal to 5, because that's the limit I want to go for. But then if will execute only once. So instead of using if, we will be using while, because while is a loop, it will get repeated. So can you see that? While, English word, which means repeat. You have to check for the condition. Okay, it will execute this every time this condition is true. But then we have to also make sure that you also increment. So example, when you print high once, you have to make sure that the I value goes to 2, so that it will again print high. Then to make sure that the I value goes ahead with 3. That's how you do, right? You say high, 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 high. So what you're doing here, you're checking for the, you're incrementing it, you're checking for the condition. Why I stopped it here, I have not went for the 6th number, because condition. Okay, so we'll say I plus plus. Remember, we can increment a value with the help of I plus plus. You can also say I equal to I plus 1, but then we have seen this, right? This is an amazing shortcut. Any guess what this is called? Use that comment section and answer that. What is this called? Okay, and the answer is it is post increment. We can also use pre-increment here, because when you only have increment, not assignment, both behave the same way. Okay, will this work? Let's try. So let's go back here and run this, and you can see we got high 5 times. It's working, right? That's how your while loop works. So basically we have 3 things here. We have initial value, we have a condition, and we have a increment or decrement. See, there is no compulsion that there should be always an increment, okay? There's a different way you can do that. Example, if I don't do increment here, that's fine. You just have to change this condition. Maybe there has to be some other way of checking for the condition, because if you don't increment, it will not go ahead and it will simply say true for the entire lifetime. In fact, it will make sure that your machine hangs if you do that. So let's not do that. Let's do this 3 steps. So that's how your while loop works, right? Next, we have one more loop which is called do while loop. So what do while loop does is we have, okay, there's one more thing I want to show you. Let's say the value of I initially is 6. Now what will happen? When your value of I is 6, and then it will check for the condition, right? Is 6 less than 5? No, it's false. The moment you get false, it will directly jump out, which means the block will not get executed even once. Let me show you that. So if you go back and if you say run, we have not got any output because the block is not getting executed. Okay, so if you go back to 1, now let's see what is happening. Let me just run this code. You can see high 5 times. The I value is 1 here. It will go inside. It will check for the condition. Is 1 less than 5? Yes. It will go inside. It will print high. So we got high once. And then it will say I plus plus. That means it will increment the value of I. Now the value of I is 2. So it will check. Is 2 less than 5? Yes. It will print high, and then it will go ahead, it will make I value 3. Again, it will repeat, it will make it 4 and then 5. At one point, the condition will be false and it will come out. That's how it works. Now the question for everyone. And the question is, what if I print the value of I here? What is your guess? What will be the value of I? So again, pause the video. And since I'm asking multiple questions in each video now, you can specify the timeline so that it will be helpful for others. So we are printing I. What will be the value of I here? I hope you have answered that. And the value is 6. Now that's weird, right? We are saying the value of I should be stopped at 5. See, what is happening is, after several increments, the value of I will be, let's say, 4. Okay. In this case, it will print high. It will increment the value. Our value of I becomes 5. It will go up. Is 5 is less than equal to 5? Yes, it is equal to 5. It will print high. It will make the value of I 6. okay, then it will check, is 6 less than equal to 5? No, that's false. So we got false, but what's the value of I? It is 6, right? And that's why we got 6. Cool. Okay, one thing to remember, we have 3 steps here: initialization, condition, and increment. Okay, you can also do reverse here. Okay, example, if you want to start from 6, or you can start from 5. So this time we are doing reverse. In fact, what I will also do is, before doing that, let me also print the value of I. So it will print high 1, high 2, and let's do that. And you can see we got high 1, high 2, high 3, high 4, and high 5. Oh, that's amazing, high 5. Okay, but then what if you do reverse? So I can say I equal to 5, and then I is greater than equal to 0, because this time we are going in reverse order. So I will go from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, like a countdown. And then instead of using increment, you have to say decrement, because every time you want to reduce the value of I. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's try, and we got it. So you can see we got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. That's tricky. We got 6. It's because it is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, so we should not be going till 0. We should be going till 1. So either you can make this as 1. That's one way of doing it. Or keep it 0. Remove this equal to symbol. So when you say I should be greater than 0, it will stop at 1. Okay, so you have two choices. Let's run this, and you can see we got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cool. So that's how we can do increment and decrement. Okay, but one thing to observe. What if you say, let's say this is 0, okay? Or maybe let's keep it as 5, and we'll go back to our original way, which is less than equal to 5, and we'll say plus plus. So in this case, of course, we are going for increment basis now. And let me set this value of I here as 10. Now what do you think? It will even print it once? And the answer is no, it will not print even once, right? Because that's how while loop works. So while loop will first check for the condition, then only it will go ahead. So what if you want to just execute it and then check for the condition? So in that case, you can use do while. So in do while, what you do is you check for the condition later. So after the curly brackets at the end, you will check for the condition. Now what it will do is, it will say, okay, the value of I is 10, that's fine. Do says, okay, go inside. It will check, okay, we are printing the value of I, and then we are saying I plus plus. It will make the value of I as 11. It will come down and say, okay, 11 is less than equal to 5. No, just go out of the loop. That's it. But it will print the output at least 1. That's the thing behind do while. But yes, if you start with 1, there is no problem. It will behave the way it was behaving before. So do while and while, they're almost same. The only difference is, so in while you first check for the condition, then you print the block or you execute the block. In do while it is reverse. First it will execute the block, then it will check for the condition. And in this video we'll talk about for loop. So in the earlier video we have talked about while loop, we have talked about do while loop. Why do we need another loop here? See, the thing is, let's go back to while loop just to understand. So let's put the condition which is I less than equal to 5, and let's remove the while loop from here. Okay, so this is your while loop, right? A simple while loop. So here we can see we are doing 3 steps. We are doing initialization, we are checking for the condition, and then we are doing increment. And normally when you want to do some increment, and if you want to run a loop for a specific number of iterations, what makes much more sense is to write these 3 things on the same line. Don't you think if you just want to iterate between the numbers, this will be same? I mean, the value of I will be assigned, you have to check for the condition, you have to increment or decrement based on the situation. So here what we can do is, instead of using a while loop, we can use a for loop. Now how it looks like, so instead of using while, we'll use for. The only thing is, in for loop, you do all these steps in one line. Example, so let me remove the condition. You use 2 semicolons here. The first, we are creating 3 statements with 2 semicolons in between. The first one is let I equal to 1. That's the first step, initialization. The next step you have to do is for the condition. And the third one is the increment, which is I plus plus. So by doing this, you don't have to mention this let, you don't have to do increment. So we are doing everything in one line. Mind you, it is still 3 statements because you are using semicolon at the end, right? With the fourth separation. But the line is 1. And now if you run this code, you got the same output, right? This is what we wanted. We want to print high 5 times, but instead of using while, do while, we have used a for loop. Quite simple, right? Now the only thing is it compulsory to write everything in one line? See, the option is you can write everything in one line, but if you choose, you can still go for the old pattern. That means you can achieve while loop with the help of for loop, right? Example, let's say I don't want to initialize the variable. I will initialize here, but then in the for loop I will not initialize. I will just check for the condition and increment. It worked. Let me show you. You can see we got the same output. But what if you don't even want to do increment here? We can do the increment later in the block, and even that works. Okay, so there's no compulsion that you should write everything in one line. For loop offers that, but you can skip that. In fact, you can also skip the condition. Okay, I know that will be weird because there's no condition. It will go forever. That's we called as infinite loop. Look at the output here. It's crazy. Okay, let's see where it ends. So let me just fast forward this video. And you know, the speed is actually depend upon your CPU. Let me just check the task manager how much it is taking. Maybe later on we will try with some other weird stuff just to see if we can consume the complete memory. Look at the Visual Studio processing. It is taking 54% of my CPU. It's actually very time consuming, so I'm just stopping it here. You can say Control C, it will stop the execution. So CPU is under control now. So that's the thing, you can just try it out. I'm not sure at what point it will end. I've never tried it, so you can try on your machine. But again, it's not compulsory. You have to put the condition if you want to stop at a particular point. So we want to stop at I less than equal to 5. And it's always better to initialize the variable inside a for loop and do the increment and decrement inside this space here, which is I++. I will say let I equal to 1. So that you don't have to mention that here. But now the question would be, which is the better loop? Should we go for a while loop or do while loop or a for loop? And that we will discuss in the next video. So as of now, we have understood what is while loop, do while loop, and for loop. In fact, you know, you can actually use a loop inside a loop. Example, I want to print hi and then I want to print hello 5 times. Then hi and then hello 5 times. So you can actually do that. Example, what I'm doing is, I just want to say log and I want to print hello here, right? So it should print hi once and then 5 hellos and then 1 hi, then 5 hellos. So basically in total, I want to execute hello 25 times, but then it should print 1 hi and then 5 hellos, right? So what we can do here is we can write this with another for loop. So basically we are using a loop inside a loop, which is called a nested loop. So let's try. So we'll say j equal to 1, j less than equal to 5, and j plus plus, right? And there's one more thing. If you know that you only have one statement inside your block, example, if you look at this for loop, we only have one statement. So the curly brackets is not compulsion. We have done that in if and else, right? So if you have only one statement, curly brackets not required. Okay, let's try. In fact, I will also print the value of j and let's see how this behaves. And I will go back here and let's run. You can see that, okay, that's the earlier output we got. So we have hi 1 and then it prints hello 5 times. You can see the value of j is incrementing. And then we got hi 2 here and then we got hello 5 times. Then hi 3, hello 5 times. So what is happening here is, if you just try to run this code mentally, you got the value of I, which is initially 1. It will check for the condition. It will not do increment there. It will just print this I value. Then it will go for the next loop, which is j. The value of j is 1. And then it will print hello 1. So it is printing hi 1 and then hello 1. That's what you got the output here, the first one. And then this loop will continue. Okay, it will not jump to the outer loop. This is an inner loop. It will first complete the inner loop, then it will go for the outer loop. So it is changing the value of j to 2 and then it is printing hello 2. Then it is printing the value of j to 3, it is printing hello 3, and it is reaching till 5. It prints hello 5, it is the value of j is incrementing to 6. Now it is a false condition, right? It will jump out of for loop, it will go for the outer loop, and the value of I is 1, it will make it 2. And that's why you can see we got hi 2. But then the moment you go back to this loop, the value of j will be reinitialized to 1, and that's how it works. Example, you have an year, let's say year 2021, and in this year you have 12 months, right? So January, February, March, April, and then it will reach to December. We got a next year 2022, but what will happen? Again, January will start. That's how it is working. Now in this video, let's try to find which is the best loop. Now first of all, there's no best loop. Okay, a lot of content online by saying for loop is the best loop. That's not the case. Every loop has its own advantage and a drawback, okay, and they can be used in special cases. Example, let's say when you know the starting point and ending point, we will always go for loop. It always works perfectly. So if you know the starting value, you know the ending value, you know the iterations, for loop is the best. Example, if you want to print something from 1 to 100, for loop is the best, right? Even if you want to print all the numbers between 1 to 100, which is divisible by 3, you can use a for loop. Let's do an example here. So we'll use a for loop and we'll start with let I equal to 1, I less than equal to, so we have to go till 100, right? And then we'll say I plus plus. Now here, I don't want to print all the values. I just want to print those values which are divisible by 3. Now how do we do that? So what I will suggest you is pause the video, try it by yourself. That's how you learn, right? So pause this video, try the example from yourself and execute that. Tell me the output in the comment section or the code in the comment section and then continue. Okay, so I'm not sure if your code is right, which you have commented, but let's try. So what we'll do is we'll check. So every time you do the iteration, you check if the given number is divisible by 3. You do that with the help of mod 3. If it is divisible, in that case you will print log and you will print the value of I. By doing this, you are just printing all the numbers which are divisible by 3. Okay, so you can also do it for even numbers and other stuff. Maybe you want to print all the prime numbers, you can do that. So you can see we got all the values. We got 3, 6, 9, 12. So this is the entire table of 3 till 100. Okay, so when you know the starting point, ending point, for loop makes sense. That's the first use case, right? So what I will do now is I will just comment this part. And let's understand where while loop is the best scenario. See, you can do the same thing on using while loop as well. But let's say I want to print all the numbers individually. Example, let's say we have a number here. And then I have a number which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Now this is one single number. Of course, you can change this number by any format, but let's say you have this one single number which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I want to print each digit individually. How do we do that? So basically, first of all, how do you break this entire thing? Okay, so let's print in reverse order first. Let's print 6 and then 5, then 4, then 3, then 2 and 1. First of all, how do you get 6? And we have seen this, right? We can divide this number by 10. The remainder will be 6, right? Let me just do that. So I will say log and I will print num mod 10. So when you say num mod 10, you can see we will get 6, okay? That's simple. But how will you get 5 now? In that case, what we will do is we'll break this number and we'll remove 6 now. How do you remove 6? It's very simple. If you say num is equal to num by 10, now what you're doing, you're dividing this number by 10, okay? In this case, the num will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now. Example, let me print num. So I'm just printing num now, and if you see the output, you can see we got, oh, it is printing the floating point. Okay, so how do you solve this problem? So basically what we are getting is a floating point, right? So there's one way. You can actually get the parseint of it. Remember, we have done that. You can convert a float into integer with the help of parseint. And you can see we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. And then if we repeat these steps multiple times, so what we will do now is, let's put this together and let's do this multiple times. Copy, paste, paste. So you can see I'm doing that for 3 times and see the output. We got 6, 5, 4. And if you do this multiple times, you will get 3, 2, 1 also. Okay, that's cool, right? In fact, you can also change this number. There's no compulsion that you should have the same number. What if I do randomly this? So if I choose this number, you can see we got 2, last number, then 8, then 7. And then if we do this multiple times, you will get 4, 6, and 5. Okay, this looks cool, right? Now, what I will do is, instead of doing this multiple times, we know we should be using a loop. But the question is which loop? Now you will say for loop, right? But then we don't know the number of digits we have in this number. Of course, you can find a len, but that's a complicated stuff. So we can simply use a while loop. And in this, what should be the condition? See, every time you divide this number, so you are reducing the number length of this thing, right? So you have to make sure, you have to continue this till your value of num is greater than 0. If the value of num is going less than 0, then you have to stop. That's it, right? So we don't have the number of digits counting here. We're just going for a condition. In this case, while loop is the best one, right? So if you can see, we got 2, 8, 7, 4. In fact, I will not print this part. I don't want to print num, but that's where it is creating that issue. So if you can see, we got all the digits here. That's how we can use a while loop, right? So while loop is better when you don't know the starting point, ending point, but you know the condition, when to stop, right? So example, if I say, hey, count till 100. So you'll say 1, 2, 3, 4. But what you say, you have to start counting from 1. And then you will start the counting, right? 1, 2, 3. You don't know the ending here. If I say stop, then you have to stop. So in the first scenario, when I ask you to count from 1 to 100, for loop. When I ask you to keep counting, while loop. Okay, and the moment I say stop, you have to stop. So instead of using while, you can also use do while. The only difference between while and do while is while will first check for the condition, then execute. Do while will first execute the block, then check for the condition. Okay, example, you want to chat with someone. So if you want to end the chat, I mean the chat will get ended when you say stop or end the chat. While loop, right? Continuous stuff. Do while is even if the person is offline, you will send the first message, and then you will get the message the person is offline. At least you have sent the first message. That is do while loop. Okay, so that's it. That's the comparison between while and do while. But let me give an assignment here. Now, since you have done this, since we have done this example, what I want here is if I give you this number, you have to print the reverse of this number. Okay, so at the end, let's say you got num2. Maybe let's do that here. Let's say num2, and the initial value of num2 is 0. At the end, when you print num2, I want you to print the reverse of this number, which is 287456. Oh, sorry, 65. So that will be assignment. In this video, we'll talk about objects. Now, see, the thing is, object is one of the most important thing in some of the languages because it represents the real world in the virtual world. Example, let's say in the real world, we deal with object, right? We don't deal with normal variables. Example, if I want to talk about a laptop is an object. Now, this laptop will have certain properties, right? So let's say if I want to represent a laptop in the virtual world, I have to define it as one object which will have multiple properties. Maybe you can talk about the laptop configuration, the CPU, RAM, the storage. You can talk about the brand. In the same way, if you want to represent a bank account, so a user bank account will have certain properties, right? So a bank account will be one object, or the user as one object, and the user will have multiple properties. The account balance, the username, the password, and all those aspects. So whatever you can think about is an object, right? So how do you represent an object in JavaScript? So basically we have different ways of getting object. Okay, so we'll go one by one. The first one we'll deal with is object literal. Okay, because here you literally mention all the properties of an object. Okay, so what I'm talking about. So let's say I want to represent an object. This time we'll go with, let's say, alien. So let's say we want to create an object called alien, right? Now this alien will have certain properties. So we'll say alien. So when you talk about alien, what exactly alien means? Now, if you are new to this video or this channel, you might not be knowing this, but I call my audience as aliens because I believe they live in virtual world, right? And so they are not from real world. So they are aliens, right? So alien, so every IT professional is an alien, right? So how do you represent an IT professional? So of course, every programmer, you can say, has a name, has the technology. Of course, everyone loves some technology, right? And then maybe the number of experience in that technology. So this is how you can define the properties. So basically, it's a key and a value pair, right? So we can have multiple properties and each property will be having a key and a value. Now, how do you define them? Now, first of all, let me create a simple object without any properties. Can we do that? Yes, you can simply open a curly brackets and close it. This is your object. Trust me. I know that looks weird, but that is your first object. Now, the only problem is you can't actually see the data in it, right? We have not defined the properties yet. But even if you don't define, that's your object. Now, how do I prove it? Now, if you go back to our second or third session, I don't remember, when we talked about the data types, we have talked about different data types, right? We have talked about numbers, string, boolean, and then we said, whatever is not primitive is an object. So of course, when you talk about objects, they are not primitives in this case. So this is an object, okay? We don't have any primitive value assigned, so that's an object, right? Okay, let me just print it. Let me just print it as it is, and let's see what happens if you run this code. The moment you run this code, you can see we got empty object. Now, how do you know this is an object? So we know the special operator, right? We have type of operator. Let's do that and run, and you can see it says object. Okay, so that's your first object. Awesome. Now we know it's an object, but I want to assign some properties. How do you assign a property? Okay, so since we have a curly brackets, of course, this makes sense, right? It's a collection of properties. So we can put our properties here. Okay, how do we define this? It's actually very simple. So when you open the curly brackets, in that block, you define your properties. I will go with the first one. I will go with name. So the name is my property. And how do you assign a value to it? Okay, now that's tricky. So we don't use equal to symbol, we use a colon because that's a key and a value. It's a pairing basically. So you say name and then you assign a value to it. So I will say the name is Naveen, and then I will give a comma. That's how you separate multiple properties. Now, if you are coming from different language, let's say you know Java. So in Java, we use map concept for this key value. Then in Python, we have dictionary. In fact, most of the languages, they have dictionaries. So it's almost similar. Right here, let me just define another property. Let's say technology. So my favorite technology is, I will say JavaScript at this point because we are learning JavaScript. Let me define that. Let's go with these two properties. In the upcoming videos, we'll expand this example so that it will make sense. But as of now, I just have a very simple example or simple object here, which is alien. And can we create multiple objects? Of course we can. We can create thousands of objects, and that's what we do in real world. So when you work on a big project or any real world project, you will be working with multiple objects. Okay, so we got these two properties, right? And that's your object. Now let me just print it as it is. We are not specifying what I want to print. I just want to print the object. And you can see you will get the output in that format. Let me just do that here. Okay, so we got the output, right? Now, I don't want to fetch the entire object. I just want to fetch a particular value. I want to know the alien, let's say name. I want to know the name of the alien. Now in this case, of course, if you print alien, it will print the object as it is. I don't want that. I want to get the name, right? So in this case, what you can do is you can say alien dot name. It's that simple. You have to use a dot operator. Okay, we have another option, but let's go with the dot operator. Okay, so we got it, right? So we are getting this name here. What do you think? Will it work? Let's try. It's working. You can see we got Naveen there. Okay, that's perfect. Can we also print a technology? Yes, we can. Let's run this and okay, you can see we got the output. So how do you fetch a value of a property or an object? You use the dot operator. Now that's not the only option you have. You have one more option. You can also use square brackets. So you can say alien, and in this square bracket, because when you mention alien, it will fetch all the properties. We don't want all the properties. We want only one or two depending upon your requirement. So in this case, I can mention that in a square bracket. You can say, hey, I want alien data, but not all. Specifically in that square bracket and in single quote, you can mention, I want to fetch name. Okay, this is how you can fetch the value, and you can see we got name. You can also fetch the technology. Yeah, so you can also, you can see we got JS. Now the question is, which is better? Which one you should use? Should you use dot operator or square bracket? Now it depends upon the requirement. What makes much more sense is to use dot operator because that defines, okay, alien dot name, alien dot tag. If you have object inside an object, it makes much more sense to use that. But then square bracket has its own requirement. So given a choice, I will always use dot operator. But there are certain requirements where you have to use square bracket. Now what are those requirements? Let's say if you have, let's say one more property here, but then the property name has two words. Example, in this case, if you can see we have a name, we have tag. What if you have one more property which is not of one word? Can we do that? Let's say I want to have number of years of experience. I can say work experience. So now I have a property of two words. Now see, logically you can use underscore here. If you have two words, that's how you define it, right? Just to keep it simple. But then what if you have two words and you have to give a space in between? In that scenario, you can use a single quote. Again, I'm not a big fan of this type of property naming convention, but it gives an option. You can do that. Let's say the number of year of experience is 4. Okay, so if you have a property name with two words, of course you will use a single quote. Now, why I'm not using single quote here? It's a number, right? We don't use single quote for numbers. Okay, and then if you want to fetch that, you have to say work experience. You can't use dot operator here. So there are certain conditions where you have to use the square bracket. Actually, there is one more. What if I have, let's say, I want to fetch the name, okay? So of course, if you want to fetch the name, dot operator makes sense, so you will say name here. But what if you don't know what to fetch? You will be asking the user, hey user, what you want to know? Do you want to know the name or the tag? So let's say user is giving you the input, okay? And then the input is name. Let's say that's a scenario. Input is name. Now imagine this name is actually coming from the user. We are defining it statically here, but imagine that's coming from the user. And then I want to fetch the name. So depending upon what the input is, I want to fetch that element. Can I use dot now? Of course not. If you try to use input, it will give you some issue. It will say undefined because we don't have input as a field inside alien, right? So we are saying, hey, I'm not talking about input. I'm talking about the value of the input. In that case, you can't use dot operator. You need to use the square bracket. Okay, you are evaluating the expression to get the value. So name is coming here and then you're getting the value. I hope that makes sense, right? Yeah, so that was the introduction of an object. So what is object? Basically, it represents the real entities. Okay, so in this case, we are going for alien. Of course, you can make a complex object. Okay, before going ahead, before ending this video, I just have one more thing. In this particular object, we have properties, right? But can we also have functions? Example, let's say if we talk about an alien, we have, of course, we have properties, right? But then we also have a behavior, right? We write code, we test the applications, we give a speech, right? So we do make a lot of content, or we write a lot of code. Can we have functions inside the object? Well, that we'll see later. Okay, short answer is yes, but how we can do that we'll see in the upcoming videos. Till this point, we have talked about the basics of JavaScript, and then we have talked about the object. It's very important, right? Object is one of the most important thing in most of the languages. The thing is, when we talked about objects in JavaScript, we have talked about key value pair. So basically, you can represent the real world objects in virtual world with the help of these JavaScript objects here. So it will have a key and a value pair, right? Now in this video, let's expand this more. What if you want to create a complex object? Now what I mean by complex object. So imagine you have an object and then inside that you have another object. What if you want to delete a specific property? So let's say in your object you have 4 properties and you want to delete one. Is it possible? What if you want to print all the properties? I mean the key and a value. Is it possible? Of course you can print one by one, but I want to do a iteration. I don't want to print everything by myself manually, right? So let's find out in this video. So the first thing we'll do is let's create a simple object. Again, the same one we'll go for, which is alien, and then let's make it a complex object. So what we will do here is, again, the same thing. We'll create an alien object. We'll say alien equal to, and then we'll mention the properties. So last time, I guess we went with a name, and then we'll say name is here Naveen, and then we'll go for the next property, which is technology. And I guess the technology was JavaScript. Now, since we are learning JavaScript, we can do that. Okay, so let's go with this too. This time, let's ignore the work experience, right? So here, I just want to print this object. Is it possible? Of course, we have done that, right? Why we have to even think about it? So we can simply print the object. Okay, let's try this. So if you run this code, you can see we got the output, which is Naveen and JS, which is the values. What if you want to add some more properties? We can add more properties, right? Okay, before that, I just want to add one more thing. What if you have 2 properties? Of course, you can differentiate between different properties with the help of comma, right? So once you complete one property here, before going for the next property, you will give a comma. But what if I give a comma at the end? That doesn't make sense, right? Because we don't have any value after that. But JavaScript says that's fine. Even if you give a comma here, that is completely fine. You know why? It's because sometimes we want to add more properties. Example, if you have a comma here and then you added some more properties and then you realize, hey, we don't need a last property, you will delete it. But then you forgot to delete this comma, right? It will lead to errors and bugs. So JavaScript says, okay, I will understand that, don't worry. So that completely works. Let me show you here. If you run this code in the output, it is ignoring it. That's a good thing. Okay, let's make this as a complex object. Now, what I mean by complex object here is having an object inside the object. So in this alien, let's say an alien need a laptop. Of course, we can say a laptop here. But then a laptop is not a simple thing, right? You can't simply mention a brand here or a configuration. You want to specify everything as a separate object. So every alien, if you want to work, you need a computer. Of course, laptop is not necessary here. We can have a simple computer, but it works well. Laptop works well, right? You can even get it. I'm not a big fan of laptops, but let's go for laptop here. So here, I want to create a laptop object, right? In this case, I will open the curly brackets and close. So you can imagine an object as a property. Okay, so the laptop is a key, and this object here, which is an object literal, is a value. Now what I want to mention, so let's say I will go with very simple stuff. Let's say I want to go for CPU, and CPU is, let's say, i7. And the next thing I want to mention is RAM, and let's say RAM is 4 GB. And then I want to mention one more thing, which is brand. So let's say my favorite brand is Asus. And that's it. We got these 3 properties, right? So what we have here is we have a laptop inside this alien object. So that's object inside the object. Now what happens if you print this? It's very simple. You can just simply run this code and you can see we got the entire object. Cool, this is working, right? Now what if you want to fetch only technology? We have done that. We can simply say alien.tech, which perfectly works. And let's get back here and run, and you can see we got JS. But what if I want to print only laptop? So alien.laptop, even that works. So you can see we got CPU, RAM and brand. Basically we got the entire object of laptop. But what if you want to print only brand here? Can we do that? See, it's very easy to fetch a laptop because it belongs to alien. So you can simply say alien.laptop. How about fetching the brand? I can guess it. We can simply add a dot and a brand, and that's how it works. So we can say, hey, we want brand which belongs to laptop, which belongs to alien. It's so simple, right? Let's save this and let's run. And we got it. We got Asus. That's cool. Now the amazing thing is every property value. For example, if we talk about string has a specific properties. Okay, we can say functions, methods, but we'll talk about those things later. Imagine I want to know the length of a string. Example here, brand is a string, right? I want to print the length of it. So basically you can use a property called length. So basically what we're doing, let's go reverse. I want to find a length of what? Of brand. So whatever value brand has, let's say Asus or Lenovo or HP, it will find the length. In this case, it is 4. If you go for HP, it will be 2. If you go for Lenovo, it will be 6. And then where you will find this brand, it belongs to laptop. Laptop belongs to alien. That's why we represent that dot operator there. So this is working. Let's try to run this code, and yeah, you got 4. Now 4 is the length of Asus here. This is working. Cool. But then if you do that, it's working, right? But we have another concept here, which is double question mark. Okay, let's talk about that. What if you don't have this brand as a property? Let's say the property name is brand 1, okay? But then you're using a brand. So what will happen now? See, when you try to fetch only the brand, what I will do is that I will just comment this part and I just want to reuse it. Okay, and then let's say I just want to fetch the brand here. Now what you tell me what will happen? Now since we don't have brand, it will give you a very special error, and so it will print undefined. And we have seen this from a long time, right? Every time you try to fetch something, if it is not available or the value is not assigned, it will say undefined. Cool. But what if you try to find the length of brand, which is undefined here, and if you run this code, you will see you got an error. Now we don't want errors, right? Error is something which we don't like, but you don't have an option, right? You have to face errors. Now in this case, don't you think before fetching the length, we have to first verify, do we have brand available? How do we do that? It's actually simple. Before printing the brand, you can actually perform the if condition here. So you can say in if you can mention alien.laptop.brand is triple equal to undefined. If that's the case, don't print it. But let's not go in that format here. In fact, you will find some of the answers in the chat window. If you have written that code, comment your answer in the comment section so that others will come to know the code, right? But here, what I want to do is, I want to check, find length only when you have brand available in the object. If you don't have brand available, don't print the length. Let's try this. So let's run, and you can see we have undefined. We have not got the error. It's because we don't have brand available. But what if you have brand available? Then that question mark doesn't matter, right? Because you have brand available. Cool. What if you don't have laptop available? So you can see we have a laptop 1 here, and then I'm trying to print laptop. Let's run this code, and you can see we got error. How do we solve this? Again, we'll put a question mark here. Now, if you put a question mark, it will say undefined, not the error, right? So this is one of the important thing you can use. You can also do it for alien. What if alien does not exist? So you can put question mark wherever you want. If you think, hey, this is a property which I'm not sure of, put a question mark. So that's how we can print one specific property here. So we have talked about question mark. We have talked about stuff. Let's talk about something else. Let me delete one of the property. Can we do that? I want to delete laptop itself. Can we do that? Because if you print the alien object here, you can see it is printing the alien object, but what deleted from the alien? So thankfully, JavaScript provides you a keyword called delete, and you can mention the property you want to delete. I want to delete a laptop. So you can simply say alien.laptop and it should work. Let's try. And you can see laptop gone. Okay, it's that simple. So we have an option of using delete here, which will delete your laptop or delete your property, whichever you mention. Let's say I want to mention tech, it will delete tech for you. and that's done. You can see we don't have tech anymore. Okay, so that's how you can delete properties. So we have talked about complex object, we have talked about delete, we have talked about how do you use question mark. So let's do the iteration. Let's say I want to print all these values. We'll do that in the next video. Now in the earlier video, we have talked about objects, right? We have talked about how to create an object, and then we have also seen how do you save object inside the object, right? And then we have seen how to delete the property from the object. In this video, let's try to print all the properties. Hey, we have done that, right? We can simply print an object. It will print all the properties of the object. Example, let's say if I have the alien object here and I want to print the entire alien object, so I can simply print alien, and if I run this code, you can see we got the alien object. But then what if I want to print these properties one by one? Can we do this? And yes, that's where we have this loop, which is a for loop, or not the for loop which we have seen before. This is a special type of loop, which is for in loop. Okay, so how do we use it? So basically, for using a for in loop, we have to say for the way we do it for normal for loop, and then we need a variable here. But this time, this variable is not to iterate between the numbers. Okay, it's not 1, 2, 3, 4. This variable here is to represent a particular key. See, the only way to fetch a value of a property is with the help of a key, right? Example, if I want to fetch this JavaScript here, we have to use tech. That's how it works, right? So here we need to represent P, or we can say a key because we are fetching a key of the property. So we'll say let key in which object you're fetching from the alien object. So basically, this for loop will iterate between the elements or between the properties, all these properties here, and it will take one key at a time. So with that one key, let me just print the key and let's see what happens. Let me just remove this alien part from here. So what we are basically doing is we are printing a key here, right? Only a key, not a value. Let's see what happens. The moment you run this code, you got all the keys, right? You got name, you got tech, you got laptop. Now the question would be, why not CPU, RAM, and brand? It's quite obvious, right? The key for alien is only 3. These are the keys, these are the properties for laptop, right? So that's why we only got laptop, not the internal part of it. Okay, but once we have a key with us, what we can do with it? A lot of things, of course. We can fetch all the values. So let me also print the values here. How do you print a value? It's quite simple, right? We can fetch the value from the alien object. Okay, how do you fetch a particular value? So let's say I want to fetch this JS here. So the way you can fetch that JS is by giving a dot here. So we can say alien dot, you can mention tech, right? It will fetch tech. And let's see what happens if we do this. The moment you run this code, you can see we got all the properties. That's perfectly works, but the values are weird. We got name, tech, and laptop. Those are the keys. The values are JS, JS, JS. You know why? We are hard-coded .tech here. We don't want that. We don't want to mention one particular property there. It should change based on which key it represents. So in this case, we will be using a square bracket because key is not a part of the object, right? So we have to use square bracket. And we'll mention key here. Now this key will keep changing, right? Initially this will be name, then it will jump to tech, then it will jump to laptop, and it will fetch that particular value. Will this work? Let's try. So first of all, let me clear it and run, and that works. You can see we got name Naveen, we got tech JS, we got laptop, and thing works, right? Now basically, when we are using this type of loop, we can fetch a key, and with that key, you can fetch a value. Right, if that makes sense. But then what if I want to print all the properties of a laptop? Now this is something you will be doing by your own. Okay, so that's your assignment. We have done it for alien. You have to do it for laptop. And if you are not able to do that, that's okay. You can find the comment section. Someone might have answered it. Okay, so I will check your comments and let me know what is your answer. How do you print all the properties of the laptop? Okay, so this is something we have done. We don't use it often, but if you want to print all the properties, this is how you do it, right? Now, apart from this, we also have a for off loop, which we'll see when we start with arrays, okay? But as of now, we have talked about a for loop, and that's how you can print all the values of the object. Now, in this video, we'll talk about functions. See, we talked about objects, right? And then, in fact, we have seen the basics of object. It's time to move towards functions. And then later, we'll try to merge and we'll try to use this together. Ultimately, when you build projects, you need to know everything, right? You have to use all those features. So let's start with functions. Now, what are functions? See, basically you write a code or you build an application to solve the real life issues, right? So basically you try to convert the real life issues and then you find a solution and then you solve it with the help of a virtual world. And that's where you write multiple lines of code, right? Now this can be 10 lines, this can be 100 lines, this can be 1,000 lines of code. Now one thing is for sure, there are certain lines of code which you want to reuse. Okay, that's the first thing. You may want to reuse the code. Okay, example, let's say you have bunch of statements, let's say 5 statements, which you will be calling multiple times. Maybe this is for a login purpose, maybe this is for cleaning the system, or this might be for payment checkout. So if you have these 5 statements which you want to use multiple times, you can call it multiple times, right? That's the first thing. Second is, for a bigger task, it's always better to create small tasks. Okay, so whenever you have a big task, break down into small chunks. It will be easier to code, it will be easier to manage also, right? And then we have this principle which is called DRY, which is do not repeat yourself. Okay, so to solve the 3 issues which we have talked about, we have one solution, which is to use a function. Now, what are functions? So let's go with a very simple example here. So what we will do here is, let me get a function. So we'll say function here, but then what this function will do? So let's say I want to greet someone. So how do we greet it? So let me just remove this. How do we greet? So let's say we can say hello world, or good morning, or get lost. I'm just kidding. So let's say if you want to say hello world, we have seen it, right? We can simply say log, and then here we can say hello world. That simple, right? Now, if you run this code, of course you will get hello world. So let me just do that quickly. So you can see we got hello world. What if you want to print hello world 5 times? Oh, now you'll be saying, hey, we can use a loop there, right? We can. But if you want to print 5 times repeatedly, of course you will use a for loop there. But what if you want to call this multiple times in a different situation? In that case, what you can do is you can put this statement, not just one statement, you can put bunch of statement in a thing called function. And in this function, you can give a name to it. Let's say I will say the name is greet. Of course, this name can be anything, but let me say greet. And then you will open a curly brackets and you will close it. Okay, you will put this statement inside the function, right? Okay, so basically we got this hello world, and then now I want to call this. So let me save this and let's run this. What do you think? Will you get the output? So in the comment section mentioned, will you get the output or not? Let me just try this, and you can see we have not got the output. There is no error, of course, but we have not even got the output. See, this is a function, right? So we are defining a function. This is what is very important. We are defining it. So this greet is a function, and then we are defining it with the help of this function keyword. And then after this greet, this is the name of the function. You are using this round brackets. That's how you define a function. And then you have to open the curly brackets, close the curly brackets. Inside this, you can write whatever statement you want to execute. This might be variable declaration. This might be statement execution. This might be calling some other function. Yes, we can do that. That we'll see in the upcoming videos. But as of now, I just want to call this function. How do we do it? We simply call this function called as greet. That's it. You need to call a function. So there are 2 steps here. One, you are defining a function, and second, you are calling a function. So you can put a semicolon there. It's an optional thing, but it's a good thing to do. So this is a function definition. This is a function calling. Let's see what happens. Now when you run this code, you can see we got hello world. Now the awesome thing is you can repeat this thing. You can say paste, paste, and paste. So now we are calling that function 4 times. Now this is not exactly same as for loop, because in for loop, this will execute it in a loop. Maybe after this greet, I can write some other statement. Okay, so example, let me print 1 here. So now what will happen is it will call greet, it will execute hello world, then it will print 1, then it will call greet again, and then again. So basically it goes in a flow, right? So it will get called every time you write this greet and a round bracket. So let me try that, and you can see we got the output, which is hello world 1, hello world, hello world, hello world. It's that simple, right? So that's how we can create a function. We can call the function. So this thing is a function definition. We are here calling it multiple times. But then how exactly we can use it for other purpose? What if you want to execute bunch of statement? What if you want to pass some values? That we'll see in the upcoming videos. Now, in the earlier video, we have talked about functions, right? So we have seen how do you define a function, how do you call a function. Now, went with a very simple example where we created a function called as greet, and then in that we were printing hello world, right? But then we can call a function multiple times, right? And we have done that. We are calling that function 4 times here. So if you want to see the output, this is what you got, right? You were able to run this and we were getting 4 outputs, right? In fact, 5, we also got 1 here because we are printing it. But at this point, I just don't want to go for multiple calling. I just want to go for 1. In this video, let's try to understand how do you pass values to a function and how a function returns a value. Okay, so what I mean by that is, let's say when I call this greet, I don't want it to do something. I don't want it to print something. I want it to return me the text. Example, let's say I have a string here. Let's say a string, and this string need to have, let's say, hello world. Okay, of course you can type hello world here, But don't you think we can use this hello world? So what we can do is we can say, hey greet, do your work, but also give me the text. Okay, so I want to return this hello world to this str. So we can call a function which will return you the value. Now, when you want to return the value, you don't want to write console.log because you don't want to print it. You want to return it. How do you return it? It's very simple. You just have to use a simple keyword called as return. So when you execute this function greet now, it will return the statement, or it will return the string called hello world. So this will return hello world and it will be assigned to str. So that's how you return the value, right? Okay, so can we have multiple return statement? Actually not, because see, the moment you have multiple return statement here, so if I return hello, so if you go with the flow of execution, it will simply return the first hello. It will not even go for the second one, right? And that's why you can see it will also give you some, so it says it is unreachable code. Because the moment you execute the function and the moment it sees this line, it will directly jump out of the function. Okay, that's how return works, right? So make sure that you write only one return statement. Yes, if you can also have if else, in that you can mention multiple returns. I mean, one return in if condition, one return in else condition, that should work. Okay, but then will it work? Let's try. If you want to see the output, we have to also print str, right? That's how we'll know that something is happening. So after saving that, let me create this screen and let's run this code and let's see what happens. And you can see we got hello world. So whatever data is getting returned here will be assigned to str and we are printing it. Example, if I put some exclamation there, now it will be updated with the exclamations, right? Cool. So that's how you can return a value. How about passing a value? So let's say instead of printing world here, I want to say hello Naveen or hello whatever value you pass. Example, let's say here we have user and the data for the user is, let's say, Naveen. So when you have a user called Naveen and I don't want to greet as hello world, I want to say hello Naveen. So this will change based on what user you have. So if the user is Naveen, it will print Naveen. If the user is, let's say Chirag, it will be hello Chirag. How will you modify it? So basically, you have to pass this user here, right? So how do you pass? It's very simple. In the function itself, in the round packets, you say user. This is that simple, right? So basically you are calling a function by passing a value, which is a user here. Now, since you're passing, you have to also accept it, right? So here you have to accept the value. Now, will you do it? It's very simple. You say user. So you are passing a user and you are accepting a user. Cool. And now you can simply remove this part and you can write user. As simple as that, right? Let's run this code. And now I'm expecting it will print hello Naveen. Wow, we got hello user. You know why? We have talked about it before, right? We are putting this user in double quotes. Not a good idea. So we can use a template literal here. We can put a backtick and let's put this in dollar curly bracket. So it will be getting resolved to the value of the user, which is in this case is Naveen. And we got it. So you can see we got hello Naveen. So that's how you can pass a value and that's how you can return a value. So using return statement, you can return a value, you can pass a value. It's not that you can only pass one value, you can pass multiple values. What if you want to pass two values? You can give a comma and you can pass another value. You can pass 10 values, 100 values, depending upon the requirement, how much you want to pass. So I hope that makes sense. In this video, we have talked about how a function returns a value and how a function accepts a value. There's one more thing, you can actually write multiple statements here. It's not that a function will have only one statement. We are doing that from last two videos, in fact this one and last one, but you can have multiple statements here. Maybe you want to print something, maybe you want to calculate something, maybe you want to store data in database, maybe you want to send a request to the server, whatever you want, okay? And we will do that in the upcoming videos, don't worry. In this video, we'll talk about function expression. Now see, we have talked about functions. We can create functions, we can pass a value, we can return a value, and then you can specify the parameters as well and those things, right? But now let's treat function as an expression. But before that, we have to understand what is an expression. See, if you say you have a variable, let's say the variable name is a, and then when you assign a value, now this value can be an operation as well. So it can be 5 plus 6, right? Now, even before assigning the value of 5 plus 6 to a, first it will evaluate 5 plus 6, which is 11, right? So it will assign 11 to a. So that means this 5 plus 6 is an expression, right? So expression simply means it will evaluate and it will be assigned to a particular variable. Cool, if that makes sense. Okay, this is the first thing you have to understand. The second thing is, if you remember, before talking about functions, we have talked about objects, right? Now, normally when you talk about different languages, we discuss about functions and then we move towards object. Now, what is different in JavaScript is JavaScript treat functions as an object. Okay, but that's tricky, right? If you remember the earlier sessions when we talked about data types, we have primitive types and we have object types. Whichever type is not primitive is an object, right? And in primitive, we have not seen function. So function is an object type. Okay, so JavaScript treat function as an object. Okay, so that is awesome, right? Let's try to understand what is function expression. So now we know what is expression, and we also know that function is an object, right? So what I will do now is I will just create a function, but then this will not be a normal function. Let's say I have a function add and we are saying equal to. Now that's weird. We are not creating a function like a function and then add. So we are creating a variable here which is add, and now a function will be assigned to this variable. Okay, that's tricky. How do we do that? We create a function. Now this function will not have any name. That means it's an anonymous function, or we can specify the parameters. Maybe I can say num1 comma num2, right? So basically we are creating a function which is anonymous, which is taking 2 parameters, and then this function is getting assigned to this variable add. So this is called a function expression, because this will be evaluated and it will be assigned to add. Okay, that's cool, right? But then we are not doing any stuff here, so let's return num1 plus num2. Of course, you can write multiple lines of code. There's no restriction that it should be having only one line of code. But as of now, just to keep it simple, we are doing this. Okay, so basically we got a function here, and this function is getting assigned to this add. But the question arises, how will you call a function which doesn't have a name? Okay, so this function don't have a name, but this is assigned to add, right? So we can treat add as a function now. Okay, let me show you how. So I can say add and I can pass 2 values. I can say 5 plus 6. So basically we are calling a function add, but then this will be calling this particular function, right? But that function also returns a value. So let's say let result is equal to add 5 comma 6. Okay, so this is a function expression. And now let's print the value of result, and I hope it will work. And it worked. You see that? So what is different? Again, this is an anonymous function because it doesn't have a name. And this function is assigned to a variable called as add. And we can treat this add as a function now. Okay. In fact, the awesome thing is we can say let sum is equal to add. Now what will happen is this variable will be assigned to sum. Now we can treat sum as a function. So basically we can play with this thing here, and let's try, and it still works, right? So this is treating as an object. So you can imagine this is a function as an object assigned to a variable, and then we can play with that variable now. Okay, but what happens if I try to print sum here? Now sum is not a function, right? It's a variable, but then we are assigning a function to a variable. So let's see what happens. If you run this code, you can say it says it's a function called add, right? So the add is getting assigned to sum, so still it's an add function ultimately. Cool. Now we are talking about functions, right? So we have seen how do we create a function, how do we call a function, how do a function return a value, and then how can you pass a value? Okay, now it's time to understand how do you work with variables. Oh, we have talked about variables, right? But then when you talk about functions, we have something more to talk about variables. See, we have a user here, which is variable, right? And then we are passing that variable in this function, which is greet, and then we are able to print it. Okay, but what do you think? Is this variable user and this one, are they the same? Of course not, they're different, right? Because this is a variable which is created inside the greet function, and this is a variable which is created outside. So there are 2 different functions. Yes, they have the same name. That also means that if I change this variable name to u, it perfectly works. It's just that we have to print u. Okay, so let me just try it out now and let's see what it does. And if you run this code, you can see we are still getting the output. Cool. So this is working right now. What I want to understand is, can I access this variable inside this function? Let's try. So let's say this is u now. This is different, right? So I will come back here and I will try to print the value of the user. Now let's see what happens. Will it give you any error, or it will print something? The moment you run this code, you can see it is working. You can see we got Naveen, which is working. Now you might be thinking, hey, this function is defined earlier, and then we are creating this variable which is created out after this function definition. Is it still working? There's a concept of hoisting, which we'll discuss later. As of now, we'll ignore that. Let's imagine this is a first line. Okay, because something is happening behind the scene, which will be a bit difficult to understand now. Later on, we'll understand that perfectly. As of now, we got this variable on top, and then still it will work the same way we have done earlier. Now, what's the difference between this u and this user? Now, this u is created inside this greet function, so we will call it as a local variable. This user is created outside, we will call as a global variable. Okay, now local variable can be created inside this parenthesis, or it can be created inside this block. Example, I will say a new variable here, which is num equal to 5. So as of now, we know that we can use the outside variable inside the function. So basically we can use the global variable inside a function. But how about using the local variable? Now why it is local? Because it is local to the function. You can't use it outside. Let's try. So first of all, let's use that inside the function. Let's try to print num. And let's see if that works. And you can see we got the output, right? So we are able to print num. But what if I want to use this num outside? So here I will try to print num and let's see what happens. In fact, let me print a statement as well. I will say num value is, just to know that we are printing it outside. And now let me just run this. There is an error. It says num is not defined. You know why? Because we have defined it inside the function. That means it is a local variable. This user here is a global variable. So both this one, the variable created inside the parenthesis, they are also a local variable, and this one, which is created inside the block, is also a local variable. And the variable created outside, they are global variables. So why it was working when we mentioned that after the function as well is because of the concept of hoisting, which we'll see later. Okay, cool. What else we can talk here? So let's say we can pass multiple values as we can see in the greet. Can we add two numbers? Let's try that. So what I will do is I will just remove the entire part here and let me just add two values. So I will get a function and then this function will accept two values, right? We want to add two numbers. So I will say num1 comma num2. So we got these two values here. And then in this, I just want to return the addition of num1, num2. So I will say num1 plus num2 semicolon, a very simple function, right? And then I want to call this function. And the way you can do that is by saying add, and you can pass two values. So let me pass 5 and 6. Now this function will add two values, right? So we are doing that here. It will also return the addition. So here we have to accept it, right? So we'll say let result is equal to add 5 comma 6. And then I just want to print the value of result. So I will say result. Will it work? Let's try. So I will just clear the screen and run, and you can see we got 11. So this is working. Cool. So we can basically pass values and it will accept it. So in the earlier example, we have taken only one variable. This time we are going for two variables. Okay, can we have three variables here? Of course you can. So we can say num3, that perfectly works. And we can pass the third value as well. We can say 5, 6, and 8. And here we just need to, when you add this, you have to also add num3. How can you miss that, right? Let's try, and even that works. So basically, if you can accept multiple parameters, not just one. So these are parameters, these are arguments which you pass. Okay, there's one more thing. What if I am accepting three values, but then I'm passing only two values? Can we do that? Now what will happen? So imagine this. What will happen if I do this? If I'm passing two, I'm accepting three. So if you run this code, you can see we got an error. What is the error? Is it really executing? Let's try. First of all, let me just print the value of num1 and num2 and num3. Let's see what happens. So you can see when you run this code, you can see we got 5. That means it is accepting those values. So it will try to match the method, which is, or the function which is add. So it is working. You can see we are passing 5 and 6. So it will assign the value to the first two variables. The third value will be undefined. And when you add this with undefined, you're getting a nan here. So at least it is calling the function, right? So we know it will try to call the function. But what if I want the output? I don't want nan there, right? I don't want not a number. So in this case, you can assign some default values to the variable. So I can say num3 is maybe 1. Now when you assign num3 as 1, so if you don't pass the value for the num3, it will take 1 as the value. So you can say it is taking 5, 6, and 1. Cool, right? But what if you pass the value? So we are passing 5, 6, 5. In this case, it will take 5 as a value. So default value is applicable only when you're not passing it. So in this video, we have talked about how to create a default variable here. We have talked about local variable and the global variable. So we'll talk more about global, local, but then since to go ahead, we need these concepts. In this video, we'll talk about arrow functions. Now in the earlier video, we have talked about function expression, right? Where you can create an anonymous function and you can assign to a variable. Now using arrow function, you can simplify it more, not in terms of the way it behaves, but then the way it looks. It will reduce the number of lines or number of words in the code. So what we'll do is let's create another function here just to understand this, and we'll comment this section here. So in this another function, let's call this function greet, which we have worked with earlier. And then I want to create a function expression. So I'm creating a function. As of now, it is not accepting any value. We don't want to. And then I just want to print hello world. And here we'll return 1. I don't want to return anything, but just for the example, we are going for this return 1 statement. And how do we call it? It's very simple. We can simply say greet. In fact, greet will also return something, right? So I can simply print it here. I can say greet and I can call. Now why I'm printing it? Because it will return 1, so I just want to print 1 as well. So it will call this function, it will execute this statement, it will print hello world, and it will return 1, which we are accepting here, and then we'll print it. Let's see if that works. And when you run this code, you can see we got hello world and we got 1. Now, don't you think whenever you create a function like this, don't you think this is something you can actually imagine? See, behind the scene, every compiler or every interpreter helps you with the number of extra lines. Okay, so this is not something which exactly get executed. There are some more statements which will get executed, which your compiler will add. Okay, so this is something I don't want to write. I want JavaScript to actually imagine this and add it by itself. So I don't want to type function, and I want this block to be a part of this function. So this is a shortcut here. So basically you don't need to mention that function name, and you can simply say round brackets and you can mention that is a part of it. I know it doesn't make any sense as of now because we just had a function which we removed it. But then this is the type of syntax you will see very often. Now why this is important than the way we did earlier? See, there's two things here. One, we will be reducing this code more in the future, but as of now we don't have any keyword in between. See, this is a behavior, right? Function means behavior, and then you are assigning this behavior to a variable. Why you need a function keyword in between? It basically distracts you from your flow of logic, right? So that's why it says, hey, don't write function, just mention that round back. The JavaScript compiler will understand, hey, that's your function there, and this is a function body. But now you will think, hey, what if you have certain variables and you are accepting some variables? Let's try that. So I'll just undo this part, and let's say we are passing some variables here. Let's say I'm passing Naveen here as a parameter. So this is the argument and I have to accept that right here. So I will say user, that works. So I'm accepting a user, and maybe I will use this user somewhere. Maybe I will use it here itself, and I will say hello user. So we are just doing this just to understand arrow function, right? So here, let me print this and let's see what happens. And you can see we got hello Naveen. But what if now I don't mention this function here and I want to make this work? So basically to make this work, we have to use a round bracket, and after this you have to mention a arrow function. So this is called arrow. Okay, this is a function and this is your arrow here. Now let's see if that works, and this works, right? So this is what arrow function looks like. Now to understand it more, we will try to convert our logic here. So now you try to guess what I will be doing here. Even before I type the code, you can pause the video and try to do this in your mind. Okay, what we are going to do. Okay, so basically this is a function. We don't want to write a function, and this is the part of function. So I can write a arrow here. So we can say function parameters and an arrow, and we are doing this. Okay, so this is how arrow function looks like. Now the amazing thing is, in arrow function, if you have only one statement, you don't need to mention curly brackets. Plus, you don't even have to mention return statement if that's the only statement you have. Okay, and then you can write everything in one line. I know it was tricky, so pause the video. Okay, first of all, go back and watch it once again. Or maybe I will do it once again for you. So let me just show you what I did. So basically, this is a function, right? We don't want to write function because we want to use arrow function. And since we are using arrow function, we'll be using a arrow symbol here. Now, whenever you have an arrow function which only has one statement, if you can see here, we have two statements, so we don't have a choice. Here, we only have one statement. And when you have one statement, you don't need to put curly brackets. And when you have only one statement and that one statement is return, you don't even have to mention return, and you can write everything in one line. I know you trust me, so let me just remove this part and look at the code now. If we don't even need some here, it was unnecessary. Let me just go with add and let me print result. Okay, let's run this code and you can see it works. You can see we got 11. So this is an arrow function, and that's the benefit of it. So basically we tried to convert an anonymous function into an arrow function with the help of this arrow keyword. So yeah, that's it from this video. In fact, I have an assignment question for you. So the assignment question is, in fact, let me get a video separate for that. And the question is, you need to take two values. This is 5 and 6. Now you need to add these two values. The only condition is, if you get a negative value, let's say you got -6 here, still you have to add 5 and 6. Okay, not -6. That's your question. Or maybe you can simply skip it. That's what we want. So add it only when you get a positive numbers. Don't add it when you get negative numbers. You can simply print a message or something. So that's it from this video. We'll try to solve that in the next video. I hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know in the comment section. And in this video, let's see how do you add a function to an object. See, we have talked about objects, we have talked about functions, and then we know the basics of it, right? See, every object will have two things. We have talked only about one thing there. So an object will have the data, an object will also have the behavior. See, as an object, right, as a human or the alien, we are the object, right? So we have two things. We know something and we do something. We know something because of the data which is stored here. The property values and the names of your friends, the favorite movie, the concepts which you learn in JavaScript, everything is stored here. And the way you talk, the way you walk, the way you dance is all your behavior, right? And the way you behave is sometimes depend upon the things you know, right? So these two things are related to each other, what you know and what you do. So what you know is with the help of variables, and what you do is with the help of functions. So an object will also have the function, right? But then we don't call them as a function, we call them as a method. It's ultimately a function, but technically we call it as a method, okay? So how do we do that? So first of all, let me remove the code. And in this code, basically, we will be creating an object which we have done earlier, the same object. Or let's go for a different object this time. Let's go for laptop. Yes, we have worked with laptop, but it was a part of the alien object, right? But this time, let's create a laptop object outside. And the way you do is very simple. You say let laptop and then equal to, you want to get an object here, right? So we'll use curly bracket open close. There are different ways of creating an object. We have seen one. This is the second way. So what we'll do now is we got this object, right, which is laptop, let laptop, and here let me create some properties. Okay, now what are the properties we need? So let's go with CPU. So the value for CPU, let's say, is i9, and then we'll also mention the RAM. So in this case, let's say RAM is 16 GB. And then what else you need? Maybe we can also go for the brand name. We'll say HP. So basically we got an object, right? And I want to add a function here. Now, as I mentioned before, we will call it as a method, but ultimately that's a function, right? Now, how do we do it? Now, first of all, even the method will be a property, right? So let's mention the property name here. So maybe I want to add a function which will print hello world. As of now, let's go with that. So I want to get a function inside this laptop which will print hello world. So the way you can do that is by saying get value, or maybe we can also say greet just to keep it simple. And this greet will have a function, right? So we have to give a colon, not equal to, we have to give a colon. The same thing we have done for the function expression, right? We have to use a variable name and then we give a equal to, then we mention the function, right? Here also we have to mention the property, then we'll say function, and then we can perform the operation here. What I want to do here is I want to say return, or maybe I can just print hello world. Okay, so we got a function here, right? And then we have some issue here. Okay, and the issue is we forgot to put a comma. So as I mentioned before, comma is very important here. So we can also put a comma at the end, which will not give you any error, but if we add a new next property, it will get resolved automatically. Right. Okay, anyway, so once you got this, how do we execute this? It's very simple. The way you do it for the function, we just have to say greet and we have to give the round bracket. That's it. But what do you think? Will it work? Let's try. So I'll go back here and let me execute this. I will say node space app.js. So when you say enter, you can see we got an error. Now, why there's an error here? It's because we are trying to call this greet function and it's not defined because it is inside this laptop object, right? So basically this is a method here, not a simple function. It's a method which belongs to an object. So that object is a laptop here. So we have to say laptop.greet. Okay, let me just run this code once again and let's see what happens. And you can see we got hello world. So basically a function or a method belongs to the object here, which is laptop. And if you want to call it, you have to use the object name. Now, of course, with this function, you can pass some parameters, you can return some values, and we'll see that later. But as of now, we are trying to create a function or a method inside the object. And you can create multiple functions here. So you can say greet, you can say get me the values, or you can say calculate the speed of a machine, or do the benchmark, everything. Just add multiple functions. And in this video, we'll talk about this keyword. I know, that was pun intended. The thing is, this is actually a very simple concept, but then it takes some time for your brain to get used to it. So we'll divide this into two parts. So we have two videos actually. The first video will talk about what is this keyword, and the second video will talk about why it is called this keyword. Okay, then it will make much more sense. So if you remember the last example where we have created this object, so if you can see we have this object which is laptop, and then this laptop has some properties, right? Now this property, we have, let's say, CPU, RAM, and brand, and then we created a method as well. So what is a method? Imagine an object having a property, but it adds a behavior. and we can add the behavior with the help of a function. And that behavior for an object is called a method. Okay, this is a method here, and then we are trying to call that method, right? So this is the simple thing we have done. And just to see what happens when you run this code, let's try. So let me run this code, and you can see we got hello world. So I don't want to print hello world here. What I want to do is I want to print the values of the object, right? So the value we have here is, let's say, the CPU, RAM, and brand. I want to print those things. And let's say not even with a function called greet or method called greet. I will say get config. So let's say if I have this method which is get config, and every time I call get config, it should print the configuration. So of course the method name here should also be get config, not greet. Now what do you think, will it work? Let's try. So what I will do now is I will just remove this part from here, and let me replace this with the help of the variables. Of course we want to print the variables, right? Oh, the properties. So let me print CPU. And let's see what happens if I try to print a variable CPU, and let's see what happens. And we got an error. It says the CPU is not defined. I know that's weird, right? CPU is defined there. It's here, but it is still not able to find it. Okay, maybe there's a problem with the variable outside the functions or method, right? Let's create a variable inside it. So I will say, let's storage. That's a variable I want to create. And let's say, I will say this is 100. And then here, let me print storage. Let's see if we can actually use a variable inside a function. I don't know if we have done that before, but let's try this time. So let's run this code, and you can see we got 100. So that means there is no issue of using a variable or printing a variable inside a function. It is able to fetch this variable, which is storage, but not CPU. You know why? First of all, CPU is not a simple variable. It's a property of an object, right? So if you want to access that here, we need to do something else. We have to, let's type CPU. But then if you really understand this, CPU is not a part of the function here, right? It's a part of the object. It's an object property. In that case, you have to use the object name. So I will say, hey, this CPU belongs to an object, and the object name is laptop. That's simple. So the object name, which is a laptop.cpu, let's see if that works. And that works. You can see that every time you want to use this property, you have to use a laptop name. Okay, this makes sense, right? But the problem is, see, you can have multiple objects, right? Let's say this can be laptop 1. Right, and then you can have laptop 2, then you can have laptop 3. There are different ways of creating object. This is one way of creating an object. You can create an object with the help of a class, where you don't actually define an object like this. You don't say laptop 1 and then the properties, then laptop 2, then the properties. Of course, right, laptop will have the same properties. Every laptop will have a CPU, they will have a RAM, it will have some brand, and you will have some function. Yeah, the value will change. I mean, they might have a different CPU, they might have different RAM, they might have different brand. But the point here is, when you try to use an object to call a property, using the laptop or the object name is not something you should go for. What is preferred is, instead of using the object name, we can say this. Now, what is this? So this means the object. So whatever the current object you are referring to, you might have multiple objects. You might have laptop 1, laptop 2. In fact, let me just try that. So I will say laptop 1, and then here let me just say laptop 1. And it should work, I guess. Oh, there's an error. The error is because of this laptop here. Then it should be laptop 1 as well. And let me run this code. And you can see we got i9. What if I have one more? Let me just create it on top so that it will not be in our focus. And let me just name this as laptop 2. And here also I will say laptop 2. But if I go down and if I say this CPU, I want it from laptop 1. And you can see we are talking about the actual object. We are using the name of the object. And it should work. There should not be an issue. But there is one more thing. What if you say this is i7? Okay, and here you're coming back and say this is laptop 2. So basically you wanted to refer to the same object, but since you have a choice, you went for another name, which is laptop 2, and let's see what happens. And you can see we got i7. We don't want that, right? We want this CPU to be the value coming from the same object. So it's always better, instead of using the object name, use this keyword. So this represents the current object. Okay, what is current object? So if you are in this method, who is calling this method? The laptop 1 is calling this method. So based on which method or which object is calling that method, it will refer this to that particular object. What I'm saying is, if you call this with laptop 2, Now this will refer to laptop 2. Let's try, and you can see we got i7. It is happening because of this method here. So of course, when you call laptop2.getConfig, you will get this method here. So basically, always use this keyword. So what is this keyword? This represents the current object. So if you want to access any of the property of an object, it's always better to use this keyword. But why exactly this keyword? Why not something else? That we'll see in the next video. In the last video, we have talked about what is this keyword. In this video, we'll understand why it is called this keyword. And that's important, you know, when you understand the concept. So in the last video, we have seen why do we use this and then what is this keyword. In this video, when we understand the meaning of it, you know, next time when you want to use it, it will be easier for you to understand, hey, this is where we want to use this keyword, right? So let's understand that. So what we will do here is, if you can see, we have two objects here, right? We have laptop 1 and laptop 2, and both these laptops has some different properties. I mean, of course, the property names are same, the values are different. So this laptop 2 has CPU, RAM and brand. Same goes for laptop 1, but what is different is the values, right? In fact, for the laptop 2, let me change the brand from HP to, let's say, Apple. So we got this machine Apple here, and then we got HP machine on this side. And then I want to compare the speed of it. Now, technically, it doesn't make sense to compare two brands if they're using two different OS. Example, on Apple, you will be using Mac OS. On HP, you will be using either Ubuntu or a Linux-based OS or a Windows OS, right? So what we will do here is, even let's do a comparison, but let's not compare the brand and RAM. I want to majorly compare the CPU here. So irrespective of the OS, let's only compare with the CPUs. I know the recent Apple machines are coming with M1 chip, but let's go with the older one, which is i7. So here I want to compare these two. How do you compare? It's very simple actually. You can come back here and you can write a if condition here, right? So you can say if the laptop 1 CPU, that's how you compare, right? Because if you want to access the CPU property, you need to use the object name as well. You can't simply say CPU and compare with, oh, what's that? Okay, so I just said backspace, and so I will say CPU compare with the other CPU, right? So I'm comparing two different CPUs of two different laptops, right? So this is of laptop 1 and laptop 2, and you can see it is giving you error as well. I mean, it doesn't know what that CPU is. So we have to mention, hey, this is of laptop 1. So this is laptop 1 CPU, and this is the laptop 2 CPU. So that's how you refer it. So if we say laptop 1 is greater than laptop 2 CPU, in that case, we can print the laptop 1 as a major one. In fact, we can just print it. We can return the value or we can print it. But here, where do we return it? We are not calling a function, right? So let's print it here itself. So we'll say log, and here I will print laptop 1. So we are saying, hey, laptop 1 is greater, or it's a faster machine. Else we'll print laptop 2. So this is what we want to print, right? So here, some settings has been changed in this machine. The keyboard is actually running very fast. I have to reduce the speed of it. Okay, so we are printing laptop 1 here, we are printing laptop 2 here, depending upon which one is faster, right? Let's run this code and let's see what happens. And you can see it is printing i7. Of course, that's the condition we are doing here. A laptop 1 is faster. But what if this is, okay, I know we don't have i11, but let's make this i5 for time being, just to see if this really works. And yes, you can see this time it is printing i7. So earlier it was printing i9, this time it is printing i7. That means something is working, right? I will go back to i9 here so that we can do some more comparisons. Okay, so we can do that here itself, right? What if we don't want to do this here? We have talked about functions, right? Normally when you have a task, it's always better to have a separate function for a particular task, right? So this should be a part of a function. We can do that actually. So let me just take this and let me cut this part and let's go on top. Let's paste it here and let me put this part into a function. Now, how do we do that? It's very simple. We have done that before. So I can get a function and I can call this function as get the fastest machine or the get the fast laptop. Of course, you can name anything, doesn't matter actually. So we can say get fast laptop. And then this will return me a fast machine, right? So basically this function will accept 2 laptops, or maybe you can have 3 laptops or 5 laptops. At this time, I'm going for 2 laptops. So this function will accept 2 laptops here and then it will compare these two laptops based on the CPU. Of course, you can add some more parameters to it. What if there are two CPUs which are same? In that case, you will check for, let's say, graphic card performance. If that is same, maybe you can go for the RAM storage or the RAM capacity. Maybe you can go for the some other aspect of the frequency of a RAM and all those things. But at this point, just to keep it simple, we are going for CPU comparisons. Of course, you can do that as an assignment. You can check, hey, what if there are two machines or two laptops with the same CPU? What next you have to check? Maybe you can use an AND operation there, or maybe you can have a nested if condition. Again, that's your choice. I would love to see your code in the comment section. But as of now, let me pass those two laptops. In fact, the operation is this we are going to do, which we have already done. This is what you have to compare, right? But before comparing, you have to pass those two laptops. So I will say laptop 1 and this is laptop 2. So basically, if you want to compare, you have to pass those two parameters. So of course, if someone wants to call the get fast laptop, so when you call get fast laptop, you need to actually pass those two values. Let's do that here quickly. So I will pass laptop 1 and here we'll say laptop 2. So basically, you are passing two objects here, right? And what do you think? Will it work? Let's try. So I will just run this code. And of course, you will see the same output because here we are doing the same thing, right? So you're passing two laptops and based on which is faster, you're printing it. But what if you want to return it? In fact, you can also do that. But as of now, let's not do this. Okay, let's only print it. So this is cool, right? So here what we are doing is as a third party object, because of course someone is owning this method here, right? This function. So someone is actually calling this function and comparing these two laptops. What if a laptop is comparing itself to other laptop? Is it really possible? What I want to achieve here is this laptop here, laptop 1. Laptop 1 should be able to compare itself with the other laptop. Maybe I can say compare, right? So laptop 1 is comparing itself to laptop 2, okay? And it should print whichever laptop is faster. So if laptop 1 is faster, it will print, or maybe it should print true or false, or it should print, yes, you are the greatest, or it should print, oh, you lost it. Okay, something like that. So laptop 1 object is comparing itself to other object. Now, what's the difference between this method here and this one is, this is a third party function comparing these two objects, right? So laptop 1 and laptop 2 have no idea about get fast laptop. It's some other function comparing two laptops. It's something like you have two phones in front of you and you are comparing them, right? So you're the third party. Those are the two phones. But this time a phone is comparing itself with other phone. So this is changing the perspective. Of course, both should work. Both are comparing two objects. Here we are comparing laptop 1 with laptop 2. But will it work? Of course, we don't have this function compare, right? If you run this code, I don't know what will happen. So do we have that code? No, we have to actually define this compare method, right? So we don't have compare inside laptop 1. So what we can do here is we can go back to laptop 1, which is here. And in this, I can add that property. So we have to add extra property here, which is actually a method. So I will say, hey, I want a compare feature as well. And we can call this as a function. Right? So this is a function, right? Which will make it as a method. So let's define this. But there is an issue. If you can see here, you are calling a compare method. That's awesome. So laptop 1 is calling compare, but we are passing a parameter. Okay, so that means we have to accept that parameter here. Now, what should I call it? Maybe I can call it the laptop. Yes, we can go for laptop 1. We can go for laptop 2. We can change the terminology. Even if you say this is laptop 1, that's completely fine because the variables are different, because they are from different scope. As of now, I will say laptop. And here, let me compare these two laptops. Or maybe you can go for laptop 2 just to keep it easy, right? So we got laptop 2 because we are passing laptop 2 there. But now question arises, how will you compare? Because see, to compare two laptops, we need two laptops, right? We are only passing one here. So even if you want to code the same code which we have done here, I can simply copy it. You know what? Since we only have one statement, you don't actually need curly brackets. Just to reduce the number of lines. It's very important to understand, right? Okay, so even if I copy the exact code, so let me just copy this and paste it inside the compare, because ultimately it's doing the same thing, right? It's comparing two laptops. But the problem is we have laptop 2. We don't have laptop 1. So that's the challenge we have to address here. How do you solve this issue? We don't have laptop 1, right? But don't you think you are calling this compare method with the help of laptop 1? So somewhere laptop 1 is executing this method, and every time an object executing the method, it's there. It's just that you can't see it. It's John Cena. It's there, you can't see it, right? So how do we use it? How do we use that invisible object which is calling compare, but here you can't see it? The thing is, whenever you have an object executing the method or anything in that particular object, we can refer that with an awesome keyword called this, right? So this object is comparing itself with the other object. So instead of using the laptop2 name, we can say other. So this is comparing itself with the other one. Of course, other is not a keyword in JavaScript, but we can use it. So what we are doing is we are comparing itself with the other object. So who is calling compare? Laptop1, and it is passing which object? Laptop2. So the current object which is calling compare is called this keyword. It can be used with the help of this, and the parsed parameter can be used as an object itself. So we are comparing this .cpu with the other .cpu. Example, like if you are comparing your marks with someone else, you will say, okay, my marks is greater than the other person marks. So we say my, right? That's a this keyword here. Okay, I hope that makes sense. It's actually tricky to actually understand this in one go. We forgot to put a comma here. So this is how you define it. And let's see if that works now. Let me just remove this get fast laptop. In fact, let me remove it completely so that we can have a small code which we can compare. Okay, so let's see what happens when you run this code. And you can see we got i9. So i9 has all these properties which is compare and get config as well as the methods. So this is how you compare two objects, but the definition itself inside the laptop1. Okay, that's why we said this keyword, because it represents the current object. Now the other issue we have is, can we do reverse? Can we compare laptop2 with laptop1? Let's try. Let's see what happens. And when you do that, it will give you error. You know why? Because the compare method only belongs to laptop1, not laptop2. It doesn't have that method. So maybe we have to write this method there as well. But then don't you think if you have 10 objects of the same class or 10 objects of the same type of laptop, we should only define it once? So that's one issue we will solve later. But as of now, we are only focusing on this keyword. In the earlier video, we have talked about objects, and then we have also talked about this keyword. Now in this video, let's try to understand the different way of creating an object. See, nothing wrong with the way we did earlier, right? This is a basic way of creating an object in JavaScript. What we do is we name the object, and then of course we have to assign the values. So these values actually are a key and a value pair, right? So we have a key and a value here. Okay, so this makes sense. And then of course, depending upon the requirement, you can have different kind of objects. Here we are going for laptop objects. You can have, let's say, alien object or account object, a user object. Depending upon requirement, you can change it. But looking at this example here, don't you think this laptop2 and laptop1 are the same kind of objects? So basically they share the same design, right? So basically we can call it as a blueprint. Now, if you're coming from the world of Java or Python, you know what I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about classes and object, but here we'll not talk about class as of now. Let's talk about the blueprint. What I want here is, I want to create multiple objects, of course. So what I want to do now here is I want to create multiple objects, but of same type. So laptop 1, laptop 2, maybe I want to create laptop 3, laptop 4, laptop 5. Every time I don't want to mention the properties. This has to be common, right? So what we can do for this is, let me remove the entire part here. So what we can do here is we can create a constructor function. I know that sounds weird, but what exactly we need here? So let's say I want, maybe with this time we can go for alien. We have talked about laptop before. Let's go for alien. So let's say I want alien1. So I can simply say let alien1. Now this should be able to give me an alien object. And of course I want to assign some values as well. Let's say I just want to assign the name and a technology. So in this case, I can just say, hey, I want the alien object and I want to assign some values. Maybe I can do this. I can say I have a function. Let's say the function name is alien itself. And this function will accept two values. The first one is name and the second one is, let's say, technology. And this time let's go for JavaScript. This is how I want to get it done. This may not be the exact way it has to be done, but something like this. I want an alien object. So maybe there should be a function which will take all the parameters, whatever parameters you have, and it will assign the values to it. The advantage would be if I create multiple objects, let's say alien2, alien3, alien4, I just have to call this function and pass the values. Okay, this sounds good, right? But how will you do it? So basically, the way you can do that is with the help of constructor function. So what we can do here is we can create a function. As I mentioned, this is a function. So we'll say function and then we'll name a function. Of course, we can go for the same name. But what makes sense? How do you differentiate between a normal function and a constructor function? So it's recommended you go with a capital letter function name so that it will define it as a constructor. And here you can accept those two values. So what I'm passing is a name and I'm passing a technology. So I'm calling a function and then we are assigning the values here. Okay, but there's one more thing here which you have to remember. So the first thing is the first letter of the name, make sure it is capital. That's how you differentiate between a normal function and a constructor. The second one is every time you create a new object, example, we got alien1 here. Maybe I want to create alien2 or alien3. Just by calling a function, it will not work. You have to use another keyword called new. Now what this new keyword does is it will create a new object for you. So every time you use this, it will create a new object. The advantage would be if you make changes in one object, it will not reflect on another object. And that's what we want, right? We want multiple instances of the object. So let's say if you're paying for 5 iPhones, you want 5 different iPhones, not one iPhone representing for all 5. Okay, so that's one thing. Next is every time you do this, it will also give you a this keyword. Remember? When you create an object, you get a this keyword, and that's how you can assign the values. As of now, this object doesn't have any properties here. So whatever you're passing is actually normal local variables, right? So in this case, what we can do is we can say this dot name. That's how you refer to the object variable, and you can assign to a name here, and we can give a semicolon. The next one is this dot tech, and we can assign it the tech variable, and that's it. And by default, it will return the object of the alien. So what it will receive here is the object of the alien, and using this you can create multiple objects. Now what it returns is, you can't see this code, but it says return this. Okay, so this is something, again, Johnson, you can't see this, it's there. You don't have to mention that anyway. So that's how you create a constructor function in JavaScript. But will it work? Let's try. We have not ran this code, right? Let's do that. So I will just say log. I just want to print the alien1, and let's see what happens. And you can see we got the output. So it's an alien object and it has 2 values. What if I create another object here? So I can just copy this and paste, and we'll name this as alien2. And this is, let's say, Kiran, and the technology is, let's say, Java. Run this code and you can see we got Naveen because we are printing Naveen. And let me print the alien2 here. And if you run this code, we got Kiran and Java. Now these 2 objects are different. Let me prove it. What I will do here is I will just change the value from alien1, and it will not reflect on alien2. So I will just change the technology from, of course, there are 2 different objects. We are able to assign the values as well. But let's say the technology here is blockchain. And now if I run this code, you can see we got Kiran Java. So this is not changing for Kiran. Of course, if I print the alien1, it will be assigning that new value, which is the blockchain. That's how you can create a constructor function. This is a very special type of function, which is a constructor, because you're using a new keyword here. Okay, this makes sense, right? But can we add a method? In fact, we have talked about this in the earlier videos, right? We can have methods to the object, but then that was a normal object and we were able to assign it. And then we have seen one problem. If you create multiple objects, and what if you want to share a common method? We can achieve that with the help of constructor function. So let me create a new method here. Let's say work. So as an alien, we write code, right? So we work. So let me create a function here, and we'll say what this function will do. As of now, it will just print something, and I will say solving bugs from 12 hours. Okay, that's what we do, right? We write less code and we debug more. That's the thing. So once you got this, you can simply use this any of this object here, and you can call the thing. So you can say alien dot work, and you can simply call the function. It should work. Let's try. And you can see this, it has that function which is a work, and it says solving bugs from 12 hours. So this is how you can create a constructor function, and you can also add a method to it. Anything else? Yeah, there is one more thing. What if you want to return something else? Yes, you can return the object, but what happens when you try to return a value, let's say 7? Of course, right, by default it says return this, but if you try to do something else, let's see what happens. And if you can see, it doesn't have any impact. So basically, it just skips this line. If the return does not return an object, it will skip it. Okay, and so if you get stuck somewhere, remember this. In this video, we'll talk about arrays. See, in the earlier video, we have talked about objects, right? And then before that, we have also talked about primitive types. And then we have also discussed that whatever data is not of type of primitive, it will be an object. Now, this can be the object which we created. Then we have functions which are objects. And then we have arrays which are objects. But then when you have an object, why you need another concept like arrays? So if you look at the object, we have a key and a value, right? Example, when you talked about aliens or a laptop, it had a key and a value pair. Example for laptop, it can be CPU, which is your key, and then i9, i7, those are your values. Maybe you can go with another property, which is, let's say, RAM, which is your key, and then let's say 16 GB is the value. But in this case, let's say you want to have multiple values and you don't need to have a key. So let's say you have a lot of values and then you don't want to assign a key to it. Maybe you want to work with the index values. Can we do it? Now, if you're coming from other languages like C, C++, Java, most of the languages has this concept. But if you're new, don't worry. Whenever you have a collection of values which you don't want to assign a key to it, maybe you can use numbers to represent them. We can use a concept like arrays. How do we create an array here? So let's say I want to create an array of values. So what we can do is to create an array, we can say new array. This is one of the syntax which we can follow. So we can say let values equal to new array. And now you can guess this is a constructor function, right? Because we are using a new keyword. So basically we are trying to create an object. Okay, this is one way of creating an array. The other way is you can directly assign a value here itself. Maybe you can give a square bracket and you can assign the values. Okay, so this works in the same way the other method works. So we'll go with that only. But again, you can replace that with the new array keyword here. So let's use the empty square bracket. This is another way of creating an array. Now this is your empty array. So what we have done earlier with the help of new array is same as this one. Both will give you an empty array. Okay, so when you say empty, it will not have any values, right? How do we check that? So it's very simple. You can just print the values to verify, right? So we can simply come back here and we can say values. And when you run this code, of course, it will not print any values because it's blank. So yes, it is printing it's an array, but we don't have any values now. How do we assign a value? Of course, there are multiple ways of doing it. So what if you know the values already? So in that case, let's say the values are 5, 7, and 8. That's how you assign the values. So you can say 5, 7, 8, and you got an array with these 3 values. Of course, there is no compulsion that this should only have numbers. You can also have string. You can have other objects, you can have a function, your choice. Let's print this and you can see we got an array with 3 values. That sounds cool, right? Okay, can we just print the length? So maybe I want to know the length of this array. So that's simple. You can simply come back here and say length. So values.length and it will print the length of the array. And the length is 3. Okay, so you have 3 values in this array. Quite simple, right? So this is how you create an array. The same thing you can do with new array. It's just that new array will give you empty array and you can assign the values later. But how? How do we assign the values later? So let's say I want empty array here and I want to assign values. In that case, you can use certain functions. Maybe you can use a function like push, or you can say methods because this thing actually belongs to an object, right? So I can say values dot, I can say a method which is push. Now what this push will do is whatever value you will assign here, let's say 5, this value 5 will be assigned in this array. Okay, so when you say push, it will add the element. Let's see if that works. Let me just remove this length. I want to print the actual values and let's see what happens. So you can see we got only one value now, which is 5. So initially it was an empty array, but then you said, hey, I want to add one value. It's doing that. What if you repeat this? What if you just copy this and add another value, let's say 7, and what will happen now? So it will have 5 and 7. And likewise, if you add some more values, it will add that as well. Okay, so that's how you can push the values. But again, we'll see this later. Let me just go with the predefined values here, which is 5, 7, and 8. Okay, so when you print the values, it's quite simple, right? It will simply print all the values. But what if you want to fetch one particular value? Let's say I want to print the first value, the second value, third value. How do we do that? Now, we have seen this in objects, right? In object, what we do is if you want to fetch a particular value, you ask for a key, right? So you mentioned, hey, we have this value. I want to fetch that with the help of a key. But in this case, we don't have a key, right? We all have values here. But then as I mentioned before, maybe you can fetch this with the help of numbers, something like index numbers. So this 5 will have a number, this 7 will have some index number, 8 will have some index number. Example, you know, when you create a table, you have a column, which is the first column, right, which is serial numbers, right? Example, the number of the line number here. So these are the index numbers you can imagine. But for this value 5, what should be the index value? So what I will do is, first of all, how do you mention index value? The same way, whenever you mention array, it always represents with the help of a square bracket. So you are saying, hey, I want to fetch values and I don't want to fetch all the values. I want to fetch the values with the index number. So I can say, hey, I want to fetch the first one. So I will say 1 and let's see what happens. So when you mention 1 and let's run this code. Oh, we got 7. We wanted 5, but we got 7. Now what went wrong here is, in computers, basically, whenever you talk about index values, it always starts with 0. So this 5 here, it should be 0. The index number is 0 here. Okay, so we should start with 0. So when you say 5 is 0, then 7 will be 1 and 8 as is at location 2. Okay, let's run this and you can see we got 5. Okay, how about if I say 1? It's quite simple now. You know it should be 7. We have done that before. And then when you say 2, it will print 8. Let's try 2 as well. And let's run this code, and you can see we got 8. But what will happen if I go for 3? Because we have only 3 values. And when you say I want to fetch the element at index number 3, that means we are trying to fetch the 4th value. We don't have a 4th value here. What will happen? You will get undefined. So luckily you don't get errors. In fact, I'm not a big fan of undefined. I believe we should get error that there's no element outside 3, or maybe you should get something like in Java. You get array index out of bound, but here we don't have that. It's printing undefined. But that you have to remember this. When you have the array, if you want to fetch a value, maybe you can first check what's the length of the array, and then you can fetch the value. Yeah, so that's how you can create an array, and that's how you can fetch a particular value. How do we add elements with the help of index value? That we'll see in the next video. So in the last video, we have talked about arrays, right? And then we created an array. We were able to fetch the values with the help of index values. But then we only worked with the numbers, right? What if you have different types of data? What if you have string? What if you have different objects? And if you have different functions, can we add them here? Now there are two aspects here. One, the kind of data you're working with. And second, can we mix that data? Example, let's say I can say all names here. So I want to create an array of names, and I can have different names here. Is it possible? Of course, right? When you can have numbers, can we have names of string type? Let's try. So let's say the first name is Naveen. And the only thing you have to remember is whenever you work with string, you have to enclose that in single quote, and it should work. So I can say Naveen, Kiran, and then we can say Chirag. Okay, so these are the values you have. And then there's no limitation that you should only have 3 values. I don't know why I'm entering only 3 values, but we can have thousands of values, not an issue. So maybe Naveen, Kiran, Chirag, 3 values are here. And if you want to print all the names, I can simply print all the names. There's no harm in that. And you can see we got all the values. And of course, you can specify the index value to fetch one particular value there. And that should work. Now, what I want to do is I just want to add another value here. Maybe I just want to add one more name. Can we do that? So let's try. Now there are 2 options here. One, you can add the value here itself. We can say comma, and then we can add a name here. That's one way. The other way is, what if you have this array created and then you want to add a value later? In this case, you can say names dot. So in this case, you can say names dot push. We have seen that before, right? That's one way. Another way is you can use the index value. So we have Naveen, Kiran, Chirag. Those are the 3 values you have. So this is index 0. This is index 1. This is index 2. Okay, so now we can add a value at index 3. And that value here is, let's say, Avni. Okay, so basically in total, we have 4 values now. Let me try that. And you can see we got 4 values. So this is how you can add a value. Of course, you can also use push. That's a method, and this is another way you can do it. So you can print all the values, or you can print one specific value. So this is one thing. The other thing is, can we have different type of data? Let's say I want to have a data like, maybe I can just say this is data. Let me just remove this. Let's say the first one is a string. The second one I want to insert is a number. Can we do that? Let's say I want to add 5. No issue. When you create an array, there's no compulsion that data should be of single type. It can be string, numbers. You can also have object. Let's say I want to get an object here. Can we do that? Yes, I can say an object here. And this object will have some values. Let's say technology is JavaScript. That's the object we have. The another thing we can have is a function. We can also do that. So I can say a function here. So I'm creating a function. You know why we can add a function is because function is object. Remember? So in this case, I'm creating a function which will only print console log and let's say hello world. I know you can't see that in one line. Let me just take it on the next line. So you can see we got a data which is an array of different type. We have a string, a number, object itself, and of course this object can have multiple properties. Just to keep it simple, I went with only one. And then we have a function here. What happens if you print this? Oh, we are not printing names, we are printing data, which is an array here. And you can see we got everything. We got a name string, we got 5, we got object, and we got a function. Can we call that function? That's a question, right? So function is at element what? So I'm printing something, right? So I have to do that here. Maybe I will do that after printing it. So I will say data, and then I have to fetch that function, which is at element 3. I mean index number 4, so in element 3. And once you get that, you have to call it, right? So the way you can call that is with the help of this run packets, and it worked. You can see that we got hello world. So this is working. Call, you can also get this object and you can assign to some other variable. You can try that on your own, and that's it. That's how you can insert the values in the array, and that's how you can create an array of mixed type. So that's it from this video. In the next video, we'll see some more methods. Like we have seen push. I will talk about shift, pop, unshift, and those things. Okay, so in the earlier video we have talked about we can have different types of data in an array, right? There's no restrictions here. In this video, let's try to use some methods of an array. One of it we have already seen, which is push. Let's try to explore the other ones. So what I will do now is let me remove this part. We don't need that, and let's simplify this so that we can understand the methods. So let's go with the normal values, which is this. So let's say we have 5, 7, 8, and 9. And here I just want to use certain methods. And then we have already seen one, which is push. But then what happens with when you do push? So let me also print, because push returns something, right? So what I will do is, of course, I will push the value. And let's say I want to push a value which is 2, but I want to understand what happens when you push and what it returns. So let's run this code and let's see what happens. And here, and you can see we got two things. We got 5 and we got the value at the end. Now why we got 2 at the end is because we are saying push. Now what push will do is it will add an element at the end of the array. So basically it appends, right? So that's what we can use. So what is this 5 here? So this 5 is actually the length of the array. So after 5, 7, 8, 9, and then it is adding 2. So it is your 5, right? So that's the length. The other method we have here is pop. Let's try pop and let's see what happens when you do pop. So I will just go back here and log. Now, if you know the concept of stack, which is last in, first out, whichever element you add last will be the first to remove. Okay, so we'll say data dot, I will say pop. Now, if you don't know about stack, go through it. Just Google what is stack and you'll understand that. So what we are doing here is we are pushing the value, which is 2, right? So 2 is going at the end. What will happen when you say pop? So on this code, and you can see it says 2. Now, what is this 2 here? So it will remove the last element. So whichever element you added at the end will be the first to remove. Okay, let's say if I don't say push here, if I just say pop, it will remove 9. So that's the last element, right? So it always removes the last element. So it's remove 5, it will also print which element it removed. So it will remove 9 and it will also print which element it is removed, which is 9 in this case. So we have talked about push, we have talked about pop. We have some 2 methods, in fact 3 methods to talk about. So let me remove this one. So the other method we have is shift. So let me say data dot shift and let me shift. Now what happens when you say shift? So when you say pop, it removes the data from the last, right? So shift will remove the data from the first. Basically it shifts all the values. Okay, so all this value, which is 7, 8, 9 will be pushed to the left hand side. So basically it will throw 5 out of the array. And when you run this code, and you can see it is removing 5. So shift will push all the elements on the left hand side and it will remove 5. Okay, so that's shift, right? So the difference between pop and shift is pop will remove from the end and shift will remove from the start. Okay, so when you have pop, you also have push, right? So when you have shift, you should have something called unshift. That's right. So using unshift, you can actually add an element. So let's say I want to add 2. Now, where do you think this 2 will be added? So I want to know in the comment section. When I do this, you tell me where this 2 will be added. Let's try now. So I hope you added your answer in the comment section. Let's try. And you can see it is printing 2 at the start. Of course, right? When you say shift, it removes the value from the beginning. So when you say unshift, it will add a new value to the beginning. Now, which is better? The only problem is when you say unshift, it moves all the element on the right hand side, right? So it is changing the index number. So it's a lengthy process compared to push, because push will add at the end. So it's better to use pop and push. It will not change the index number of all the elements. But yes, you can also use shift unshift. Cool. So these are the methods we can use. Yeah, there is one more, which is splice. What we can do here is let's remove this and let's use splice. So what it will do is you can mention the index numbers. What if you want to remove the element from between? Okay, let's say I don't want to remove from the first or last, somewhere in between. Let me just add some more values just to understand. So let's say I want to remove from 8. Okay, so 8 index value is 3. Not 3, it's 2, right? So let's only say 2 and let's see what happens. Okay, so it's breaking into 2 parts because it is removing everything. Oh, I said dot here. Okay, so when I say 2, it will just remove the elements from 2. So it will remove all the elements here. So basically, if it is breaking down, the only thing remaining is 5 and 7. You can see that. Okay, but then what if you want to remove only one element? In that case, you can give a comma and you can say 1. Okay, so in this case, it will remove only one element, which is 8, right? So we have 5, 7, 9, and 4. What it is removing is only one value. Okay, but what if you say 2? So it will, from index number 2, it will remove 2 elements, which is 8 and 9. So the value you will be getting is 5, 7, and 4. Yeah, that's right. So you can see we got 5, 7, 4. So the first value here is the index value. The next one is the number of values you want to remove. So when you remove 2 elements, you can actually add some extra elements here. So we can give a comma. So you can see this is a syntax here. So we got a start, so the index value. Then the delete count, how many numbers you want to delete. And you can also add some values. Now this is the array. Again, we'll talk about it. So you can have multiple values here. Maybe you can add one value. So I want to add, let's say 11. So it will add 11 by removing 8 and 9. So you can see it is removing 8 and 9, it is adding 11. You can add some more values, your choice. Maybe you are adding 15 as well. So it will add 11 and 15 in between. So you can see we got 11 and 15 in between. So yeah, that's how you can play around. And that's important to look at the documentations. In fact, if I say data.push, you can actually see how that method works. So it will give the definition, it can accept multiple values. Yeah, it actually accept multiple values. I forgot to mention that. So instead of pushing one value, you can push multiple values. Try that out. Okay, cool. So that's how we can use all these methods. In the next video, we'll talk about how do we work with loops. What if I want to print all the values in the individual way? That will see in the next video. So I hope you are enjoying this series. Let me know in the comments. So in the earlier video, we have talked about some methods in arrays, right? In this video, let's try to print all the values, but not all the values at once. Maybe I want to print one by one. And then we know, right? If you want to print all the values, if we have done that in objects as well, if you want to print all the properties of an object, we have used a special loop, which is a for in loop. But for arrays, we have a different type of loop. Of course, it's a for loop, but it is called for off loop. Okay, so before that, first we need an array which will have a lot of values. So let me create an array of nums and then let me create a very big array. So now we have an empty array, I know, but I want to create a big array here. How do we do that? Of course, you can push values or you can assign the values here. But what will happen if I want to have an array of 100 values? The first value, let's say I want it to be 5. The last value I want it to be, let's say 9. And all the values in between, I want something else. So let's try. Well, let's see what happens. I want to assign the first value. So index number 0, which is the first element, and let's assign 5. And the last index, which will be 99, right? Because that's how it works. And then let's assign, let's say 9. So we got an array with only 2 values, but then we have assigned the value to the first element and the 100 element here. Let's see what happens if you print this. So what is your guess? I want to know what is your guess in the comment section. I hope you have guessed it. Let's run this. Okay, so you can see it says we got 5 and then we got 9 at the end. In between, we have 98 items which are empty. Okay, it's not like you're getting zeros, but you got empty items. You might be thinking, why not zeros? It's because nowhere we have mentioned that we want to get integer values. It can be of any type, right? It can be string or it can be an object. So that's why it says it's empty elements. But that's fine with me. I know we have total length of 100. Let's verify that once so that before running, let's do that. And you can see the length here is 100. So at least one thing is sure. We got an array of 100 elements. Now I want to print all the elements one by one. So how do we do that? So for that, we have a special loop and that is called for off loop. Now how that works? So basically what we want is we want a for loop to look at each element and fetch the value and give it to us. And then we can do whatever we want. We can print the value or we can perform some operation. Maybe you want to store the data in a database, or maybe you want to send that data to the client. I mean, whatever you want to. The important thing is I want to fetch that data. Now, when you fetch that data, where you will store it? So let's say I will store that in n. Now, n is a variable which will hold one value at a time. So I will say let n of nums. So we have to use of here. Okay, so what will happen now is from nums, which has 100 values, one value will be assigned to n at a time, and with that value you can do whatever you want. In this case, I just want to print it. So you can store that data in a database, you can store that data in a file, or you can send it to a client. That's your choice. Here, let me run this code and you can see it is printing 9 and all the undefined in between, because that is not assigned. And you can see we got 5. So 5 at the start, and then we got all the values. So this is how you can use a for off loop. But if you remember, we have also seen for in loop for the objects. Now for in, what it does is it will fetch the key of the property, and with that key you can fetch the value. In this case, if you want to use for in, so what I will do is I will just create another loop here. So let's say for, and then this for will be a for in loop. Can we use for in here? The answer is yes, actually. You know why? Because this is an object and it actually has a key also, which is invisible, which is actually the index value, right? So this 5 is index 0, this 9 is at index 99. So though you can imagine that as a key, right? So if you can fetch the key, so I can say let key in num. So what this key will have is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me prove that. So what I will do is I will just print, or let me just print key here. So let's not print this thing. Let me comment that part and let me only print key now. So you can say just printing 0 and 99. So what is this key here? So this is the first element. This is the last element. All the keys in between are undefined, so it is not printing it. But you got the key, right? So you can use in as well. But with this key, if you want to fetch the value, it's very simple. You can say nums of that key, and now you will get it. And you can see we got 5 and 9. Cool. So you can use for off or you can use for in. Specifically for arrays, for off makes much more sense because you don't have to work with a key and then fetch the value. You can simply fetch the value, and that's how it works. So I hope you got the idea how do we use this for loops and how can you fetch all the values. In the earlier video, we have talked about arrays. We have seen how do we iterate those elements, and then it was quite fun, right? But now it's time to understand how do we destructure an array. Now I know that sounds weird, right? Because in the earlier videos, we were creating arrays, but now I'm saying destructuring. So let's understand what do I mean by destructuring an array. So here, what we will do is let's create a simple array first. And of course, we can go with numbers or we can go with string as well. Whatever we are doing with numbers will also be applicable for string here. So let's create a simple array. And with this, I will have an array of numbers. So let's say we have 5, 7, 2, 4. And so of course, this is an array, right? And if you can print this, I can say log and I can say nums. The only thing is, so let me just run this code. So the only thing is you will get this array as it is. You will get all the elements in one array. But what if I don't want the entire array? I want to take one element from this array. So you'll be saying, hey, it's simple, right? You can simply use the index values. So here, let's say if you say index 0, of course, you will get 5, right? If you say index 1, you will get 7. But then what if I don't want to do this way? What I want is I want to take this array. See, there are chances that you might be sending this array to a particular function to perform some operation. Or maybe you want to send this array on the internet. So let's say from this server, client will receive this array. Now, of course, client can also use index values, but what if this array get destructured and assigned to 4 different variables? Something like maybe I want to assign 5 to A, 7 to B, 2 to C, and 4 to D. Now you will say, hey, it's simple, right? You can say let A is equal to nums of 0. And then likewise, you can say for B, C, D, and E. That's one way. The other way is the video which is all about is destructuring. What we can do is we can put those 4 elements, which whatever you want to assign, let's say B, C, and D, and you can assign the array to this. So you can say nums, or you can say A, B, C, D, and we are assigning to nums. Now what will happen is this array will get destructured and we will be assigned to these variables. These are 4 different variables here, okay? Let me prove my point by printing them. So what I will do is I will say log and let me print D, okay? Let's see what happens if I print D. So you can see we got the array as it is, which is printed because of line number 2 here, but I'm also printing this 4. Now why this 4 is because I'm printing D, and D has a value which is 4. Quite simple, right? Okay, this looks cool. What about I want to print C? Will this work? Let's try, and it's working, right? So you can see we got 2. Now what if I don't want to save this C? I just want A, B, and D. Can we do that? Let's say I want to print D, but I don't want to collect C. Okay, so maybe I want to work with A, B, and D. So can we skip C? The answer is yes. You can simply add an extra comma. So the moment you give a gap there, it will understand, hey, you want to skip the third value, I will do it for you. So there's no C variable now, it's only 3 variables, A, B, and D. Now is it compulsory to put that comma there? Yes. When you put a comma, that means D is a 4th element. But if you remove the comma, and if you try to run this code, you can say it still works, but the value of D is 2, where I wanted it to be 4. So that's why you need to put that extra comma, which will make sure that you will get 4 as output. So this is working. What I will do is I will just remove this part for time being so that we can see one single output, and you can see we got 4. So even this is working. Can I create an array of string? Of course we can. So what we'll do is let's do that later. As of now, I just want to discuss one more thing. Let's say I have 2 variables. Let me just remove this. Let's say I just have 2 values here. Okay, so we got 5 and 7. Or maybe I will just go with 2 different variables. I will say, I know this is not a good way of defining variables like A or B, but time when it works. So let's say we got let A is equal to 5 and B is equal to 6. Now, if you remember, whenever you learn a new language or any language for that matter, you do this type of examples, which is swapping of 2 numbers. How do we swap 2 numbers? Of course, it deserves a separate video, right? How do we swap 2 values in JavaScript? A very separate video. But can we do that here? There are different ways of swapping 2 variables. But here, what I will do is I will use an array destructuring to swap these 2 values. And it should be in one line. So the way you can do that is by using the syntax. I can say A comma B. So just observe what I'm doing. And I can say B comma A. And now what is happening here? Since this is array destructuring, so basically we are taking an array here which has 2 values, B and A. So value of B is 6, the value of A is 5, which is getting assigned to different variables. I mean, of course, the same variables, but it doesn't know that, right? So you can see we got A. A is getting assigned with 6 and B is getting assigned with 5. Let's see what happens. Let me just print the value A comma B and just remove these extra spaces here. And let's run. And you can see we got 6 and 5. That's how you can swap 2 values. Not a best way of using this array destructuring just to swap 2 values. But why not? When you have a choice. As a programmer, we always look for cool things to make things easier. And what if we can do certain things in one line? That will be great. Easy to manage, right? Okay, so we talked about how do we swap 2 values as well. But now I just want to do something else with strings. So let me remove this part. And this time, I just want to create an array of string. Okay, so what I can do is, of course, I can also do this with the help of split method. So what I will do is I will say let me create an array of, let's say, words. That's the array I have. Now this array has to be created with a string. So let's say the string is my name is Naveen Reddy. Okay, so I have this string and then I have assigned to a variable here, but I want it to be an array. So example, when I print words, it should not print in a string format. It should be an array format. The way you can do that is by using a very special function or a method which is called split. And in this split, you just have to pass. Okay, so you just have to split this string, but based on what? So I can say split this based on a character, which is space. And if you run this code, you can see we got an array which is separated by a space. Cool. So once we got an array here, what I want to do is, of course, this words is an array now, right? So I want to take all these elements, of course. So just to reiterate, this words is not a string now, it's an array which has 5 different values. My name is Naveen Reddy, 5 values, right? Now I want to assign this to variables. Of course, I can take A, B, and C as well. Let's do that as well. So let's take that. So let's say A, B, C, D, and E. And I want to assign to word. Will it work? Of course it should. Why it will not work? So let me print A and B, just 2 different values. And let's see what happens. Just let me put a semicolon, not compulsion, but let's follow that. And you can see we got my name. So my is stored in A and name is stored in B. I can also print my actual name. So I can say D and E, and you can say it prints Naveen Reddy. So that's how basically you can store the values. I can actually do one more thing. What if I want to store my name, which is Naveen Reddy, in a separate array? So of course it should be A, B, C. Let's say I don't even want to save that is, so I can simply skip it, right? We have seen that. And DE should not be 2 different variables. It should be one variable having my name. If I simply cite D, it will not work. The reason, so let me just try that. Let's run. And you can see we only got Naveen. What I wanted is Naveen Reddy. So this D should have Naveen Reddy. Maybe if I have something else here, maybe can we add something here? Maybe I also want to add Telusko. So Naveen Reddy Telusko, that's not my surname, don't worry. So here, how do I get these 3 values in this one particular variable? I want it to be a separate array. So what we can do is we can use a special assignment, or can use assignments, special operator here, which is 3 dots. So when you say 3 dots, it simply means rest of the elements. So this A has taken my, B has taken name, the empty element which is not mentioned is taking is, which we can't use anyway. And this thing will use Navin Reddy Telusko. Okay, you might be thinking just because I have 3 words, that's why I'm using 3 dots. Not exactly. It doesn't matter how many words you have here, how many elements you have, it will be always 3 dots. Even if you have 10 words, it will always be 3 dots. So let's run this code and let's see what happens. And it worked. Can you see that? We got Navin Reddy Telusko. Let me add something else here. I will say log, because we also have a log channel. So now we have 4 words, right? Will it still work just because of 3 dots? It works. Doesn't matter how many words you have. The ... means rest of the elements. So that's it from this video. I hope you understood what is destructuring of an array. In the next video, we'll try to understand how do we destructure an object. In this video, we'll talk about array methods. We have talked about arrays, and then we were able to print all the values of the array with the help of for/of loop. But then there are some methods which we can use to achieve that. Okay, so we'll talk about some more methods. In fact, we have talked about splice method, push, pop. This time, let's explore more. Specifically, this is more for the values when you have huge amount of values and if you want to do some operations on that. The famous one is the map reduce or the filter. So we'll try those methods here in this example or in this video. But initially, we'll start with the forEach method and let's see what that means. See, first of all, when you talk about an array, in fact, we don't have an array yet. Let's create one array. So let's say we have an array of nums. Of course, you can go with any type of array or any name of the variable here. But as of now, let's go with nums. And then I have few values here. And let me just go with the complex values. Let's say 42, 51, 24, maybe 898. I'm just going with some random numbers, 65 and 12. So you can see how many values we have. We have 6 values here, right? Now with these 6 values, I just want to print all the values. Now, yes, we can do that by just printing this array as it is. You can say log and you can mention nums. The moment you save this, we can just go back here and say run, and you can see we got the array as it is. Okay, but what I want here is I want to print each value individually, because if you have that power of printing the value individually, you can perform some other operations as well. Maybe you want to multiply the number by some other number, or you want to perform some other operation. Important thing is I want to get this value one by one. You can do that with the help of for/of loop, which we have seen before. As of now, let's try to use a method of an array. So array, which is the array nums here, has a method called forEach. So now what this forEach will do is, forEach is a method which will give you one by one value. So it will throw the value, it will give you the next value, then you can perform the operation on that. So basically forEach says, I will give you one value at a time. Now it depends upon you what you want to do with that. Okay, but then how we are going to do something with that? See, the thing, you can do something in programming languages with the help of methods or functions, right? So this forEach will take one value and it will pass that value to a function. Now you have to accept the value in a function and you can perform any operation. So basically what we are saying is we need to define a function inside a function. Okay, so this forEach is a function of these nums, and in the bracket we have to pass a function. Now we can go for anonymous function. Oh, the arrow function which we had talked about. So we can use that. So let's use an arrow function. Let's give a bracket and let's use an arrow. So this function will take a value and it will perform some operation. So we have to open the curly brackets for that because this is a function. I just hope you remember arrow functions. This is an arrow function here. So what we are doing is we are trying to create a function inside the function as a parameter here. I know that's tricky initially, but when you try it by yourself, it will make sense. Okay, but what value you have to accept? So this forEach will give you one value at a time, right? So we'll accept that in one particular variable. Let's say n as of now. I know this is not a good way of writing a variable name, but that works, right? So let's pass n here. And then this n will be passed in that function. Now in this function, you can perform any operation with this n. Maybe you can print this value. Maybe you can multiply this by 2, your choice. I just want to print this value here. So what I will say is I will say log and let me print the value as it is. I'm not doing anything else. I'm just taking the value and printing it. Okay, let's see if that works first, so before the explanation. And it works. You can see we got all the values individually printed on the terminal. So you got 42, 51, 24, 98, 65, and 12. That works. Okay, but then how exactly is working? Now for each is a method of an array, so it will take one value at a time, and that value will be assigned to n. Now this is a parameter or the argument you are passing. Now it will go to this function and you can do any operation here. As you can see, we are just printing it. Maybe you will multiply, maybe you will do something else, your choice. But here at this point, I'm just printing it, and that works. Now you can also multiply this number by 2 if you want, and that should work. You can see all the values are multiplied here. So this is how we can use a for each. But again, if you remember, in arrow function, we have talked about one more thing. Whenever you have an arrow function, and if it only accepts one argument, you don't need to put a round bracket for that. And so you can skip that. It will still work. Okay, that's how we can use an arrow function. Now, apart from this, that's how you can use a forEach. Now, forEach can be used for different types of data. In fact, in the upcoming videos, we'll talk about set, we'll talk about map, and you can use forEach there as well. Okay, yeah, so that's about, in fact, forEach also takes 3 parameters if I'm not wrong. You can pass the value num, you can pass a value, one value at a time. You can also pass the index value, and you can also pass the array as it is. Not tried this before, let's see if that works. So yeah, it works. So basically in an array, you can pass one value, which is the value itself, or you can pass the value, you can pass the index of that value, and you can pass the entire array. How do we know if that works? Let's print it one by one. Let's print the number, then let's print the index number as well, and we'll print the nums, the actual array. And it should print, yeah, it is printing the value, which is 42, the first value. Then it is printing the index value, and it is printing the entire array as it is. Same thing goes, next value 51, and then the index value, and then we got the entire array itself. So that's how we can use a forEach method. That's one of the methods of the array which we have talked about. In the next video, we'll talk about the filter, map, and reduce. Okay, so in the last video we have seen how do we use the method which is forEach, works for array, right? And then we mentioned that we have some more methods, so let's explore those methods here. But before that, I just want to do one thing. I just want to remove the extra 2 parameters which we used. Let's keep it simple, right? So let's stick to this one. So yeah, we are passing only one variable and then we are printing it. That's it. And let's rerun with that particular thing. Yeah, it is working. Okay, so what else we want here? See, I want to print all the values, right? That's what we have done. And now we have another requirement. So the requirement is, how do we print even numbers? It's very simple actually. Once you got the value, right, which is n in this case. Now this n will be replacing, this n will be having the value 42, 51, 24, 1 by 1, right? So this is a callback function which will be getting called every time you have a new value. That makes sense, right? But then it will be getting called 6 times. For every value, it will be getting called. And in this particular function, we can write a logic. And we can use if else here. We can say if the value is divided by 2, if it is divided is 0, that means it's a even number. We can write that logic inside the method itself or the function itself. The problem here is we will be calling this function 6 times for every value. Now you might be saying that's okay, right? We are just printing the value, right? We are not doing much. Yes, that's true. But what if this is a function which is very loaded? There are so many statements, there are so many variables, there are so many operations are going on. And this is not just only 6 values. What if you have 1,000 values? So imagine for 1,000 times you're calling this function, and of course, not every called will be useful because we want to just use only for even numbers, right? And so I don't think this is a good idea, right? So what we can do is, before going for forEach, before printing the value, we should be able to filter these values. And that's right. We have a method called filter in array. How that works? So what we'll do is, before forEach, we will first filter the values. So we'll say nums dot filter. Okay, now this filter will take one parameter, same as forEach. So it will take one parameter, let's say n again. Of course, this two n's are 2 different variables. Okay, this n is local for the callback function of filter, which is you're passing here. And this is a local variable for the callback function, which you are using for forEach. 2 different functions. So we can use the same variable. So let me use the arrow function here. Now what we are doing here is we are saying it will pass a value. The only thing we have to check is actually if this value, we want to return the value, which is true or false. Now since we only have one statement, you don't have to mention return keyword, but return is there. Okay, we are returning true or false. Filter will allow the value only if it is true. So how do we check? So for this particular n, I want to check if it is even or not. We have seen that if n mod 2 is equal to 0, triple equal to 0, if this is true, that means it will pass true for each value, okay? Initially the value of 42, is it even? Yes, it will return true. 51, it will return false. 24, it will return true. So for every true and false, it will send that value ahead. So what I'm saying is, if you try to print this, I'm not sure if you can really print these things. Let me try. I've never tried this before. Let me comment this section. JavaScript is actually a very tricky language to work on. So let me print and let's see what happens. Okay, so I'm trying to print this on the console and this is what we got. Okay, so you can see we got all the even numbers. So filter basically collects all the values and then it will return that as an array itself. So the output of this is an array and we have filtered it. Now you can perform filter by anything you want. Maybe a single operation like this, maybe a complex operation. The only thing is if you have multiple steps, you need to open the curly brackets, right? You have to open the curly brackets here and close it and you can do whatever you want there. Maybe 10 lines of code, 100 lines of code, 1000 lines of code, that's your choice. It just needs true or false, okay? Now once you got a filter, let me just go back to my earlier code, yeah. Now once you got a filter on the same values, which is here after the filtering, you can simply apply the forEach, and that's right, we can do this. I know that sometimes it looks weird, but it works. So basically what we're doing is, first you got nums, which is an array of 6 values. On that you are applying a filter, which will only return 4 values. And then on that 4 values, you are just printing it. And that's it. It's so simple, right? And let's see if that works. And yeah, it works. You can see we got all the values one by one. So this is working. Now what next we can do? So the next thing is, we have done with the filter. Now it's time to do something else. What we can do is, for these filtered values, I want to double them. So this 42 will be, let's say 84, 24 will be 48. So I want to double all the values. How do we do that? Of course, we can just, in the forEach, we can just say multiply by 2. Our job is done, right? That should be simple. And you can see we got all double values. But sometimes it can be a complex operation and maybe you don't want to do forEach. You just want an array with doubled the value. In that case, you can apply another method, which is map. So map, what will do is it will take a value, it will change the value. That's why it's a map. Okay, so take a value, change it. Something, maybe double the value, maybe subtract it, maybe perform some complex operation, maybe save somewhere, doesn't matter. We just need to map it. So in this map, it will take one parameter, which is, let's say n again. Again, as I mentioned, all these n's are different variables with the same name, but it works. You can have a different variable or same variable, it doesn't matter. Now on this map, what you want to do is you just want to multiply by 2. That's how you double it. So take a value and double it. So filter, it will filter the elements based on the condition. We are saying only even numbers, it works. Now on that even numbers, the numbers will go ahead and then on that even numbers, you are applying a map. So you're taking each value and you're doubling it with 2. So if it is 42, it will be 84. And once you are doubling it, you're just printing it. I mean, though the same array goes for the forEach and you're printing all the values. Let's try that works. And yes, it works. You can see that. Simple, right? So filter basically takes a parameter or takes an argument. It will check for the condition. If that is true, it will send that value ahead. Now map will simply take a value and double it, and forEach will take the value and print it. That's what we have written there, right? Cool. So these are the 3 methods. In fact, we can use one more. What if I don't want all the values here? What I want is, I want the addition of all these values. 84, 48, 196, 24. How do we do the addition? See, after addition, you will get one value, right? So basically what you're doing is you're reducing the value. And that's where we have this very famous method called reduce. So we'll not be using forEach because forEach will be applicable when you have multiple values. Reduce will give you only one value. So why do we need forEach? So instead of forEach, we'll use a reduce method. I don't know if you have heard about MapReduce. If you don't know about it, just Google MapReduce by Google. That's right, it is by Google. They have written the theory of it or the paper. Okay, so map and reduce. First you will map it and then you will reduce it to one single value. Now what we are trying to achieve here is we want to add all the values. How do we do that? So basically when you want to add something at one point, see, even if you want to add 42, 51, 24, you have to take 2 values at a time, right? you can't simply add a 42. With what value you will add it? So you will take two values, 42, 51. The addition will be added with 24. And then that addition will be added with 98 or whatever the value is. So basically we need two parameters, right? So we'll take A and B. Can you see that? We are using different variables this time. Now with this A, B, you got two values, right? You want to perform some operation, and the operation we want to perform here is A plus B. We want to add the value, that's it. And then whatever the addition is stored here, you will just save that somewhere, I will say result. So because this reduce will return one value, right? And you're saving that in a result, and here, I will just try to print result. I'm not sure if this works. Let's try. Oh, it works. We are not even sure if that's the right answer. Maybe you can use a calculator to check that. This is 132, and it looks like a right answer. Right. Again, you can check that out. And let me know in the comment section if this is wrong. Okay. Or maybe we can just use a simple value just to calculate it just faster. So we got how many even numbers? Let's take 3 even numbers. So 2, 4, and 6. 2, 4, and 6 is 12. 24. The answer should be 24 if this is on this code. And that works. So this is how you reduce it. Okay. So this is how it works. So we got filter, map, reduce, and we also seen forEach. In the earlier video, we have talked about arrays, then we have talked about some methods of arrays, right? We have seen filter, map, reduce, that works well. Now, when it comes to arrays, you can have a collection of values, and every value will have an index number, right? In this case, this 1 will have index number 0, 2 will have index number 1, and list goes on, right? And then arrow also supports duplicate values. Maybe if you have, let's say, instead of 5, let's say we have 3. So array does support duplicate values. Now, one of the data structure we have is called a set. Now, set is very famous in other languages. In JavaScript, it was introduced as a class in ES6. So now we can use set, which will have only unique values. So if you want to differentiate between set and array, set is a collection, but then all the values will be unique. Next, set normally is an unordered list, which means if you, so it will not maintain the sequence in which you have added the elements. But in JavaScript, it maintains the order. But again, it is unique, and it will not have an index value. So the way you can use index value to fetch the value from the array, you can't do that with set. So let's see what exactly set looks like. So basically, set is a class, right? So we have to use the constructor to create the object. So will you say, maybe you can have a set of values. Again, we'll say nums. But this nums this time is not a normal array, it's a set. How do we create a set? Now, since it's a class, we can say new set. Okay, that's how we create an object of a class, new, and then the class name and the curly brackets. This is basically called a constructor, but we'll discuss that later. Okay, now once you got a set with you, you can assign values here. In fact, you can pass the value in the bracket itself. What I will do is I will take a string, okay? So maybe a string like bookkeeper. So you can see we got a set, and then we are having this array basically. This is a string, and internally this string will convert it into our individual values. So basically we got a set of characters, and now let's print these characters and let's see what happens. So in the comment section, write the answer. What is your guess? If you try to print nums, I don't know, it's not num anymore, it is a string. But anyway, if you try to print this nums, what will be the value? So I hope you answered, and let's see the answer. And you can see we got a set of 6 values. Oh, why 6? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 10. So total 10 characters are there in this string which we mentioned, bookkeeper, but it is saving only 6, which is BOKEPR. That looks good. The only thing is, you can see, as I mentioned before, in set you will not have repeated values. That is what is happening here. We don't have repeated values. We have values only once. That's how set works. Okay, now if you don't want to assign the values here, we can also assign values later. Maybe I want to assign some values. We'll say nums dot. How do we add a value? With the help of add method. We'll say add, and then we can pass a particular value which you want to save. Maybe 2, 3, 3. Let's say 3, and I can just copy paste this multiple times. And let's have different values. I will say 3, 4. Okay, let me repeat that 3, and let's see what happens. And here let me insert my name just to check if you can have different type of data. I will say Naveen, Kiran, and Chirag. So we got these values, and let's see if that works. We can just run this. Okay, when I print this nums, you can say it is printing 3, 4. That's right. It is not printing 3 again because it is repeated value. Then we got Naveen, Kiran and Chirag. That works. So basically this statement here has no effect on the set. Okay, nothing is happening here. But the question is, how will you print these values? How will you print all these values here? Okay, now for that, what we need to do is we need to use a loop. We can use a off loop for off loop. In fact, you try that. So in the comment section, write the answer. How do we iterate in the set with the help of for off? It will be helpful for those who don't know how to do that, right? So we'll use a for each loop here. So we'll say nums dot for each, the same thing we have done for the arrays. Now you tell me what I should mention here. Should I mention only one value? Let's try that with only one value and let's see if that works. So basically in this, it will accept a value. Maybe I can say, let's say value. And this value will be printed, right? So let me open the curly brackets, close, and we'll say log, let me print the value. And let's see if that works. Let me just clear the screen and yeah, you can see that it is working. This is how you can iterate on a set. So this is one way. The another way of doing this, what if you want to pass three values? The way we have done in arrays, we have to pass a value, we have to pass an index value, and then we have to pass the array itself. Now here, the problem is we don't have index values, right? Example, if I try to print value and I have to pass the index value, for that what we can do is we don't have index value. So we can say value 1. Again, we'll discuss what this value 1 is. And let me pass the num as it is. And you can print value 1, you can print num, so you can try that. But the question is, what is this value 1 here? We don't have index values in set, right? So the answer is, when you say value 1 here, it is a repeated value. This value, these are the same values. Since we don't have index values, this is your repeated values, just to maintain that uniformity between arrays and set. But logically, only one value works, so we'll go with that. Okay, in fact, in set, we can do one more thing. Instead of printing all the values, let me print one value. And I just want to check if that particular value is there in this set. Let's say I want to search for 2. Do we have 2 in this set? So what we can do is we can say nums dot has. There's a method called has in which you have to pass the value. So I will first check for 3 because 3 is there. It should print true, and that's right, it's printing true. But what if I print pass 2? In this case, you can say it says false. But if I pass a name like Naveen, it should be there. It is there. If I change with n, small n, now this is a case sensitive as a string because string is case sensitive. And you can see we got false. So yeah, that's how you work with set. Now in the next video, we'll talk about map. So I hope you got some idea about set, where set is a collection of values, but the only thing is it will have unique values. It is ordered in JavaScript, not in other languages, and it doesn't have the index values. In the earlier video, we have talked about set, right? So this is a data structure which was introduced in ES6. And with that, we got one more, which is map. Now map looks similar to object, but we'll discuss the difference between map and object later. As of now, let's see what map is. See, when it comes to arrays, we can have a collection of values, right? And every value will have an index, which is a number. Then we have a set which we don't have the index values, but it can have a unique values. Now map says you can have values, but every value need to have a key, which will not be a number, which can be a number, but we don't need to have a number. You can have a string, you can have an object, you can have anything else which you want. So it's basically a key and a value pair. That's how generally you store data in database. That's how you store data in any format nowadays. It's a key and a value pair. So map becomes a very powerful tool of storing data and to work with data basically. So how do we create a map? Now, first of all, map is a class. So we have to use, so I have to say, let's say map itself. We can also say phone book, but let's say map. So let map is equal to new map. That's how we create a map here. Now, how do we add a value in a map? So basically, as I mentioned, map will have a key and a value. So we can say map dot. How do we set values or add values with the help of set method? So we can say set, and we'll discuss why is set, why not add. Okay, we'll discuss that. So we got map dot set, and then we can have a key and a value. Now this key value can be anything. The key can be a number and value can be a string, or key can be a string, value can be a number, and vice versa. And then both can be numbers, both can be string, both can be objects. Doesn't matter. We can have a set. This time let's go with names. So I will say this is the set of people with their favorite technology or the skill set they have now. So I will start with Naveen. So let's say Naveen is the first person, and the skill set is let's say Java, And then we got one more, which is set. I will say Kiran, and Kiran favorite technology is, let's say, Android, and map.set. The next name is, let's say, Chirag, and the favorite technology for Chirag is machine learning. And as you can see, we got 3 technologies here, right? And then this is your map where you have a key and a value pair. Now what you will do with this key and a value pair? We can do multiple things. First, let me get all the keys here. So how do we get all the keys? Let me just print all the keys. So I can say, hey map, using this method keys, I can fetch all the keys. Now what is key here? Naveen, Kiran, Chirag are the keys. And you got it. Can you see that? We got Naveen, Kiran, Chirag. They are the keys here, right? Okay, this is working. Okay, so we can get the keys. What else we can get here? We can also get, we can also check if a particular key is available in this map. And for that, we can use a map dot. Any guess what the method name is? That's right, has. We have seen that before, right? So we can say has. We can check, do we have Chirag here? Let's try. And you can see it says true. That means Chirag is there. So we can use has. We can get everything. In fact, what if you want to get the value? So in that case, you can say get. So you can say map.get, you can pass Chirag, which is a key. It will give you a particular element. You can see we got machine learning, ML. Okay, that works. What else we can do here? What if I want to print all the values? Okay, not just a particular key and a particular value, all the values. In this case, we can use a loop. And then we know we can use for off loop, or we can use for each. We have discussed that before. So here, let me just use a for off loop. So I will say for let. Now the problem is we don't have one value, right? We have 2 things. We have a key and a value. So I want to get key and value both. So for that, I can say k comma v. Of course, you can go with any variable names. You can say key value itself, or you can say kv. That works. So we can say kv of map. And now let me just print the values. How do we do that? It's very simple. You can say log. And here, let me print the value of k first, and then let me print the value of, and then we can give a space in between, or maybe a colon, and I can say v. That's it. We are just printing the map. And you can see we got all the values. We got Naveen, Java, Kiran, Android, Chirag, ML. So that's how you can assign the values. That's how you can print the values. Now my question is, what will happen if you try to do one more set here? And let me just repeat Kiran there. And let's say the current technology, or maybe let me just repeat Naveen, because for Naveen technology is changed from Java to blockchain. Okay, so here we got map.set Naveen blockchain. Here, now you tell me what will happen. If I run this code, will I get 4 values, or will I get 3 values? If you get 3 values, then Naveen will have what? Java or blockchain. So let me know your answers in the comment section, and let's write out. And if you can observe, the new value for Naveen is blockchain. Java has been replaced. And that's why we are using set here, not add. We are not adding a new value. We are updating the value if it exists. And that's why it says set. If you're coming from Java background, we use put. We don't say add. But in JavaScript, we say set. So put, set, almost same. We are not using add method. Okay, this works. Can I use for each loop? Let's try. So in for each, if I say map.forEach, what do you think, how many parameters you have to pass? So basically you have to pass 2 values, a key and a value, right? So we'll say 2 values, we'll say key and a value, again the same thing. And we can give a bracket open, and here let me print the value. Let me print the value key first with the same syntax, okay? Now will this work? See, logically it should, but the problem is if you remember the syntax when we have written array, for each array when we are passing 3 values, remember the sequence? The sequence was value, then index number. In the same way, here it should be value first and then the index value. This is the only tricky point, because in for each you pass the value first, then the index value, and then the set if you want to pass. Here we are just passing the key and a value. So first you have to pass the value, then the key. And I hope this will work. And that worked. Can you see that? So that's how we can work with map. So map is basically a collection of a key and a values, key value pair, okay? Now, the similar thing is available in object as well, right? If you remember object properties, they are key and a value pair. The difference is when you work with normal entities, if I want to represent a particular object, one object, example, let's say this remote. So this remote is one object, right? So these properties will be the color, the length, the brand, the controls. So brand, LG, color, white. So we can specify all these properties. But whenever you have a collection of values, let's say names and technologies, or maybe a brand and versions. So in that case, we can use a map to maintain the map. So again, this depends upon the requirements which you want to use. Okay, both provides key value, but if you have a collection, map makes much more sense. Till this point, we have talked about functions, right? And now we know we can define a function, we can write some statements, and we have to call a function. In this video, we'll talk about what is a recursion. Now, if you have learned recursion in some other programming languages, that's completely fine. You can skip this video and you can head to the next video. But if you don't know recursion, if you want to revise your concept, this is the video. Okay, so basically what is recursion is, so let's go back to the function. So let's say we have a function here, a very simple function. So I will say function show, and now this function show will have some statements, of course, and maybe I would just want to go with one statement, which is I want to print something on a console, and what I want to print hi. That's it, just to keep it simple. And then of course, if you have a function, you have to call a function, because if you don't call a function, it will not get executed, right? So you can see I'm running the file, there is no output because it's not getting called. So the important thing is you have to always call a function, and let's do that now. And if you run this code, you can see we got hi. So at least now we are calling a function, which is printing hi. Now basically, if you look at this function show, so of course we are calling a function show here, and then from this show function, we are calling another function called log. So what is happening behind the scene? So you can imagine there's a box, okay? So this box will have all the function calls. Example, when you call this function, which is show, so currently the show function is getting executed, right? Now this will be in a box. This show function is calling a log function. So of course, this function may be having multiple statements, but then when it is calling a log function, the current function which is getting executed is log. Maybe log will take 10 seconds, 20 seconds to execute. Now till that point, when log is executing, the show function is still there in the box. But then show says, okay, you first complete your work, then I will get called, right? Then I will complete my task. So this is basically called stack, right? So when you call show, so show is on the top now, and then show is calling log, so log will be on the top. So which function will get completed first is depend upon the stack, right? So last in, first out. So log was called last, so it will execute first, and then it will go out of the stack, and then it will continue with this show function, right? Example, let's say if you call this function show from some other function, let's say I have a function here which is function ABC. I know that's a weird name for a function, but let's go with that for this particular example. And then from this ABC, you are calling a show. So go with the flow. We have a ABC function which is calling show, and then of course I can call a ABC function. So what we are doing now is we are calling a ABC function. So in the box we got ABC, then ABC is calling show. So ABC will still be there because it will first complete show, because that is last in, first out, right? But show says, okay, first I have to complete log. So log will complete first, then show, then ABC, this is stack. And we can call this as a call stack. Cool, right? Let me remove this code now, and let's go back to our show function. Okay, so basically we are doing this. But my question is, from a function we can call another function, that makes sense. Can we call a function from itself? Example, if I say show, can we do this? Theoretically, if you think about it, of course it's a function, right? You can call any function, you can call itself, right? Now what will happen in this stack is, when you call this show, this is in the stack, then this show is calling the show itself. So now we'll be having a new entry in a stack. Then this show will execute it. Again, it will call show, a new entry, a new entry. So the call stack will have all the show functions, right? And let's see what happens. If you run this code, you can see we got all the highs because it is calling itself. Show is calling itself. Just to have some fun, I will link a video of Python on the top of the video. So I made a video on recursion Python as well, which is quite fun. I enjoyed making that video. You can pause it as well. Okay, so you can see we are printing the same thing high and high multiple times. But at the end, you got an error. The error says, maximum call stack size exceeded. Of course, right? You are calling itself. So the below function, all the show functions which are down, they are still waiting for the above function to get completed. And that's the problem starts, because till what point you are reaching, because there is no stopping here. Maybe the call stack is 1,000, 2,000, 1, there's no limit, right? So of course, box will have a limit, memory size. So that's the error here. But we want to know at what point it is breaking. So what we can do is we can pass our initial value. Maybe I can just make a count, right? Every time it gets called, not sure will this work. Let's try. So I will say let num is equal to 1. Initially it will have it 1. And then with high, every time I will just print that num, right? Just to print the value as well. And then after printing it, I will say num plus plus. And then I will call show. This makes sense. Let's clear it. And let's see at what point it breaks. So if you run this code, you can see it is calling multiple times and this is the breaking point. It's 11,299. So this is the maximum size you can go for. Okay, let me know at what point in your system it is stopping. I'm not sure if it is dependent on some OS or engine. So if you are doing this on a browser, let me know at what point it's getting stopped. So let's try this once again and just to check if it is breaking at the same time. Yeah, so on this machine, I'm not sure about is it dependent upon the engine. So you can check that out. Okay, but you can see it is calling itself till this point. So the call stack is getting exceeded. That's the error which we got. Now this concept is called recursion because a function is calling itself. But where do we use this? Just for fun? Not exactly. See, there are some scenarios where you have repetitive tasks, right? So when you have something repetitive by calling itself, maybe you have a JSON data, a lot of, we have object inside an object, you have an object inside an object. We can use recursion there. We can also use recursion for one of the very famous example, which is the factorial. So next video we'll talk about how do you do factorial with a recursion concept, right? So basically this is recursion, function calling itself. There should also be a breaking point. Maybe one of the breaking point we can do is we can check if the num value is less than or equal to 11999. If that's the case, call show, otherwise stop calling show. Then of course we'll not be getting the error. Not 999, just 299. Okay. So now if you run this code, okay, let's see. Yeah. So you can see it is getting stopped, no error because we are stopping at the right time. So we can actually control till what point you want to call this. This will be useful when we go for the next video. In this video, we'll talk about recursion. Oh, we have talked about that in the previous video, right? Okay, so we'll try to solve a problem with the help of recursion. And for that, I will use a very simple example, which is factorial. So first, understand what is factorial here. So let's go back to the slate and let's try to understand what is factorial. So first of all, how do you find a factorial? So what is factorial? So let's say I want to find the factorial of 5. Now, how it works is this is a symbol we use, right? We use exclamation there. Okay, so how do we do that? So if you want to find a factorial of 5, it's very simple. You do that by saying 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, right? That's the formula we use. And once you solve this, of course, you will get the answer. Now, if you want, first of all, the answer is 120. You can just try it out. I guess it's 120. Okay, so that's the answer, right? So once you want to find a factorial of 5, this is what you do. You try to get the answer. Okay, but if you want to represent that in a numerical format or the mathematical formula, so let's say I want to find the factorial of n, right? So I just want to generalize it. So what could be a formula for that? So that is n into, so if you look at 4, that is n minus 1, right? And then you multiply this by n minus 2, you multiply this by n minus 3, and then list goes on, right? You do that till you have n minus n factorial. Now what about n minus n? N minus n is 0, right? So the idea is the value of a 0 factorial is 1. Okay, that's for sure. You can just take that as it is. So value for 0 factorial is 1. And now if you try to understand this into one more parameter, is if you look at this thing, when you say 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, if you just observe this pattern here, 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, can you say this is 4 factorial? Looks like, right? Because when you say 4 factorial, it will be 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. How about this part, the part from 3 to 1, it is 3 factorial. So can I actually say is 5 factorial is equal to 5 into 4 factorial? We can, right? In the same way, if you want to represent that in the mathematical formula, you can say n into n minus 1 factorial. So basically what we are doing is we are trying to find a factorial with a number, and then the formula is that number with the number -1 factorial. It's that simple. Okay, how do we use recursion here? If you really think about this is actually recursion, right? You're finding n factorial. For that, you have to find n-1 factorial. For n-1, you can say, okay, it's n-1. So if you look at this one, this is actually n-1 into n-2 factorial. So basically, if you define this thing as a function of n, we just have to call the same function again and again. Simple, right? The same thing if we do in the code now. How will you do it? It's very simple. Okay, how do we do that? I'm not sure. Okay, so if you want to do that, which we have written in the slate into this code, first of all, we have to get a function, right? Using which you can find a factorial of a number. How do we do that? It's very simple. You say function, and you define a function name as fact, and you can pass a value. Let's go with n here. And then in this function, I want to perform the operation. Basically, I have to find the factorial itself. So basically, I want to return n into n-1 factorial. That's it. This is what we have done on the slate, right? So n factorial is n into n-1 factorial. If I can get that, I got my answer. Okay, let's try. So basically here, first of all, we need a number. So let's say num is equal to which factorial I want to find. Let's go with 5, just to keep it simple. And I want to save that result in result itself. And which function I was going to call? I was going to call fact by passing num. Simple stuff, right? And at the end, I want to print the result. And that's it. That should be the factorial value. Now the question is, will this code work? Let's try. Let's try and see what it says. If you run this code, you got an error. It says unexpected token, the exclamation mark. See, that's the thing, right? We have to define this thing. We are saying n-1 factorial. Don't you think we are doing that with the help of function? So instead of doing that, we can simply say fact, that's the factorial of n-1. The same thing, right? n-1 factorial is same as fact n-1 because that is what we are defining here. Okay, and this should work now. I feel this should work. Okay, let's see what happens if I do that. If I do that, oh, we got an error. It says maximum call stack size exceeded. Can you remember something in the last video we have talked about, right? Basically, what we are doing is we are calling a function within a function. This is recursion. And of course, we do this continuously. All the calls will be there in the stack. And there will be one point where the stack will be full. That is what is happening here. Okay, so we have to stop it somewhere. But at what point you're going to stop? So if you look at the slate, we are supposed to stop at 0 because 0 factorial is 1. Okay, so we have to stop it somewhere. How about this? We will do this. We'll return in the else part. And in the if part, we'll check if the value of n is, it should be, if it is equal to 0, because at one point, when you say minus, at one point, the value of n will be 0. So at this point, just return 1. That's it. And then else part. So what will happen now is for the factorial of 5, we are saying, because 5 is greater than 0, so it's 5 into 4 factorial, right? So we are finding the factorial of 4. Okay. So how it will look like now is when we are calling a factorial for the first time, so it will say fact of 5. So basically it will go into a stack. So imagine this is the stack. So this will go into stack. And then when we say factorial of 4, it will create one more entry in a fact. We'll say fact of 4. Now this function is still into running phase. Okay, this is still running. And then, running with it is actually waiting for factorial of 4 to be end. Now for factorial 4, the same thing will happen, right? So when you say factorial of 4, it will go inside and it will check. Is it 0? No. So it will say, okay, 4 into factorial of 3. So there's a new call of factorial of 3. And then there will be a new call of factorial of 2, the new call of factorial of 1, and then there will be a new call of factorial of 0. That's the call stack you have, right? Now this will return 1. So this goes here. This will return 1, this goes here, this will return 2 because 2 into 1 is 2. And then this goes here, this will return 6, this goes here. So now we got 6 into 4, which goes here, which is 5 into, what is 6 into 4? It's 24. And then the answer ultimately you will get is 120. That's how you end the factorial thing. That's recursion, function calling itself. And now let's try to run this code and let's see what happens. So if I say enter, and you can see we got the answer. So that's simple. Okay, so basically that's how you got the answer, right? Now, there are two versions of recursion, factorial recursion in this playlist. You can also, in this channel actually, I have made a recursion video for Python as well. You can check that out with a different style. I tried something else this time, and whatever you prefer, that's your choice. Okay, but yeah, we got the answer. So every time you want to find a factorial, the beauty is you can change this value to anything, maybe 4, and you can find a factorial, you will get 24. The only problem is you can't just go with a very big number. So I tried with 179. I think it works with that number. Oh, even 179 doesn't work. There's the last number which you can try. I forgot which number it was. It's somewhere 70, maybe 170 is that number. Oh, that's right. So it is 170. So even if you try for 171, the range exceeds, and you can see you got infinity. But yeah, so you can, this is the big number, okay, very big number. It's epsilon of 306. 10 into 306, that's a very big number. So yeah, that's it from this video. I hope you enjoyed. Let me know in the comment section and do subscribe for further videos. Bye-bye.